He had exceptional talent with the sword. There was nothing he could not learn, and nothing that could escape the blade he wielded. He trained to the limit, to the point of forming blood stains on the palms of his own hands. Even so, after abandoning the traditional path of the sword, he spent 20 years refining his skills with a knife. Even then, he became the greatest swordsman in the country. The next scene shows this same man inside a restaurant, cutting a fish with extreme precision to assemble a dish. The surroundings were chaotic, with staff moving back and forth, calling out orders from every table, in the typical bustle of a busy restaurant. Little by little, something draws the attention of both customers and cooks. Everyone begins to look toward the kitchen. He was there, completely focused, slicing the fish with clean and perfect movements. One of the employees tries to warn him that his phone was ringing, but he was wearing headphones and could not hear anything. Only later does he realize that he should have set the device to vibrate. When he looks at the screen, he sees a notification from a game he had already uninstalled, which leaves him confused, since it made no sense for it to still appear. At that moment, another employee warns that a guest has arrived. The chef, irritated, asks them to say that he is not there, but it's already too late. The visitor approaches him directly, making it clear that he came to demand an answer. He states that he has already given enough time for the chef to think, and that the request should not be difficult for someone who handles blades all day. Then the man realizes that he may be being insensitive and opens a briefcase full of money, assuring him that he would not disappoint. It was an advance payment of 300 million. Without responding, the chef simply picks up the knife and cuts something with a single movement. He makes it clear that this kitchen is a clean place and that there is no room for filthy people like that man, asking him to leave. What he had cut, however, was only a hanging tuna. Even so, the visitor becomes furious, saying that he was practically a saint of the sword and questioning what someone like that was doing hidden in a kitchen cutting fish. When the man tries to touch the knife, everyone around is completely shocked. He then leaves, warning that he would not give up so easily and that he would return soon to insist. Sometime later, the chef goes out to smoke during a work break. An employee comments that the offer was 300 million and says that if it were him, he would have accepted without thinking twice. The chef replies that throughout his life he has only cut fish heads and never became a criminal. The coworker asks if he only had a reputation but had never actually cut anyone's throat, suggesting that he take the money, scare someone, or do something simple with the knife. He insists that the chef could open a shop, buy a house, and live like a normal person since everyone deserved to live as humans. Even so, the chef states that he would refuse the offer even if it were 1 billion. At that moment, the employee notices that his phone was full of notifications and makes a joke, asking if they were messages from multiple girlfriends. The chef replies that it was just a boring game. The coworker recognizes the name and asks if it was the game Divine Protection. He confirms it, but says that he had stopped playing a long time ago. While another employee is called to clean the kitchen, the chef gets lost in thought. When he was young, his family had gone bankrupt, and he had started working non-stop since then. He wonders whether living as a human meant something beyond simply earning money, and realizes that he may have focused too much on that. Even so, he does not understand why the phone kept receiving notifications from that game. He imagines that he might have reinstalled it after drinking and decides to delete everything again. When he tries to clear the notification, he ends up clicking it by accident. The game Divine Protection opens on the screen. He thinks that even though he no longer played, the soundtrack still brought a nostalgic feeling, and the female characters were still beautiful as ever. Suddenly, the phone begins to freeze intensely until everything starts to glow. In the next scene, an employee enters again looking for the chef, saying that they were calling for him. However, he had vanished. The employee wonders where he went and why he left his phone behind. Someone comments that maybe he just went to the bathroom. Meanwhile, on the screen of the abandoned phone, the message appears stating that the transfer was complete, 100% completed. The story then explains the game Divine Protection in more detail. It is a typical mobile game of the pay-to-win model, where those who pay become stronger. It has an automatic hunting system that is extremely boring, and is a generic game that does not require much explanation. Even so, the question arises of why someone would play it. The answer is simple. The former player liked the appearance of the female characters. Even so, he never spent money on the game, nor did he ever finish it. He never truly played with a main character or even an important NPC. In reality, he ended up falling into that world as a background character. The name of that character was Kang Gyeom Ma. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a street where Kang Gyeom Ma is walking distractedly until a woman bumps into him. His reaction is completely stiff and exaggerated, typical of someone with no social experience, panicking at the thought that a woman had just touched him. He asks if everything is okay, saying that he had bumped into her. The girl replies that everything is fine and that in fact she was the one who bumped into him. Meanwhile, the protagonist reflects that the game's setting was based in Korea. The names, locations, geography, and language were practically the same as Korea, with small differences but clearly inspired by the country. Because of that, he was able to adapt very easily to that world. He was still a teenager, at least during that year, and now he was living inside the game. He did not know for sure whether that was reality, a game, or if he was simply pretending not to know it was a game. Even so, he lived a completely normal life, like an ordinary high school student, just as he had in his past life. It was a simple and ordinary secondary existence. When he arrives home, someone becomes extremely happy to see him. That person says that the pride of the family has finally arrived. It was his mother, who shows him a letter informing him that he had been accepted into a university. He asks her to stop for now, but she cannot contain her pride, saying that she has already read that letter several times. Kang Gyeong-ma's parents were far more excited than their own son. She remembers that the entrance ceremony would be the next day and asks if he had already packed everything for the trip. He replies that he has, and that he just needed to finish a few things. Inside, he thinks that his ordinary and peaceful life had been completely ruined. In his room, discouraged, he reflects that everyone was far too excited, and that because of that, he could not give up on that academy. He had already asked to withdraw several times, but nothing worked. He was tired, in fact, completely exhausted. He wonders how Kang Gyeong-ma managed to be accepted into such a prestigious school. Then the explanation appears. When he entered that body, his parents informed him that in the previous year he had manifested his blessing. This leaves him confused. Even before he possessed Gyeong-ma's body, that blessing had already manifested, causing him to be immediately approved in the entrance exam of the Hwakim Academy. The protagonist begins to wonder whether that boy was not a genius. It is explained that a blessing is what allows humans to use special abilities. In short, it is the same concept presented in the game. However, not all humans possess divine protection. For the most part, this is linked to genetics. Wealthy people or those from noble families tend to have a higher chance of manifesting divine protection. Because of that, an elite academy was created, the Hwakim Academy. The academy was founded under the pretext of training heroes, but in practice, it was always accessible only to the elite. Recently, however, an inclusion program for people who did not belong to heroic families was implemented. That was how Gyeong-ma managed to enter. The official justification was the need for heroes to fight monsters. Even so, the protagonist makes it clear to himself that he did not want that reality. That was not the life he desired. He did not want to study at a school that trained young people to become heroes and go to war. Just thinking that he possessed a blessing already made him feel bored. At that moment, the status window appears, and he thinks that it was as ugly as ever. The system shows that he possessed the blessing of not feeling pain. This ability stayed active for 30 seconds and had a cooldown of 12 hours. He wonders if he was really accepted into the academy with just that. 30 seconds of effect and 12 hours of cooldown seemed almost ridiculous. Then he realizes that this blessing was not the only one. He had received another upon entering that body, the blessing of the god of the sword. Anything he hit with a blade would be cut. The activation time was infinite. The condition was that the blade had to be up to 30 centimeters long and 5 centimeters thick. He wonders if that was not far too powerful, questioning whether someone was mocking him. He had never seen an ability like that, not even within the game. At the same time, the ability seemed far too simple. If it hits, it cuts. He did not understand how it worked and imagined that there must be some hidden condition. When he looks more closely at the specifications, he realizes that the blade size perfectly matched a sashimi knife, the same one he had used throughout his entire past life. The protagonist thinks that he had no idea what that game wanted from him. Life never followed the path he desired. He then concludes that he had finished packing everything, but realizes that he had forgotten something important: his equipment. He begins to reflect on the equipment that existed in the game. Even rank E items cost millions. Rank S equipment was so rare that perhaps only 2 people in the world possessed one. He did not want anything flashy so as not to spend money, but he also knew that arriving at the academy without any equipment would make him stand out. After hesitating, he decides that he would get some appropriate equipment. Finally, he remembers that in his past life, a teacher had always said that Japanese knives were really worth it. He thinks that it might be worth giving it a chance. After all, a truly skilled person never blames the equipment. The next day, he appears well-dressed, carrying his luggage. One of the staff responsible for screening observes it and wonders what exactly he was carrying. It becomes clear that the luggage contained several sashimi knives. He was standing in the equipment analysis area, a mandatory evaluation on the first day. The instructor in charge, a muscular man, thinks that every year someone shows up trying to be funny and that he needed to assert authority over that type of person. He slams his hand on the table and questions whether that was a joke, asking if the student really intended to enter the academy using kitchen knives as equipment. The protagonist calmly replies that that was his equipment. The instructor remains silent for a few seconds, clearly irritated, and calls him out harshly. Kang Ma then introduces himself in a formal manner, explaining that he was a special admission student from an ordinary family and that his family did not have the financial means to provide proper equipment. He asks whether the instructor truly intends to continue treating the situation that way. The instructor then notices that his identification card has a different color, indicating special admission. Internally, he acknowledges that proper equipment is extremely expensive and that students from that group truly start at a major disadvantage. The protagonist takes advantage of the moment and states that blaming someone for the equipment they use is a childish attitude. Those words reflect the philosophy he has carried since his past life. A specialist never blames their equipment. He had reached the peak of the blade without ever having the best resources, and that mindset was part of who he was. The instructor feels that firm presence and ends up recognizing the boy's worth. He announces that the student Kang Ma, admitted through the special route, is authorized to use his own equipment. The protagonist thanks him politely before leaving. Some wealthy students begin whispering and speaking badly about him because of his special admission, but the instructor immediately interrupts them. He makes it clear that inside the academy, what matters are actions, not a person's origin. Everyone responds in unison, accepting the order. The protagonist thinks that after that, he might even develop some kind of trauma, as he did not expect his entrance into the academy to be so embarrassing and uncomfortable. Even so, the equipment evaluation was complete. Now only the test that would determine which class he would be placed in remained. He reflects that, no matter what, he had already come very far. That was an extremely privileged institution, the Hwakim Academy. Seeing everything in person was very different from observing it through a phone screen. The size of the campus was excessive, large enough to accommodate an entire small city. He admits to himself that the place was impressive. This was a school attended by people of high status. He remembers that in his past life, he had to abandon his studies due to lack of money, and wonders whether he ever imagined he would be in a place like that. Suddenly, an announcement echoes through the loudspeakers, informing that the test would begin soon and that the new students should gather by 3 in the afternoon. The protagonist finds the time unusually early. The entrance ceremony had already ended, but that test was far more important. He thinks that he needs to test his new equipment. At that moment, he realizes that since arriving in this life, he has not touched a single knife. He remembers the words of his former master, who said that a swordsman should never let go of his sword, not even while sleeping. He had lived 22 years by the blade and concludes that 1 year of rest should not have harmed his skills. He examines the knife carefully and confirms that it is well sharpened. To be honest, it is not bad at all. He decides to test it by cutting a leaf. The moment he begins to draw the knife, a strange energy starts to gather around it. The system then announces that the conditions to activate the blessing of the god of the sword have been met. However, it also warns that the protagonist's body is still very weak, as is the level of the equipment. A suppression is applied to synchronize the ability with the current body and equipment. Jioma is surprised to realize that the ability is already being activated. He activates it at level 1. The system announces a divine blessing. Immediately afterward, an intense pain runs through his body as the energy flows through the knife and his muscles. The sensation is so strong that he believes he might die. Despite that, he survives and finds himself in a completely different space. Confused, he wonders what just happened. When he drops the knife to the ground, the surrounding reality begins to reconstruct itself, as if the world were returning to normal. He realizes that he has returned and concludes that everything happened at the exact moment he let go of the blade. A strong headache hits him shortly after. The protagonist understands that his ability had been activated, but he does not understand why the blessing made the world seem to shatter, or why that absurd pain appeared as a side effect. He realizes that when he activated the blessing of not feeling pain, the result was only mild muscle pain afterward. He then reaches a troubling conclusion. If every activation of the blessing of the god of the sword were like that, he would never be able to use his knife in combat. The loudspeaker announces once again that the new students should gather immediately. Even so, he hesitates, wondering if he can pick up the knife again. He cannot simply leave a sashimi knife lying on the ground. He tries to convince himself that the pain may have happened only because it was the first time and that everything would be fine now. However, the instant he grabs the knife again, intense pain shoots through his body once more. The scene shifts to the training area. Many students are already gathered there, standing and waiting. Many nobles talk among themselves, forming small groups. Among them, there is a presence that clearly stands out. The Sword Emperor, a 7-star hero, Siegfried von Nibelung. It is said that he is the direct descendant of Aaron Nibelung, and also the disciple of a legendary hero, being considered the most powerful human of the current era. His mere presence intimidates the nobles. syllables, causing them to behave in a more restrained manner. Shortly after, a woman approaches the Sword Emperor. She was also a 7-star hero known as Medea, the Poison of Medea. The interaction between the two showed long-standing familiarity, as if they shared decades of history. The surrounding atmosphere reacted with respect and a certain sense of unease, since both were legendary figures. While the heroes talked, the students began to organize themselves. The protagonist remained isolated, observing everything from a distance. He had the feeling of being the only one there alone, in addition to carrying the weight of being a special admission student. He remembered how people like that were often targets of contempt or bullying. Suddenly, a girl walks through the middle of the crowd, naturally opening a path. As she moves forward, the gazes of the boys turn toward her, clearly impressed by her beauty. The protagonist immediately recognizes who she is: Abel von Nibelung, a student of the Academy and the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. She was the main heroine of the game Divine Protection, the central character of the story, the one who had been the reason he invested so much time in that game. Next, the narrative explains the concept of subspace, created by the legendary hero Valor Joachim. Subspace was an alternate dimension of reality. Inside it, pain and experiences were real, but the physical body in the real world did not suffer damage. There was no direct interference with external reality, and even deaths could occur there without physical consequences outside that space. It becomes clear that the training for that year would take place inside a subspace. The format would be different, functioning like a kind of battle royale. The students would be divided into groups of 10, and only the survivors would be considered winners. There would be no equipment restrictions, which clearly favored elite students capable of bringing extremely expensive weapons and items. Meanwhile, the protagonist observes Abel von Nibelung from a distance, admitting to himself that she was truly incredible. Before, he had only seen her in 2 dimensions, through a screen. Now she was there, right in front of him. Many students tried to approach her, seeking attention. He thinks that if his life were a little better, he might be there as well. Even so, he recognizes reality. Beautiful people always end up pairing with each other, and someone like him, a special admission student, had no place in that kind of social circle. He makes it clear to himself that he would not get involved in that school life full of social competition. The 3 words he imposed as rules for his new life were simple and clear: safe, ordinary, protected. By following that, he could study peacefully, get a normal job, and live a comfortable and stable life. The idea of becoming a hero had never been more than an option to him. Just by touching a knife, he almost died from pain. He acknowledged that heroes existed to protect the world, but that was not the path he wanted to follow. All he wanted was to live comfortably, far from danger and far from battles. The magical crystal begins to announce the rules of the exam. The test this time would be a battle royale. In each group, only 10 people would be able to complete the challenge. The highest score would receive the star classification, second and third would be dragon, from 4th to 7th would be wolf, and from 8th to 10th would be considered ordinary. Based on these results, everyone would be distributed into different classes. Points would be calculated automatically, and there would be no time limit. Jeon-ma realizes that the exam worked very similarly to a game. His goal was to finish the test as quickly as possible and avoid drawing attention. Shortly after, the spatial occurrence device is activated, and the exam officially begins. Shadows start spreading throughout the arena as the robot ends the instructions, wishing the participants good luck. Jeon-ma decides that he would avoid drawing his weapon as much as possible. The scene then moves forward to the end of the exam, when everyone begins to leave the subspace in terrible condition, injured and exhausted. The magical crystal starts announcing the classifications of all the groups. Among the spectators were the Emperor and Medea, closely observing the results. Medea reflects that the Sword Emperor's granddaughter was also present there. To her, that environment resembled a gathering of descendants from legendary families, where many outcomes seemed almost predetermined. She is surprised by the recorded time, only 7 minutes, something considered unbelievable. The record had been broken using a rank C weapon, which made the achievement even more impressive. It was a high-risk weapon that required great mastery of one's own blessing. To Medea, those youths were acting like seasoned veterans. Even without reaching the level of the older generation, that selection would certainly be remembered in the history of the Academy. The Sword Emperor considers the result something natural for his granddaughter, a legitimate descendant of the Nibelung family. He realizes that the exam is coming to an end and decides to leave. Medea comments that there was really nothing very interesting left to observe, but the Emperor finds it strange that she would leave while there were still many participants. Even so, the two say their goodbyes. Suddenly, both the Emperor and Medea feel an extremely powerful presence. In fact, everyone around them senses that abnormal feeling. The energy was difficult to detect and had only been felt before on very rare occasions. Soon after, a deafening noise echoes, and the subspace rift begins to tear open in the sky. sky, as if it had been forcibly cut. Two people fall from that crack, leaving everyone confused, as it looked like they had been thrown directly out of subspace. The rift then begins to shine intensely, and something descends from it at extremely high speed. It was a sashimi knife. Medea immediately calls the medical team to help the injured. Beside the knife, Guillaume lay fallen. The narrative shifts to his perspective. Guillaume realizes that the results were already practically decided and that there were elite participants in that group. However, by sheer bad luck, he ended up in a match where his very life was at stake. He watches a group of students being brutally massacred. Those responsible were the evil twins of the Iron family, Mao Jun and Mao Shun. The two were beating and eliminating the other students without any mercy. Beyond their natural talent, they were extremely violent and cruel. They had been continuing the massacre for about 30 minutes, yet Guillaume had still not been attacked. He wonders if he was so weak that he did not even draw their attention. One of the brothers throws a student to the ground who already seemed dead. They begin counting how many they had taken down, and in the middle of it, one of them crushes another student's head with a kick. A childish argument arises over who had made more victims, until one of them claims to have left one for last. The twins' gaze turns to a terrified little girl. Guillaume had been watching her for some time and realizes that she was in complete panic, unable to react or fight. The taller brother starts approaching her slowly, showing pleasure in seeing someone cry and scream. The other comments that, despite being twins, that behavior was disturbing even to him, and he considers killing her immediately. At that moment, Guillaume intervenes, insulting the two and questioning the need for such brutality, even while inside a subspace. He realizes too late that he revealed himself unintentionally. The two brothers finally notice his presence, something that had not happened until then. They look at him with disdain, seeing him as just another filthy commoner who entered through special admission. That, however, seems to excite them even more. The taller brother says he will rip off his head quickly and that he will pay for the insults. Guillaume starts thinking about what he should do. He considers using his own blessing, but realizes it would not work, since his blessing lasted only 30 seconds, while those two had been beating others for almost 30 minutes. Then he remembers his weapon, the sashimi knife. At the same time, he thinks about the moment when his blessing manifests, because he always feels intense pain. He never wanted anything beyond an ordinary and safe life, but half a day had already passed, and he had failed in that wish. The brothers start wondering what he is doing. Slowly, Guillaume takes the sashimi knife out of his bag. The two begin laughing at him, finding it absurd that someone would face that situation with only a small knife. The taller brother finds it amusing, but decides he will kill him by starting with crushing his head. Guillaume understands that this is a life or death situation. He would have only 30 seconds and needed to think fast. First, he activates the blessing that removes pain. Next, he activates the blessing of the sword god. The blessing that removes pain neutralizes the side effect of the sword god's blessing, leaving his body functional for that short period. The enemy wonders what someone could possibly do with a simple kitchen knife. Guillaume thinks that if he does not cut, he will die. Even so, he hesitates. Could that huge and fat body really be cut by a sashimi knife? He remembers that this was not a fish, but a human, and that he had never cut a human before. His mind drifts, recalling that in movies, gangsters always use sashimi knives, and he wonders if that kind of knife really cuts people like fish. He remembers the master saying that this was not true, and that not even God could cut someone like that with such a knife. But then he recalls another phrase: if it cuts, it will turn into pieces. When the man jumps toward him, Guillaume does not hesitate. He executes a slash with the knife and activates the divine cut. In an instant, one of the brothers' hands is severed. The hand, still attached to the glove, falls heavily to the ground. At that moment, a flashback of his past life emerges. Guillaume remembers asking the master why gangsters always appeared eating sashimi. The master, a former gangster, always demanded to be called only that. He had lost one of his hands in a gang incident, and in order to use knives to make people happy instead of sad, he opened a sushi restaurant. Even so, he possessed absurd skills with knives. The master explained that wide kitchen knives made the skin contract quickly, making it difficult to pull the blade out after a strike. Sashimi knives, on the other hand, were thin, allowing easy thrusting and withdrawal. He also made it clear that cutting a fish was different because the fish was already dead. A live fish would not even allow someone to cut bread. Back in the present, the man's arm is cut as if it were butter. He starts screaming, thrashing around and complaining about the pain, terrified of Guillaume and begging him to stay away. In desperation, he begins to run while the other brother remains in shock. The injured brother cries, pleading for help. Before he can cry out again, his head is cut in half. The brother who remains alive watches without being able to react. At his feet, half of his brother's face falls, separated from the rest of the body. Only then does he panic and starts screaming. Guillaume remains standing still, possessed. The surviving brother tries to convince himself that this was just a subspace and that his brother was not really dead, but even so, he feels deep fear. He wonders who that man was, capable of cutting a head in half with a simple knife. He concludes that he would need to be extremely careful with that blade. To him, his brother had lost only because he had been careless. Then he crouches down and picks up the severed arm of his brother that was lying on the ground. He steals the enemy's glove and starts wearing both. Then he activates the Blessing of Resolution, which drastically increases his defense, raises his jumping ability by 200%, and also amplifies the power of his strikes. Now he was stacking 3 benefits at the same time. The opponent believes that it does not matter where that knife came from, because no rank S weapon would be able to pierce his defense in that state. Meanwhile, Ma continues counting the 30 seconds of duration in his mind. At that moment, 21 remained. The man takes advantage of an opening and charges forward with everything, believing that Ma was distracted, muttering and ignoring the fight. He decides that he will crush his head in one blow. Ma, however, keeps counting. 7, 6, 5. At that instant, the enemy realizes that something is wrong. He is already lying on the ground, with countless puncture wounds spread all over his body, as if he had been struck by several blades at the same time. 3, 2. When the man finally dies, the time runs out. The system announces that the effect of the blessing that removes pain has ended. The pain returns violently and Ma starts screaming while still holding the knife. In the next scene, he opens his eyes slowly. Confused, he wonders if he's in a hospital. When he tries to get up, intense pain runs through his body. Someone quickly passes by the room just to confirm that he has awakened and informs the others. Soon after, he notices faces he never imagined seeing again. People who, 50 years earlier, had annihilated the Demon King's army. 2 7-star heroes stood before him. The strongest of humanity, Siegfried, and the Academy director, Medea. He wonders why such important figures were there. Siegfried asks his name, and he introduces himself as Ma. The hero goes straight to the point, wanting to know exactly what he had done inside the subspace. Ma remembers the strange sensation he felt in there. Clearly, at that moment, it did not feel like he himself was controlling his own body. He notices that Siegfried already has his sword ready, and understands that it was not a good thing to be targeted by that man. Even so, Ma explains that, even if it was a subspace, the brothers had gone too far. He admits that he also went overboard, and states that he would accept any punishment. Siegfried stares at him in silence. At that moment, Medea breaks the tension, scolding the old hero for frightening the boy. She sits beside Ma and explains that it was Siegfried who cleared his obstructed meridians while he was unconscious. She comments teasingly that the older someone gets, the more stubborn they become, and asks Ma to at least look at her. She says that she likes shy boys. The situation leaves Ma and Siegfried visibly embarrassed. Ma wonders why the swordmaster would have done that for him and realizes that his body feels much lighter than before. Medea then explains that they reviewed the recordings of the room where he was. She confesses that she was moved when she saw Ma protecting a completely underprivileged female student, saying that he looked like a prince, just as she had always dreamed. She jokes, calling him her little hero until the emperor interrupts her, asking her to maintain her dignity. She regains her composure and makes it clear that Ma would not be punished for what he did. The brothers had only been approved due to the influence of their powerful families and would soon be removed from the school. Ma feels relieved at the thought that he would not have to live alongside that kind of people. However, the emperor reveals that they were there for another reason. Ma had become the best student of that test. Both of them congratulate him. He is completely shocked. All he wanted was a peaceful and safe life. Later at the academy, Medea comments that in 20 years as director, she had never seen anything like that happen. Back in the present, Ma states that he does not want to be in first place. The two are surprised. Medea asks him to think it over, explaining the weight of being the class star. Even so, Ma insists that he does not want it. The emperor merely observes in silence. Medea calls him again, and the scene returns to the present. She teases the emperor, asking if he is irritated because Ma took his granddaughter's place. The emperor replies that he would not be so immature, and states that nothing is more immature than defining rankings based on influence. The academy chose the best student, and everyone would have to accept it. Ma did not possess exceptional physical abilities, nor great experience. But even so, for someone his age, he had accomplished something impressive. The emperor clearly remembers that great slash he had executed. The movements he had seen at that moment, performed by Ma, fully embodied the notion of skill. That represented the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Still, he noticed an incongruity in the boy's meridians. Ma's body was not trained enough to sustain the techniques he had demonstrated. It seemed that there was something stored inside him, something that should not have been there. Even at that age, the Sword Emperor remained competitive, especially when observing a student the same age as his granddaughter. Medea comments that Ma was actually quite attractive, especially because of the way he eliminated his opponents to save a defenseless girl. She jokes that if she were 10 years younger, or perhaps even now, she might give him a chance. She then changes the subject and asks what the old man was thinking. The emperor retorts, questioning how students today would refer to people like her. Medea provokes him, telling him to use that shiny head to think about what people would call ladies like her. He responds in a direct and rude manner, which deeply irritates her, making her slam her cup on the table. The scene shifts to Guillaume, who walks toward his new group, the Wolf class. He remembers the reason for being there. Medea had decided to place him in that class. Guillaume had even asked to stay in the Tiger class, but Medea immediately refused, explaining that placing the best student in a lower class would harm the Academy's credibility. In exchange, she promised to keep his secret and also to avoid trouble with the institution's executives. Guillaume reflects that his intention had always been to complete his studies safely in a lower class, rather than face constant battles in a high-level class. The Wolf class was still within what he considered acceptable. When he enters the room, everyone looks in his direction, but only because he accidentally slammed the door. As soon as they realize that he is a special admission student, everyone completely ignores him. He finds the reaction strange, thinking that if they were going to ignore him, they could at least stop staring at him. Even so, he concludes that this meant Medea had truly kept his secret. For the first time, he feels that he might be able to have a peaceful life at the Academy. At that moment, the girl he had saved approaches to thank him. She mentions the test, and Guillaume confirms that he remembers it. He finds the use of such formal pronouns strange for someone her age. He replies that there was no need to thank him, because anyone would have done the same. She insists that she needed to thank him anyway. Guillaume thinks that, in truth, he acted to save himself, not to save her, and ends up feeling a bit hypocritical. Taking advantage of the moment, he introduces himself as Kang Guillaume. She replies that her name is Chloe. He says that it's a pleasure to meet her, and comments that it is good to have at least one familiar face in the same class. Chloe agrees, saying that she also feels happy about it. He reflects that he did not remember Chloe as a character from the game. However, he considers that the main characters were a minority, so perhaps she was just a secondary character, just like himself. Guillaume asks her to keep what happened in the exam a secret. Chloe agrees, but seems to want to ask for something more. Before she can continue, the professor orders everyone to sit down. Guillaume comments that it would be better to talk later. The professor then throws a book onto the desk and congratulates all the students, saying that they had been chosen to inherit the legacy of a great ancestor. He mentions the name Valor Joachim and states that everyone should be proud of it. The professor introduces himself as Li Wanbin, the instructor of the Wolf class. He explains that since it was the first day, they would begin with basic exercises. Everyone should put on their equipment and report to the training area in 30 minutes. A student asks what the training will be. Li Wanbin replies that it will be something simple, with no push-ups, sit-ups, or squats. The exercise consists of running 10 laps around the training area. Without further questions, he ends the instructions. Guillaume thinks sarcastically about whether everyone would end up bald after that training. Then he approaches the professor. Li Wanbin asks what he wants and calls him by name. Guillaume is surprised to realize that the professor already knew who he was. He tries to avoid the training by saying that he is not feeling very well. The professor replies that as an excellent student, that routine would not even make him sweat. In a provocative tone, Li Wanbin even suggests that it might be a good day for Guillaume to experience an exercise worthy of the star class. The professor explains that the director had determined that Guillaume should always receive a level of difficulty higher than that of his own class. Hearing this, Guillaume angrily thinks about that damn old woman. Trying to escape the situation, he changes his mind and says that he needs to go to the bathroom, claiming that he is desperate. The professor immediately agrees, praising his exemplary attitude and saying that he will wait for him in the training area. In the next scene, Guillaume is already running, but far behind the other students. He feels that he cannot take it anymore. His legs are numb and his entire body feels like it is about to give out. He keeps his pace by mentally repeating his steps, trying not to pass out. At a certain moment, Chloe appears running beside him and asks if he is okay, since he clearly does not look well. Guillaume answers that he is fine, even though he knows it is a lie. Chloe asks how many laps he has completed. He answers uncertainly, thinking that it might be 5. When he asks how many she has done, she replies that she has completed 7. Guillaume is shocked by the difference, but Chloe encourages him, saying that he will be able to finish. Soon after, she accelerates and runs ahead. He thinks that that damn test was what completely destroyed his body. In the next scene, already in his room, several water bottles are scattered across the floor, and Guillaume finishes drinking another one. He thinks that this is hell. In just 1 week at the academy, he has already faced too many problems. He remembers the first time he went to the cafeteria. He was starving in line when he noticed the existence of a ticket machine. The meal was not free. He even asked the kitchen worker to prepare his food while he went to get a ticket, but when he saw the prices, he was shocked. On the large menu on the wall, he read that rice rice with spicy pork cost 50,000. He could not believe such an absurd price. Since then, he had only been drinking water, without eating anything. Overcome by frustration and hunger, Guillaume throws the bottle against the wall. He thinks that he should have accepted the money offered by his parents. Up to that point, he was surviving only on the cheapest water on campus and had also lost the supplementary dinners. He wraps himself in the blanket, trying to forget the hunger while reflecting on something. His thoughts turn to his own blessing. As soon as he thinks about it, the system appears before him. The system informs him that his physical level has risen to 12. With the increase in physical strength, the restrictions of the sword have been partially released, allowing the blade he uses to be 2 centimeters longer. Guillaume thinks that this is still nothing special, but he acknowledges that something was truly worth it. When he looks at himself in the mirror, he realizes that his body is much more defined. He concludes that all that training was not a waste of time. He believes that this may be the result of the meridian cleansing performed by the swordmaster. He understands that from that point on, evolving is essential. In addition, his blessing is also evolving. This means that he will not be stuck forever with a sashimi knife. If he continues to progress, he will be able to use a real sword in the future. He looks at his knives and remembers that during the entrance ceremony, he could barely hold them. Now, he can wield a sword, even while feeling pain. He wonders if that is the true effect of his blessing, and finds it strange to suddenly feel proud of himself. At that moment, a noise at the door interrupts his thoughts. When he opens it, he finds Chloe, visibly nervous and shy, asking if she's disturbing his rest. Guillaume is surprised by her presence and wonders what Chloe is doing there. He replies that she's not interrupting anything, that he was just resting a bit, and asks how she is doing. Chloe comments that she has not seen him in the cafeteria for a week and asks if he has been feeling well. He replies that he simply does not usually eat meals prepared by other people, even though in reality he is starving. Chloe says that she understands. Guillaume asks her not to worry about him. Slightly embarrassed, Chloe then invites him to share a food supply if it is not a bother. Guillaume immediately accepts and asks if that is really what she is suggesting. He comments that he knows how to cook reasonably well. Excited, he starts walking ahead while Chloe runs after him. For the first time in days, he is genuinely happy to finally be able to eat. He asks where her dormitory is. In the next scene, already at night, Chloe finishes eating the meal he prepared and says that it was delicious. Guillaume replies that he feels honored to hear that. Chloe comments that he cooked very well and very quickly, and says that she has never eaten fish prepared that way before. He says that he will check the refrigerator and notices that she really likes fish. Chloe replies that she does, since she was born and raised on the coast. Guillaume says that this is great, since preparing fish is his specialty. Internally, he thinks that he can finally do something he is good at without feeling pain in his hands. With that in mind, he decides to recall a bit of the past, carefully preparing a sashimi. The big problem lies in his blessing. Even using a simple kitchen knife, he is able to activate it without difficulty. He even asks whether Chloe has a larger knife, explaining that all the swords he used in combat had exactly that simple shape. His attention is diverted when Chloe presents a huge katana and asks if that would work. Even so, he decides to stick with the kitchen knife, believing it would be more efficient to use the blessing of pain and finish everything in a few seconds. He remembers his past life when he was called the best swordsman in the country, and he is fully confident that he still possesses that skill. When he activates the blessing of the god of the sword, the next scene shows everything already finished. The entire process took only 21 seconds. He descaled the fish, cut through the bones, removed the viscera, and filleted the meat with absolute precision. To him, it was a true work of art, proof that he had not lost his touch. Chloe is surprised by the result and wonders how he became so good at cooking. He explains that he once worked at a restaurant, but notices her confusion when she hears the term part-time job. Realizing that it seems completely outside her reality, he concludes that it is not ignorance, but simply a huge social difference. Even so, he makes it clear that he is very happy that she enjoyed the food. Since he cooked, Chloe offers to wash the dishes. He agrees without caring, and while looking at the moon in the sky, begins to hum distractedly, unable to contain his good mood after eating well. The moment is interrupted by the sound of a plate breaking. Chloe is clearly clumsy, apologizing as she drops everything. Guillaume reflects that it makes sense. After all, someone as wealthy as her probably never needed to wash dishes. At her age, he had already done that countless times. Then, from one of the shelves, a book falls to the floor. It looks like a diary, filled with writing, drawings, and small details. He wonders if it belongs to Chloe and notices that the handwriting is delicate and full of stickers, conveying a gentle and cute impression. His initial intention is just to put the book back in place, but curiosity gets the better of him. As he flips through a few pages, he realizes how kind she seems on the inside. He decides to keep looking, without imagining what he will find. On one of the pages, his name appears dozens of times, accompanied by the words "I love you," written more than 80 times. When he realizes this, he panics, feeling that he has made an irreversible mistake. Another plate breaks at that same moment. Chloe Chloe has turned around and caught him, asking if he is reading her diary. The next scene explains how heroes are respected for defeating demons, and how that respect grows even more when they achieve fame on a global scale. However, this power is often used abusively by certain factions, who oppress the weak simply because they hold authority. To punish this type of people, one family operates in the shadows, taking on this silent and brutal role. This family is known as the Additor of Cilicia. The Additor of Cilicia specialized in eliminating those who abused their power. Individuals born into this family had their minds pushed to the limit from childhood. Emotions were forbidden, and any display of weakness was suppressed. Everyone was subjected to extremely harsh training, turning them into tools of assassination. Many children, including girls, felt blood running down their palms from a very young age. Chloe Additor of Cilicia observed these trainings since she was small. In another scene, she appears holding a katana while her grandfather reminds her not to underestimate her own abilities as an assassin. These words were repeated so many times that she eventually accepted that identity consciously. The training completely distorted her nature, casting a deep shadow over her heart. Over time, her identity eroded, leaving only small fragments of emotion. It was during this phase that Chloe entered the Joachim Academy, a place where students were divided into classes according to their aptitude. Despite her extraordinary talent, members of the Additor of Cilicia, who thrived in the shadows, were deliberately assigned to the common class. This was an agreement made between the family and the academy, since she needed to remain undetectable. During her early years, the family had already completely eliminated any sense of freedom. Chloe accepted her fate as an assassin without question, believing that nothing could change that. That was what she thought until she met a boy named Jeon-ma. She clearly remembered the scene in which Jeon-ma confronted those who were attacking her, cursing the aggressors and calling them psychopaths as he ran to save her. In the subspace, that should not have caused a real sense of death, since it was only a simulation. Even so, Chloe felt genuine fear. Even though she had been trained to kill, that moment was different. Long ago, she had already given up on meaningless fights. Her training had always been meant to eliminate only those who truly deserved to die. In the end, nothing should change that. It was her destiny. Still, something unexpected could happen, something capable of surprising her. A ray of sunlight breaking through the dense clouds that covered her life, a sensation that burned from the inside out. A sword wielded by free will, different from hers. Not a blade made to kill, but a sword of self-defense, wielded with honor. At that instant, Chloe remembered a book she had hidden under her pillow as a child. It was the story of a princess and a prince who saved her. And then she realized that she had found her prince. The narrative that once existed only on the pages now projected itself before her eyes. Her chest tightened, and her heart began to beat faster. Without realizing it, repressed feelings rose to the surface. She understood that this was love. The scene then returned to the present, with Jeon-ma staring at Chloe, who was now watching him with a dangerous look. He remained silent, completely awkward, while thinking that he was in trouble. It was the first time he had faced a situation like that. During adolescence, no one had shown interest in him, and only now did he realize how obvious everything had been. She had taken care of him, fed him, and that should have been a clear sign. Trying to escape the situation, he commented on the beauty of the night, the moon in the sky, and how happy he had been with the food she prepared. Then he tried to say goodbye, saying that it was time to leave and that he would see her the next day. It was at that moment that Chloe asked if he had seen something. His gaze shifted toward the diary, and he tried to pretend that it was just a study book. However, she made it clear that it was a diary. Jeon-ma panicked when he realized that she had noticed. He wondered how she had seen it and realized that her behavior had completely changed. The formality disappeared, replaced by an intense and strange presence. He tried to deny it, contradicted himself several times, until he finally admitted that he had seen it. At that moment, Chloe began to slowly draw her katana. Jeon-ma was shocked. Jumping out the window was not an option, since they were on the 4th floor and the fall would be fatal. The only exit was the door, but he was cornered. As she dragged the katana toward him, he became certain that she truly intended to kill him. He noticed clear signs of instability. Her pupils barely moved, and her eyes looked empty. It resembled extreme obsessive behavior. Before, she had been cheerful, and now she seemed like a completely different person. He concluded that he had caused it by reading the diary. If he did not resolve it at that moment, she might chase him to his death. The aura she was emitting was even more oppressive than that of enemies he had already faced. The academy seemed to be becoming increasingly dangerous. He needed to act. The blessing of pain had been used for only 21 seconds, which meant there were still 9 seconds available. The sashimi knife was too close to Chloe, making it impossible to reach it. So he grabbed the first thing he found, a box cutter. When Chloe advanced with the katana, he gripped the box cutter firmly, determined to end it immediately. Even though it was a small blade, he had no choice. The system informed him that this type of situation increased his mental resilience, granting temporary intimidation to his actions. The blessing of the god of the sword was activated. The two confronted each other, one with a katana and the other with a simple box cutter. Jeon-ma noticed Chloe's long hair and reached a single conclusion. Maybe it would be necessary to cut a bit of it. The next scene scene showed only the sounds of cuts slicing through the air. When everything was over, Chloe awoke in her bed. Still confused, she got up looking for Ma, trying to understand where he had gone. Her last memory was of him gazing at the moon. When she looked for her katana and saw it in its place, she felt relieved. She knew that she always lost consciousness when wielding a blade, and she remembered her grandfather's words, saying she did not need to worry when that happened. She should not deny her talent as an assassin, and she always completely forgot what she did during those moments. She buried her face in the pillow, scolding herself for having passed out at that moment. Her body grew warm, filled with shyness, as she thought about Ma. She wondered if she had said something strange before losing her memory. That was when she noticed the box cutter on the floor. Confused, she tried to understand why it was there. In the next instant, she realized that her hair was shorter. He had used the box cutter to cut her hair. In addition, Ma gathered all the cut hair and threw it into the trash. When Chloe realized this later, she thought that he truly was a very kind person. Before that memory faded, she decided to record everything in her diary. Once again, she wrote that she loved Ma very much, carefully repeating the feeling as if she wanted to engrave it into her own memory. Meanwhile, outside, Ma was kneeling and vomiting. He thought that somehow he had managed to escape that absurd situation. What impressed him most was that he had used only 5 seconds of the blessing. The effort, however, made his stomach churn again, and he felt as if all the dinner he had eaten was coming back up. After vomiting until there was nothing left, he sat on a nearby bench to rest. He was weak, hungry again, and began to seriously reflect on who Chloe really was. Her swordsmanship had been perfect. The attack she had tried to execute aimed directly at the heart, a technique typical of experienced assassins. If he had been caught off guard, he would have been dead in that instant. At the moment he felt his life threatened, Ma reacted on instinct and aimed for her neck. Fortunately, the box cutter was too short to cause anything fatal, resulting only in the cut hair. He believed that by cleaning up all traces, he would not have problems later, although he was not entirely sure of that. Maintaining peace in that place seemed harder than he had imagined. Being just an ordinary person in that environment was surprisingly difficult. He thought about how, when he ended up in that cursed game, he had no ambition at all. Even so, using only a sashimi knife, he had reached an absurd level in swordsmanship. That seemed impossible even to the most creative imagination. In the end, everyone had something they excelled at, and in his case, it was combined with a miraculous blessing. Divine protection was, after all, the rule of that world. The protagonist of that game also possessed a blessing. Besides the blessing of the valor of Joachim, the legendary hero, there was another blessing considered legendary. Ma remembered that it was part of the original game. Its content was simple: save the world from the dangers of the Demon King. The protagonist also possessed a legendary sword called Frieren, a weapon that chose its own master. In contrast, Ma could only use a sashimi knife, which forced him to restrain himself at all times. He tried to convince himself that none of it was real, that they were just characters in a game. He even forgot what his initial goal had been. Still, a doubt arose. Was there anyone truly ordinary in that world? He had already given up trying to identify who was or was not the true protagonist. At least now he knew how to survive in that game. It had already been a week since he had started studying at the academy. According to the original story, this was the moment when the protagonist would receive his blessing after being late for registration. The narrative was beginning to move forward. Ma knew the general structure of the story, but he did not know how it ended. Knowing that would only be a bonus. Regardless of what happened, he intended to follow the main flow. That meant giving up shortcuts and advantages. He remembered that in the second semester of the third year, the story became much darker. Demonic tribes began to act, pursuing the protagonist and forcing the academy to respond. The situation escalated quickly, eventually culminating in a total war between humans and demons. In the end, everything turned into a huge cliché. In his past life, Ma had found that twist in the story completely senseless. He only wanted to live a peaceful school life in that game, but suddenly everything collapsed. That was why he ended up deleting the game. Now, thinking that a war would truly happen in that world, a genuine fear arose. He did not want to die in that war. He still had 3 years to prepare. At that moment, he needed a realistic goal, becoming strong enough to survive. He believed that most stories ended well, so perhaps his fate would not be so bad. His focus would be only on protecting himself and avoiding death when the war began. To do that, he would train as discreetly as possible. If he drew too much attention, he might end up being pushed to the front lines, something he needed to avoid at all costs. In addition, he needed to restrict the use of the blessing of the god of the sword. The power was enormous, but the physical and mental strain was not worth it. While thinking about this, he began to analyze the system screen, observing the details of his abilities. Something caught his attention. There were new contents, different from the original game. Body, mind, and equipment appeared clearly, but there was also something called assimilation, along with 3 icons marked only with question marks. Confused, Guillaume decided to touch the system screen to understand what that meant. The system informed him that the conditions had not yet been met for Guillaume to access those functions. He concluded that it was not important at the moment, because another question had arisen in his mind related to the strange gift he had received. In addition, he urgently needed physical training and a new weapon. The biggest problem was the limit of only 30 seconds for using the Blessing of Pain. To avoid risks, he needed to train with a sword that did not meet the requirements of the blessing of the god of the sword. Fortunately, in the following month, there would be an official monster extermination practice. The reward for participants would be Murasame, a rank B weapon. If he could use it well, that would already be enough for his graduation. He hoped that sword would not work in conjunction with his blessing, because that would give him more control. Thinking it through, he realized that he had far more things to do than he had imagined. That was when someone caught his attention. It was Abel, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. She stated that the place belonged to her and looked sweaty, as if she had just returned from a long walk. Guillaume looked at her on instinct, and she returned his gaze. He stepped back a little, trying to avoid conflict, but she asked him to move even more. He obeyed, while thinking that he should not have stared at her like that. Abel clarified that he did not need to leave completely, only move a little. Guillaume found it strange for someone to claim a public bench, but he decided not to argue. His goal was to cut all possible connections with the heroine of that game. He noticed that Abel was trying to cool off and looked away, feeling slightly embarrassed. He thought that the appearance of all the heroines in the game had been designed to draw attention, and he acknowledged that she was indeed very beautiful. Suddenly, Abel commented that it was the best place to observe the stars. Guillaume felt irritated internally when she realized that she had started a conversation. He wondered if this was really the Abel he knew from the game, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. He also did not understand why someone like her would talk to a poor student like him. Without warning, Abel asked if his main weapon was a sword. Surprised, Guillaume wanted to know how she had come to that conclusion. She explained that she had been taught by her grandfather, because a swordsman always carried a specific look. Then she offered her own sword for him to test. Guillaume refused, saying that he was not interested, and began to wonder if she was all right. That situation did not match the character he knew. Abel then asked if he knew who she was. Guillaume thought that she had found him suspicious, and reflected that practically everyone at that school knew her. He replied that he knew her only superficially. She stated that, in contrast, she did not know him. That left him confused, unable to understand the purpose of that conversation. She commented that it was a bit cliché, since he knew her, but she did not know who he was. Guillaume wondered if he really needed to introduce his name to every person he met. Abel replied that one never knew, because he could even be a Demon King spy infiltrated as a student. After all, what would explain someone being alone at night, sitting on a bench in that place? Thinking about it, Guillaume acknowledged that it made some sense. He then asked why she was there. Abel replied that she was training, something obvious to her. He commented that he was also training, which sparked her curiosity. When she asked what kind of exercise it was, he replied that it was breathing training. At that moment, Guillaume noticed wounds on her hands. Abel became embarrassed and quickly hid them, but he remarked that she was extremely diligent. She agreed, stating that she had to be that way. As a member of the Nibelung family, she carried an enormous burden. People of that lineage needed to be perfect at all times and could not show weakness under any circumstances. She commented that she had not been the best student that year, and that, for the first time, she had lost to someone. That did not make her sad. On the contrary, a small smile appeared on her face. To her, it was even a relief. Even so, she felt great curiosity to know who the person who defeated her was, because she intended to crush that person the next time. Hearing that, Guillaume almost felt like vomiting again. He questioned whether it really had to go that far. Abel replied that it was a matter of pride. She said that she had asked her grandfather who had taken first place, but he had refused to answer. For her, it was impossible to accept living as second place without at least knowing who the first was. Suddenly, Abel realized that she was saying all of that to someone she did not even know. Guillaume then asked why she was sharing that with him. She replied that it was because he looked weak. One should not show mercy to the strong, but rather be kind to the weak. That was the motto of the Nibelung family. She explained that everyone in her class was extremely talented, and because of that, she had no friends. Hearing this, Guillaume finally understood why the protagonist of the game hated her. Abel stretched slowly and decided that it was already time to return to her room. She began to turn turned to leave, but suddenly stopped, clearly irritated. Before leaving, she demanded to know whether he intended to say his name or not. Guillaume replied that he was not really in the mood for that, ending the matter there. The next day, already in the classroom, Guillaume noticed that his school life had become a little calmer over the past few days. Chloe quickly made new friends in the class, integrating into the group with ease. He started pretending that he was always busy, avoiding looking directly at her. When Chloe's new friends discovered that he had entered through special admission, they began to mock him, but it did not bother him in the slightest. Besides that, he was not the only special student in that class. Other students with similar situations also avoided unnecessary interactions. Thinking about it more carefully, Guillaume concluded that being in a lower class had been a much better choice for him. At that exact point in the game's story, the Star and Dragon classes were already forming alliances, or rather factions. Just thinking about it made him feel lazy. At least now, he could eat in peace. The director had granted him an unlimited card for being the top student, a true Academy member card. He had not yet been able to thank her personally, since he had not encountered her since then. Even so, he had grown very fond of her, sincerely believing that he deserved it. He was fulfilling everything that was expected of an exemplary student, and still was not causing major impacts on the Academy's overall situation. If he continued like that for the next 3 years, he would reach the peaceful future he desired. During the next class, the professor explained that 700 years earlier, during the first war between humans and demons, the hero Joachim Baller realized the need to train heroes for future generations. Because of that, he founded an academy together with his 7 disciples. The professor made it clear that this content would be on the exam and that everyone should familiarize themselves with the history. Guillaume knew that narrative reasonably well. Joachim Baller, the legendary hero and founder of the Academy, had fought against the demons for 20 years. He faced the commander of the first demonic army, Likan, the right hand of the Demon King, and emerged victorious from that confrontation. The scene was often depicted as 2 beams of light crossing on the battlefield. However, in that battle, Joachim lost one of his arms, which prevented him from continuing to participate directly in the war. The world plunged into chaos, screams, and blood as victory against the demons remained uncertain. Because of that, humans and demons eventually established a truce during the First War. It was after this agreement that Joachim Baller founded the Joachim Academy, with the goal of preparing future generations. The professor explained that this truce gave rise to the non-aggression treaty between the 2 races, ensuring 700 years of peace. Some students even joked, wondering whether there would be a new war in the current century, but no one seemed truly worried. Guillaume, however, reflected deeply on those 700 years of peace. He was the only one who knew that the first crack in that false tranquility was not far away. It was natural that everyone had grown accustomed to serenity, without imagining what was approaching. In the following scene, Guillaume was talking with Medea. He felt the urge to tell her everything that was about to happen, but he did not know what the consequences of that would be. Even so, she did not hide her desire to leave the school administration as soon as possible. Guillaume remembered that Medea had been the first to sense the abnormality in the world thanks to her blessing, known as the poet. She had also been the first among the 7 heroes to put herself at risk to protect the students. He had not played that game much, but he remembered having seen an important spoiler. Medea had been the first heroine to be sacrificed by the Demon King. He had already witnessed that scene in the past. Now, in the present, he wondered whether he should warn her about the fate that awaited her or not. Back in the classroom, the professor ended the lesson, asking everyone to study for the exam. That was when a commotion arose at the front of the room, with several students gathering together. Guillaume found the movement strange until he noticed the date. It was May 5th. That was the day. Someone was about to enter the class. If his memory did not fail him, that was the day the main character of that world appeared, Leon von Reinhardt. From that moment on, the 700 years of peace would begin to crumble. Guillaume thought that the face of that bastard was truly irritating. After all, every girl ended up falling in love with him. He even reflected that, if that were an adult game, someone would have killed Leon a long time ago. Even so, he tried to maintain positive thoughts. In the end, even the other main female characters of that world had been created to orbit around him. Rachel, the Spear Saint, Saki Ryojo, the daughter of the Bowmaster, and Abel von Nibelung, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, were part of the main group of the game. All of them orbited the protagonist, which was a little irritating, but inevitable. Leon was the protagonist of that story, so everything would start revolving around him from that point onward. Guillaume thought that being in the same academy as that guy was like an involuntary enlistment. That would already be the second time he had gotten involved in something like that. Not even Joachim had managed more than sealing the first commander of Hell, so just how strong the Demon King must be. Even so, the protagonist of the game would not lose. If he did, it would be something completely insane. Suddenly, Leon cast a glance in his direction and opened a slight smile. Guillaume Ma was momentarily taken aback, but soon calmed himself. That was just a game, and the protagonist would handle everything. It was not his problem. Even so, he thought that Leon's face was strangely convincing, almost inspiring, to the point of nearly making him want to fight demons right then and there. At that moment, someone called out to him. Later that night, at the training field, Guillaume Ma practiced with a longer sword. He realized that the idea had worked. A very long blade did not activate his blessing, because it was still weak. At least that way, he could learn the basics of using a Chinese sword. He then remembered that the one who had called him earlier was Chloe. She had asked whether she had done something wrong. Guillaume Ma wanted to say that she had almost taken his head off, but he did not want to bring that kind of tension now. Because of that, he simply said that nothing had happened, and that he just felt a little guilty. That seemed to reassure her. Meanwhile, Guillaume Ma reflected on who that girl really was. Even while unconscious, her sword had almost pierced him. She seemed to carry a frightening killing instinct, with an extremely heavy aura. To him, she was clearly more dangerous than the brutes they had faced at the beginning. Soon after, Chloe asked whether Guillaume Ma would not do anything that night, and suggested that they have dinner together again. She said that she wanted to take care of him, or rather cook for him. She admitted that she was not very good at it, but she wanted to try for his sake. Guillaume Ma thought about the word dinner, and remembered that she had almost killed him the last time. Even so, her look was so cute and insistent that he would feel bad refusing. At the same time, he thought that accepting that invitation might mean waking up inside a freezer the next day. Instead, he asked for a favor. He said that there was something only she could do for him. Chloe became excited by the idea of being the only one capable of it and wanted to know what it was. Guillaume Ma then asked her to teach him fencing. In the present, he thought that he had needed an instructor for a long time. That was also a perfect excuse, since Chloe was extremely powerful. He still remembered a video he had watched the night before about how to survive a yonder, and he decided to test whether it would work. When she showed up for training, she was well dressed and asked if he had already arrived. Guillaume Ma had not even noticed that she was there. She said that she had arrived at 6:30. He found that strange since he thought the meeting was at 8 and ended up staring at the girl. Chloe became shy and asked if there was something strange about her outfit. He replied that there was not, that everything was fine. Even so, Guillaume Ma noticed something he had not been able to see before because of the uniform. Chloe had many muscles beneath her clothes. Still, he thought she looked quite cute that day. He handed her a wooden sword. Chloe was confused and asked whether they would not use a real sword. Guillaume Ma was surprised by the idea and explained that it was just training, with no need for real weapons. She felt awkward and commented in a strange way that he was very nice. Guillaume Ma was already mentally prepared with his lessons on how to deal with a yonder. When Chloe tested the sword, a massive burst of energy spread out, making even the air tremble. He wondered how strong she really was. Compared to that, he felt very weak, but at least his blessing had not been activated. He opened the system window to check again. The length of the sword was still too great for him, and his ability could not handle that type of blade. He analyzed the situation and reflected that blessings worked with experience, increasing in the level over time. However, his seemed to have additional effects. He wondered whether that was normal, but decided that he would have to find out later. Chloe noticed that he was thinking too much and became a little worried. Guillaume Ma apologized, thinking that only he could see the system window. To anyone else, he must have looked like a madman, staring at and touching nothing. Guillaume Ma earnestly asked Chloe to take it easy, explaining that it was his first time truly practicing. She agreed and said that she would go easy on him. After that, he asked if they could finally begin the training. As he took his stance, Guillaume Ma thought that in his past life, everything he had learned came from practical experience. For him, seeing was not enough. It was necessary to feel. To truly master something, it was not enough to give only part of oneself. One had to be willing to sacrifice everything. That mindset explained why he had adapted so well to the academy. It came from training that had begun back in his youth. As Chloe prepared herself, Guillaume Ma noticed that his hands were sweating and that his posture felt strange. Even so, he remembered that the final strike always needed to reach the opponent. In the next instant, Chloe advanced without any ceremony. The attack came far too fast. She almost struck his neck, and Guillaume Ma only managed to dodge with great difficulty. He thought that she had said she would take it easy. When Chloe changed her grip, Guillaume Ma could barely keep his sword raised. His body trembled from the effort. He believed that he had finally adjusted to the correct posture, but at that very moment, Chloe had already jumped and was above him. She was still extremely fast. Even so, he wondered why she had retreated moments earlier. The swords collided. The force of Chloe's strike was so great that it cracked Guillaume Ma's training sword. She continued attacking without pause, strike after strike, each impact heavier than the last. Guillaume Ma felt that he was at his limit. He needed an opening, any chance to counterattack. Before that could happen, his sword split completely in half. At that moment, Chloe seemed to return a little to normal and apologized. She said that she had tried to be as gentle as as possible, but ended up breaking his sword. Ma remained motionless. Chloe found that reaction strange and tried to understand what was happening. Then she realized it and was shocked. The sword had broken, becoming shorter, and that had activated the blessing of the sword god. The system warned that the weapon had been damaged, and that Ma's humanity level was dropping. The blessing of the sword god was forcibly activated. Next, the system informed him that this was happening due to an error, and that the force suppressor had adjusted the target's personality. In this case, Ma. Suddenly, his perception changed completely. He found himself inside a simulation of his past life and wondered why he was back in the kitchen. On the cutting board, there was a fish waiting to be sliced. He began choosing a tool. A cleaver would not work because it was inappropriate and would generate an error. A katana made even less sense. He would not cut a fish with that. Then he found the perfect weapon, a sashimi knife. It felt strange, but he accepted it. He began slicing the fish, letting everything happen as it should. His movements were precise and mechanical, as if he were a puppet being controlled. The system warned that the protagonist's personality had been altered to malignant. Outside, Chloe asked if he was all right. Ma, however, moved stiffly, almost like a zombie. Suddenly, he lunged at her at extremely high speed. Chloe barely managed to block the attack, but the force was so great that she stumbled. Ma sent her flying, making her crash into the wall and spit blood. Chloe realized that he was completely different from before. When he tried to drive the sword into her, she managed to dodge by instinct. Ma was totally out of control. A single attack was enough to leave her almost unable to move. She did not understand what had happened, only that something was very wrong. She tried to end the training and asked him to stop, but she did not realize that Ma was no longer listening. He advanced again, and Chloe felt that she would not be able to dodge that attack. Desperate, she begged him to come to his senses and shouted his name. At that moment, Ma returned to the simulation and questioned what was happening. He realized that the fish he was trying to cut was alive. That fish represented Chloe, who was shouting his name. Confused, he wondered why the fish was screaming Ma. Then he saw his reflection on the blade of the knife. He understood. Now he was Kang Ma. Still not knowing where he was, the simulation shattered. He found himself facing Chloe, injured, begging him to stop. At the last instant, Ma threw the sword away before striking her. Chloe then realized that he had finally regained his senses. Chloe said that it would be better to stop for that day and asked if Ma was all right. He simply thanked her for the training and left without saying anything else. Sometime later, Chloe walked alone, trying to understand what had happened. The sensation she had felt was the same as when Ma killed the two brothers during the entrance ceremony. That showed his real capabilities. He was strangely powerful. Chloe knew that what he had used had not been a technique, but pure instinct. Even unconsciously, he had activated his blessing. She had not even been able to fight on equal footing. He had completely dominated her, using only half of a wooden sword. She had always known that Ma was strong, but she had never imagined it was at that level. At that moment, someone called out to her. They said that she looked happy that day. It was Knox Additor from the Additor family, a second-year student of the Tiger class. Chloe immediately recognized her older brother. Knox asked whether she had entered the academy to get involved with someone ordinary, but Chloe asked him not to talk about Ma that way. Knox then commented that he now knew his name and said that he would keep an eye on this Ma. Chloe turned and stated that if everyone from the Additor family came, no one would be able to kill Ma. Knox kept watching, repeating the name in his thoughts while wondering when she would leave. After that, the narrative turns to Ma's mind. He thought that he needed to clarify some things. The power that had been given to him was far from a blessing. It felt much more like a curse. He could not trust the blessing of the sword god. Because of that, he tried to seek new weapons and other paths, but that power kept pursuing him. In the end, it took control of Ma's body, as if the sword god were mocking his efforts. During that moment, Ma felt no pain. He felt pleasure, a corrupt and intoxicating pleasure. The blessing toyed with him like a puppet bound by invisible strings, whispering sweet words into his mind. Cut, kill, destroy. He ended up abandoning his own body. However, Chloe's desperate screams, calling his name over and over, brought him back. As he recognized who he was once again, the fragmented world reassembled itself. Instinctively, he threw the wooden sword away, which seemed glued to his flesh and bones, believing that it was the best decision. The girl who had almost killed him a short time before, Chloe, was the same one who pulled him out of that fragile state of consciousness. Ma was upset that the sword had broken, but above all, he felt gratitude. He left the room quickly, afraid that the blessing might activate again. Even so, the doubt remained. Would he be able to control that power next time? That gift, which felt more like a curse, had already taken a price from his life. It was something he would have to deal with forever. Ma did not want that. He only wished for a normal life. He believed he could solve problems little by little as they appeared. However, he realized that there was something inside him, something that consumed his reason and his sense of identity. That was not a blessing. It was a curse that wanted to devour him completely, an ability that should never have been granted. 3 days later, the scene shifts to the wolf class. Chloe was talking with some classmates, but she was visibly discouraged. She wondered where Ma was. She could not contact him since she did not have his number or any other means of communication. She regretted not having asked before. She even went to his dormitory and knocked on the door, but only heard groans of pain in response. Afraid that he might hate her if she insisted, she decided to leave. Even so, Chloe began to observe him from afar. Whenever Ma was lost in thought, with his chin resting on his hand, she watched him in silence. She did not even know how many times she had secretly stared at him in a single day. She was very careful when speaking to him, so as not to seem bothersome. At first, she believed she had fallen in love because he had risked his life for her, but maybe that was just an excuse. The truth was that she missed him deeply. The next morning, the day was very cloudy. The professor entered the classroom irritated, telling everyone to be quiet and asking whether they had entered that prestigious school just to cause trouble. Because of the rain, training was canceled, and the class would stay indoors. Even so, the professor showed concern about Ma, who had not appeared in the last few days. Still, he believed that his favorite student must have had a good reason for that. The professor decided to wait patiently, like a good educator, until someone opened the classroom door. He was surprised to see someone entering so late and already began to complain, clearly irritated. However, he stopped his scolding when he realized that it was Ma. The professor immediately noticed his empty gaze. There was no life at all in his eyes. Chloe stood up, worried when she saw him, but Ma simply apologized for being late. The professor replied that it was fine and asked him to just sit in his seat. The other students began to whisper, wondering if Ma had always had that strange aura. For a special admission student, he seemed far too frightening. The atmosphere in the classroom became heavy and uncomfortable. During the break, the students went out to eat, and Chloe went to talk to Ma. She asked if he was all right and what had happened. Ma replied that it was nothing serious. Chloe insisted, saying that he had missed several days and that she had been worried, asking if it had been because of the duel between them. Ma explained that he had only gotten a little sick and thanked her for her concern. Chloe looked visibly embarrassed and said that if that was all, she was very relieved. Inside, Ma knew that she did not fully believe that explanation, and that was fair. Over the last 3 days, he had gone through something similar to extreme withdrawal symptoms, becoming mentally exhausted. He could barely get out of bed to eat. He spent his days lying down, praying for the convulsions to stop. The pain was far worse than anything he had ever felt before, worse even than the price of using a broken weapon. When he looked at himself in the mirror, his appearance seemed the same at first glance, but his face was more sunken and some strands of hair had turned white. That had been the punishment of a god. Ma realized that Chloe seemed to feel guilty about it. Considering everything that had happened, that made sense, but he decided to leave the matter behind. Then Ma suggested remembering the dinner that Chloe had mentioned before, asking if the invitation was still valid. Chloe became extremely embarrassed and asked if he really wanted to have dinner with her. Ma confirmed, saying that he wanted to try her cooking. Chloe became excited, started jumping with joy, and said that she would do her best. She asked what he would like to eat. Ma replied that he wanted fish again, remembering that the last time he had ended up vomiting everything, and that, besides that, fish was very expensive in that place. Before the conversation could continue, he felt something strange approaching. Both he and Chloe looked in the same direction. It was Knox, her brother, exuding an intense murderous aura. Ma noticed that Chloe was visibly shaken. He asked if she knew who he was. Ma took a step forward and said that if Knox wanted to say something, he could speak directly instead of just staring. Knox's gaze was lethal. Ma wondered what was wrong with those eyes. Chloe quickly placed herself between the two of them and asked Ma not to talk to him. She questioned why her brother had appeared there. Ma realized that her attitude had completely changed in her brother's presence. Her voice trembled slightly as if she were afraid. Knox asked whether Chloe had really broken a family rule because of that boy, saying that Ma did not seem like anything special. Chloe replied that family or not, there was nothing left to discuss with them. Knox shot back that there was no way for her to wash the blood from her own hands, stating that an additor would always be an additor. Ma was confused, trying to understand what kind of drama that was. The scene felt like something out of an old tragic story, as if Chloe were a rebellious figure from a period romance. Knox then ordered Chloe to stop this and return to the family. She shouted loudly, telling him not to speak that way about Ma. Ma thought she had shouted a little too much, but suddenly something clicked in his mind. The name Additor. He remembered it immediately. It was a family specialized in infiltration and assassination, a group that operated in the shadows and appeared more toward the middle of the game. There were not many of them, but all were trained from childhood exclusively to kill. Every member of the Additor family was absurdly strong. Realizing this, Ma felt a chill run through him. If Chloe really was an additor, then the situation was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Ma wondered what kind of situation he had gotten himself into. Knox's expression made perfect sense for an assassin. It was a look without hesitation, like someone who would not think twice before killing. Guillaume knew that the additor did not kill on impulse. They killed to maintain order, and that had to be justified. It was not simply about eliminating people whenever they felt like it. While trying to analyze the situation, Guillaume noticed that Chloe was acting strangely. She was biting her own lips, as if she were fighting something inside herself. He thought that maybe she also wanted a normal life. But just like his blessing, she seemed to carry a curse that bound her to a path she had not chosen. A life without emotions, shaped from an early age to turn someone into an assassin. Guillaume thought that was terrible luck. He was not a hero, and he did not even know if he had the right to try to save someone like that. Even so, he wondered what he was doing there, standing still and watching. In the end, he decided to take the first step. He knew he was the kind of person who could not ignore it when he saw someone being crushed by something greater. In his mind, someone who cannot save a single life cannot save the world either. He stepped forward and decided to speak directly to Knox, trying to convey to Chloe that she did not need to worry. Inside, he wondered whether he would be able to save even one single girl. At the same time, he remembered that his own blessing was a curse, but that he also could not pretend it did not exist. He had tried to escape that power and failed. Stories always said that there was no paradise for those who ran from their own problems. He felt that this was true, so instead of running, he decided to walk straight toward the problem. He remembered his own name, Guillaume, which meant demon sword. With that heavy decision in mind, he told Knox to follow him. He let a dangerous provocation slip out, as if he were saying that he would cut Knox down completely. At the same time, he found it ironic that someone with a name like that was, deep down, the kind of person who ended up using a knife. Meanwhile, in the teacher's room, Guillaume's instructor was restless. He kept thinking about what had happened to the student, because Guillaume's expression had changed completely. Another female teacher approached and asked what was going on. The instructor, clearly irritated, told her not to comment on his baldness, because he was already thinking so much that it felt like he was going to go bald for good. The teacher, on the other hand, drifted into a rant about how he had already been bald before, and then got that specific haircut, and ended up looking presentable. But the conversation was interrupted when the instructor received an urgent call. They informed him that something was happening inside a subspace. The instructor was confused, trying to understand who would have requested a subspace out of nowhere. When they said that the one who had made the request was Guillaume, and that the opponent was Knox additor, the instructor was stunned. Before the combat began in the subspace arena, Guillaume spent about 15 minutes reflecting. He even thought that everything would be extremely complex, but in the end, he realized that it all happened far too quickly. The instructor had explained that if he truly needed to do this, all he had to do was act carefully during the process. Guillaume believed he would be fine, since this was not reality, but a subspace. Even so, he knew he could suffer mental damage. Still, that did not matter to him, as long as he emerged victorious. While waiting, Guillaume could hear the crowd eagerly anticipating the fight. He had not imagined that the battle would draw so much attention. The situation was ironic, because he had never wanted to stand out. Yet now he was right at the center of everyone's attention. Everything he had done up to that point began to feel meaningless. Nearby, Chloe was crying and begging him not to do it. Guillaume tried to calm her down, saying that everything would be fine, even though he could tell that she was blaming herself for the situation. He remembered that Chloe had lent him the knife and reinforced in his mind that everything would work out. Then she mentioned that Knox was extremely powerful. Guillaume acknowledged that, but he also believed in his own strength. Chloe insisted, explaining that Knox was an absolute genius with unprecedented talent in the history of the Editor family. When it came to the dark arts, no one could compare to him. At 14 years old, Knox had already been recognized as a master. Guillaume found that grand title strange, but decided it did not matter. In the end, this had been his choice. Just as his master had said, he was destined to wield a blade for his entire life, even though he had never imagined that in his reincarnation, he would be fighting with a simple sashimi knife. Shortly afterward, the announcement of the match echoed, calling the cadets to the arena. Guillaume understood that the time had come. Chloe showed nervousness and shyness, but he called out to her and said that the world was full of geniuses, and that was precisely why he would win. As he approached the arena, Guillaume was blinded by the intense glow of the subspace. As soon as he arrived, the shouts of the crowd filled the area. Many people said they believed in Guillaume, claiming that he was not a coward. The anticipation for the duel was obvious. Despite that, Guillaume felt extremely nervous, like a gladiator about to be thrown against a lion. Looking at the stands, he realized that even the elite of the academy was present. The entire high-level class was watching the fight. Among them was Abel, closely observing the protagonist with both curiosity and suspicion. Guillaume wondered if those people truly had nothing better to do, because the situation was already embarrassing enough. At that moment, Knox taunted him, calling him a peasant and questioning whether he really intended to fight like that. The difference between courage and ignorance seemed non-existent, since Guillaume had appeared armed with nothing more than a kitchen knife. Knox's murderous presence was suffocating, making it clear that he was not someone to be underestimated. Even so, Guillaume stated that a true master did not depend on equipment. That infuriated Knox, who made it clear that he would settle everything quickly, starting by silencing his opponent. Looking more closely, Guillaume realized that Knox relied heavily on his own equipment. He carried only 2 katanas, along with one of the greatest blessings in existence, the Blessing of the Raven. Guillaume noticed that Knox was suppressing his murderous intent, something extremely difficult to do, in addition to using rank S equipment. Even so, he believed he was prepared. His sashimi knife had a completely unknown rank. When the subspace barrier began to form, the combat was officially initiated. A summoning echoed, asking that the hero be blessed. At that moment, Guillaume activated his pain resistance and the blessing of the sword god, advancing with a gaze filled with murderous intent. The audience immediately realized that something was strange about that fight. This was not a battle in which Knox was holding back. Both moved at extreme speed, exchanging blows without pause. Many were impressed by the agility of the two. Abel, in particular, was surprised to see Guillaume, who had always been considered weak, fighting in that manner. Even while using his dark power, Knox could not break through the defense formed by the sashimi knife. In response, he began to shape a dark aura around his own body. Even so, cuts started to appear on the arena floor. Knox decided to test Guillaume's limits and activated the ability of the 3-legged crow, splitting himself into 3 clones made of darkness. The simultaneous attack struck Guillaume's position, and Knox believed the fight had ended there. However, Guillaume moved with such speed that he emerged completely unharmed, without even a scratch. Knox was unable to understand what had happened. The audience erupted in shock, as something of that level was rarely seen. Many commented in awe at the intensity of the battle. Abel, on the other hand, realized that only those with truly sharp eyes could see what was really happening. Up to that point, all the attacks had come from Knox. Guillaume had only blocked and evaded. Because of that, Abel began to wonder whether he truly intended to fight seriously or if he was still just waiting for the right moment. At that moment, Knox trembled with rage. He clearly remembered Chloe's warning when she had said that Guillaume was not normal. Even so, he had used the Blessing of the Crow believing he would annihilate his opponent in one move, yet Guillaume had dodged with extreme ease, as if it were nothing. Knox began to analyze the situation more carefully and concluded that Guillaume was overly focused on speed. Faced with that ability, he decided that he would need to act with far greater caution from that point on. Knox's intention was clear. He would try to kill Guillaume with a single blow, powerful enough to tear off his head. Even so, he could not ignore the fact that his opponent was armed with nothing more than a kitchen knife. That was when Guillaume dropped the knife he had received from Chloe. Knox interpreted that as surrender and asked if he had finally given up. Immediately afterward, Guillaume drew his more familiar knife, still stained with blood. He took a combat stance and began to stare at Knox with intensity, as if looking directly into the depths of his soul. That confused Knox, who wondered if he was being provoked. Even so, he prepared another attack with his 2 katanas, determined to split Guillaume in half with a single strike. Before he could complete the attack, Guillaume simply vanished due to his speed. When Knox finally managed to locate his presence, it was already too late. In the next instant, Guillaume reflected that all he wanted was a comfortable life, but that he had lost part of that purpose along the way. Even so, he was not someone who regretted his own choices. He decided that he would make only one clean cut, nothing more. 1 second later, Knox no longer had his right arm. He could not understand what had happened because he had not even seen the attack. Guillaume had already passed by him, moving like a shadow. The entire audience was completely shocked, including even the most powerful fighters present. At that moment, Guillaume decided that he would use everything he had at his disposal: blessings, curses, and anything else within his reach. For him, that was the moment to finally say goodbye to any peaceful future. In the next second, Guillaume began to tear Knox's body apart with successive cuts, leaving the head for last. Soon after, the subspace barrier collapsed, signaling the end of the fight. Guillaume remained standing while Knox was kneeling. In silence, Guillaume sheathed his knife once more. The girls who witnessed the scene were terrified by what they had seen. Guillaume could barely react to the situation. The official announcement confirmed that the duel had come to an end. He thought that he should have expected that kind of reaction, because now there was no turning back. In his mind, he reflected on the fact that he had done all of that using a simple fish-cutting knife. Even so, he had cut someone and felt the strange sensation that it caused. The only consolation was knowing that all those people people were inside a subspace. He had not truly injured someone, only a simulation. Even so, Ma could not help thinking about Knox, who had shown desperation at the end. He acknowledged that Knox was truly powerful, exactly as Chloe had said. His experience and battle instinct were impressive, and anyone could feel that through his killing intent. In the end, all that intimidating aura had worked to Ma's advantage. The fight ended in just 26 seconds. The winner was Kang Ma. Right after the announcement, the arena was filled with shouts and questions. Everyone was in shock, trying to understand what had just happened. Ma thought that this was a serious problem, because he had now become extremely popular. There was nothing else that could be done. This was the path he had chosen, and he decided that he would endure everything with resilience and courage. After that, the academy was flooded with rumors and gossip. Many commented that Knox belonged to the additor family, known for producing natural-born assassins, and they could not understand how he had lost to a mere freshman. Meanwhile, Abel was also reflecting on the events. No matter where she went, everyone was talking about Ma. What had happened the previous day had been shocking. When Knox's arm was severed, she could hardly believe what she had seen. At that moment, Abel had witnessed incomparable swordsmanship performed using nothing more than kitchen knives. The idea of someone winning a fight of that level with such a simple blade seemed absurd. Then she remembered an important detail. There had been a time when she sat beside Ma and wondered who the first-ranked student who remained anonymous had been. At the time, she had concluded that Ma seemed far too weak to be that person. Now, at last, she understood the truth. Ma was the #1 student. That realization left her frustrated. Abel acknowledged that he was truly stronger than she was. Irritated, she stood up, finding the situation unacceptable. Her friend also stood up and asked what was going on. Abel apologized to Rachel, saying that she had woken her up by accident. Rachel replied that it was no problem at all and asked if everything was fine. Abel said she was just a little anxious, explaining that she had not trained much in the past few days. Rachel studied Abel's face and realized that she was trying to hide something. She insisted that Abel tell her the truth, suggesting simple possibilities like hunger, forgetfulness, or needing to go to the bathroom. Abel denied each one, trying to end the conversation quickly. Rachel then changed her tone and concluded that the reason could only be someone, the boy Abel had been thinking about. The reaction was immediate. Abel trembled, turned red, and lost her composure for a moment, giving away the answer without saying a word. Rachel was amused by that and began to tease her, saying it was impossible for Abel to get that boy out of her head. She tried to guess who it was, first mentioning Leon, the blonde and very handsome boy. Abel's response was negative, and from her expression it was clear that she truly had no interest in him. Then Rachel mentioned Ma, the special student everyone in the academy was talking about. When Abel trembled again, Rachel was certain. She celebrated as if she had won a simple game and decided to act immediately. Without giving Abel time to back out, Rachel pulled her out of the room, saying they were going straight to his class. Abel tried to ask where they were going, but Rachel casually replied that they were heading to Ma's class. When they arrived at Tiger class, the presence of the two caused an immediate impact. The students were stunned to see two top-ranked girls entering as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Many stared, both enchanted and intimidated, as if only a red carpet was missing to complete the scene. Rachel crossed the room without any embarrassment, and to draw attention right away, climbed on top of a desk. She asked loudly where the black-haired boy was, scanning the classroom with her eyes. A student complained, not understanding why she was standing on a desk, and Rachel replied provocatively, asking if she was not pretty enough to do that. Abel was dying of embarrassment, wishing she could disappear. Soon after, Rachel said she had found who she was looking for. The problem was that Ma was next to a girl, and the scene looked far too intimate to an outside observer. The girl was Chloe, who was close to Ma, clearly comfortable with him. Rachel did not care. To her, that only made everything more fun. She walked toward them with confidence, while Chloe, who had been calm, immediately changed her expression, becoming visibly uncomfortable when Rachel approached. Rachel sat down without asking permission and pretended to be surprised, as if she had woken someone up. She kept a provocative, almost seductive tone, and asked if his name was Kang Ma. She said she had seen him before, since she had been in the audience during the fight the day before, and commented that he was more handsome up close. Ma's reaction was immediate internally. His instincts screamed at him to leave because that girl meant trouble. At the same time, Chloe also became alert, not understanding who that stranger was, and grabbed Rachel's hand to pull it away from Ma. The tension rose quickly. Chloe stared at Rachel with a hostility that felt far too real, as if she were ready to kill her on the spot. Chloe's hand went straight to a stiletto, and that made Ma realize that something was about about to spiral out of control. He wondered if this was what his instincts had been trying to warn him about, because Chloe was clearly not well. A knife fight inside that classroom would have been disastrous, but Guillaume recognized that combination of situations, because he had already seen something similar in the game. Before Rachel could push the provocation any further, Abel appeared and interrupted her, demanding to know what she was doing there, since that was not her class. Rachel replied calmly, saying that she had only stopped by to say hello. Then she did something even more irritating, placing her hand on Chloe's head as if she were a child and telling her not to interrupt while the adults were talking. She also commented that it was not safe to play with sharp objects, making it clear that she had noticed the stiletto. The moment Rachel turned her attention back to Guillaume, Chloe tried to attack. The stiletto sliced through the air, and for a moment it seemed as if blood had been drawn, but it was only a strawberry juice box that had burst, creating the illusion of an injury. Even so, the aggression happened, and Rachel reacted with absurd ease. She grabbed Chloe's arm effortlessly and humiliated her with a cold remark, saying that she was slow, and that in the end, a child was still just a child. Abel ordered Rachel to let go of Chloe, but when Rachel released her, she did it in an even worse way. She threw Chloe across the room. Chloe managed to stay on her feet using her abilities, but the impact of the scene was enough to turn the classroom into chaos. Several students became overly excited, watching it as if it were a spectacle, while Guillaume was caught between shock and irritation, trying to understand how he had become the center of a conflict of that scale. It became clear to everyone that Rachel was not an ordinary student. She was part of the Spear Saint clan, a group known for despising tricks and complex techniques, prioritizing overwhelming strength above any refined skill. This was Rachel de Moira, someone whose mere presence already put pressure on the environment. After taking control of the situation, Rachel went back to provoking and asked Guillaume whether Chloe was his girlfriend. Guillaume answered directly, almost coldly, and quickly realized that he had sounded rude. Even so, he corrected himself and stated that Chloe was just his friend. Even as he tried to remain calm, he wondered how he had ended up in that absurd situation, because now it was not just Rachel there. Even Abel was nearby, and he had not even noticed her presence before. Trying to regain some control, Guillaume asked why the two of them had come after him. Rachel replied with casual malice, saying that Abel seemed interested in him and that she had only wanted to see up close the handsome boy who was becoming the talk of the academy. Abel, caught off guard, became nervous and immediately denied it, saying that she had never said such a thing. Abel tried to justify herself, saying that the one who had dragged everything there was Rachel. Rachel, however, shot back provocatively, reminding her that Abel had continued following on her own. That made Abel even more nervous, especially when she noticed the murmurs of the class growing around them. To contain the situation, she stated that all of it was a big misunderstanding and that she did not want to be there. Guillaume heard that and thought that if it were true, there was no reason for her to stay in the room. He did not keep that thought to himself. He said directly that if she had nothing to do there, then she should leave. His words hit hard. Both Abel and Rachel were shocked by the coldness and lack of courtesy. Rachel reacted with a smile, saying that he was an interesting guy and that she liked people like that. Guillaume replied with irony, as if it were a relief to hear that, making it clear that he was far from considering himself interesting. Rachel insisted, joking about the idea of him going to watch something in her dormitory. The provocation crossed the line for Chloe, who reacted immediately and shouted, protecting Guillaume as if it were only natural. Rachel was even more amused when she noticed the possessive behavior, repeating the expression as if savoring every word. Abel lost her patience and called Rachel by name, trying to interrupt before it turned into an even greater public humiliation. Rachel pretended to accept it, saying that it was fine and that she would step away. Before leaving, Guillaume gave her a dry warning not to come back. Rachel replied that he was very cold and said goodbye with an exaggerated wave, as if it were all just a joke between acquaintances. Inside, Guillaume only wanted that scene to end as soon as possible. As soon as they moved away, he returned to what he had really wanted to do from the start. He leaned his head back against the chair and tried to sleep. Before leaving, Abel still turned her face and looked at him for a moment, as if she were trying to understand who he truly was. After that, she left together with Rachel, and the room became strangely silent, as if everyone had just witnessed something they did not know how to comment on. Later, already in their own classroom, Rachel reflected on what she had seen. To her, one thing was someone having a cold attitude. Another was that empty look in Guillaume's eyes, a look that seemed to carry the feeling that something inside him had already died. Even so, or perhaps because of that, he had exceeded her expectations. She had gone only to provoke him, but ended up noticing something she considered important. Guillaume was not just a talented student. He seemed to stand above any ordinary standard of that academy. Rachel remembered the rules of her own clan, which only allowed relationships and engagements with someone worthy, a powerful warrior. In her view, Ma could become a valuable asset, someone rare enough to justify genuine interest. She even thought it was natural for someone like that to attract the attention of extremely important figures. After that, Rachel stepped forward and apologized to Abel, but Abel replied that she should apologize to the students of the Tiger class, because what she had done there was invasive and humiliating. Rachel ignored that part and made it clear that the apology was not for the disruption. It was about Ma. She said she had no intention of sharing him with anyone, as if she were talking about a possession rather than a person. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Knox was consumed by rage. All he could think about was killing Ma. In his mind, that body had never known defeat. It was the body of a genius from the additor family. Because of that, the humiliation burned him from the inside. He even considered the idea of assassinating him while he slept, but Ma's gaze kept returning to his mind and only made him angrier. He shoved aside anyone who appeared in his way, unable to control his own hatred. Knox decided that he would mobilize the entire additor clan to cut off that bastard's head. And after settling that, he also wanted to reclaim Chloe. In his view, Chloe had potential as good as his, perhaps even greater, and staying close to Ma meant wasting that potential. He convinced himself that with the power of his house, he would crush Ma and put everything back in its proper place. When he opened the door to the room, however, he was completely shocked. Ma was inside, calm, eating an apple, as if the place belonged to him. The presence was so absurd that it felt like a calculated provocation. After that, back in class, Chloe was visibly worn down. Ma noticed and concluded that she must be irritated by what had happened earlier. Inside, Chloe was in a dangerous state, as if she had decided she would kill anyone who got too close to Ma. Even so, when he called out to her and asked if she was all right, her expression changed immediately. She became gentle, almost cute, and asked if he needed anything. Ma then asked about Knox. Chloe hesitated before answering, but said that he was in the medical wing. This confused Ma because no one really got injured in the subspace. Chloe explained that she had not even gone to visit him, but that apparently he had checked himself into the infirmary. She tried to downplay it, asking Ma not to worry about it. Ma understood the implication. He had shattered Knox inside the subspace, and even though it was a simulation, the mental shock could have been real. Still, he did not believe it was simple trauma. To him, Knox was plotting something. With a light gesture, Ma placed his hand on Chloe's head, using a calm tone to ask which room Knox was in. The memory returned to the present. Knox was standing in front of him, demanding to know what he was doing there. Ma, unhurried, asked if he could eat the apple. In practice, he was already eating it, and that only worsened Knox's anger. Ma commented on the luxury of the place, observing that the Additore family seemed to have more than enough money to provide a room of that size for just a single student. Knox demanded to know how he had entered, but curiosity mixed with fear, because Ma's presence was far too calm for someone who should have been wary. When Ma extended his hand to pick up a small blade that was lying on top, Knox went on alert, thinking he would be finished there. However, Ma used the knife only to peel the apple, with absurd skill, creating a long, clean peel without flaws. He placed the perfectly peeled apple on the table and casually suggested that Knox eat some fruit, as if it were friendly advice. The audacity of the scene ignited Knox. He thought about drawing his hidden blade and killing Ma right there. Before he could do it, Ma spoke calmly, as if he already knew exactly what Knox was thinking. He warned that if Knox was planning revenge, then he would devour the entire Additore family. The threat was so direct, so cold, and so devoid of emotion that Knox was stunned. Fear came together with anger, and he stepped back on instinct, slamming the door shut as if that could drive Ma's presence out of his mind. At that same instant, the perfectly peeled apple is cut into several extremely symmetrical pieces. Then, as he walks out of the infirmary, Ma begins to reflect on what happened. Knox is now nothing more than a small candle about to be extinguished at any moment because his will was completely destroyed in the face of Ma. He concludes that his intimidation truly worked, but he knows that the Additores are an absurdly dangerous clan of assassins in that world. Even so, he would never be able to deal with the entire group using only 30 seconds of his own blessing. Everything he can do is limited to that short interval of time, even though that represents only the worst possible scenario. Still, if it became necessary, he would have to eliminate as many enemies as he could within that limit. As he raises his eyes to the moon, Ma feels as if he is at the center of a tornado, as if the world itself is pushing him into that role. He accepts that he might be just as insane as everything around him, and since Knox will no longer be an obstacle in his path, a new problem emerges. It is precisely the person he would most like to avoid at that moment. Rachel, the girl who, in the game, approaches the protagonist first and ends up being attacked by Abel. Even so, Ma believes he still has some time to think, because above all, he needs to pass the upcoming test. To him, a reward is still a reward, and he needs that specific weapon, Murasame, the sword that would allow him to fight for more than 30 seconds. When he checks the exam date, he realizes that the test is close and will consist of subduing a demonic monster in a group of 5 people, regardless of each participant's class. The school's proposal is to emphasize teamwork. Although individual strength is important, loyalty to one's companions matters even more in this test. Even though it is a somewhat random system, forming a group does not seem so bad. He could even be carried by the other members if necessary. As for the creature they will face, it is a merman, a rank D demonic beast. In the game, it looked extremely disgusting, but seeing it up close, Ma realizes that he has worked with fish his entire life and that they are not that unpleasant to look at. He thinks the situation would be completely different if they were sirens, since they are far more powerful. In addition, sirens are not even considered monsters, but rather demonic humans. Compared to those beings, ordinary monsters are nothing more than simple puppies. Fortunately, the students will not need to face any sirens, which means that, for now, they will not have to deal with demonic humans. Ma notices that it has already been a month since he arrived there, and that the night feels strangely peaceful. He remembers that 700 years have passed since humans and demons swore an oath of peace. Just as human history was never free of wars, this world also went through countless conflicts, large and small. One example was Vasmon, who half a century ago was the commander of the 6th Legion and claimed that he would revive the commander of the 1st Legion. By crossing the armistice line, he attempted to bring back Surly Khan. At that time, the ones who fought against him were Sieg and Medea. After an entire week of extremely bloody battles, humanity emerged victorious, and the 7 greatest heroes of the nation appeared. However, the sacrifices were enormous. Even so, none of the factions wanted to escalate the conflict any further, neither humans nor demons. While playing the game, the protagonist even questioned how someone could be called the strongest of humanity after defeating only the commander of the 6th Legion. Still, since then, peace has been maintained. Ma begins to wonder whether that can truly be called peace. The more he thinks about the commander of the 1st Legion, who is sealed rather than dead, the more anxious he becomes. He knows that in 3 years, the Second Human-Demonic War will begin, and that the Demon King himself will be involved. Even so, he concludes that thinking about it now will change nothing. He needs to focus on the mid-year exams, because worrying about such a distant future will not help him at all, even though it is extremely irritating to ignore it. He realizes that he needs to find a team for the test, but he does not have many friends. Still, he acknowledges that at the moment he is one of the most famous students at the academy, which can be used as an advantage to form a group. He also understands that living completely out of the spotlight for 3 years is impossible. Because of that, he decides that the best path is to put together a strong group for the mid-year exam. He knows that he cannot lead a completely peaceful life, but he can still seek a comfortable existence, even if it involves some conflicts. With that, Ma changes his goal. However, the next day, already in the classroom, he realizes that despite being surrounded by people, no one invited him to form a group. He understands that this is a problem and begins to wonder if the reason was what he did to Knox. Maybe he went too far in the fight and ended up frightening everyone around him. Thinking about it, he also concludes that Chloe is similar to him, someone who is probably also seen as a kind of intruder in that place. Ma approaches Chloe and asks if she is still without a group. She confirms that she is and says she is still alone. He asks if she is alright, remembering that she usually deals with this since she has friends. Chloe replies that she is fine. Then Ma invites her to form a group with him, explaining that they would still need to find 3 more people. Chloe immediately accepts, saying that it sounds great, and Ma realizes that she was genuinely happy with the proposal. He reflects that considering he can only truly fight for 30 seconds, having Chloe by his side is equivalent to having an entire army. However, the mood changes when someone arrives making noise and interrupting everything. It is Rachel, who clearly came with the intention of forming a group with him. Ma feels irritated inside when he sees her there again. He questions why she is there, but Rachel acts as if she has already explained everything. At that moment, Chloe discreetly begins to pull out the utility knife, ready to react, but Ma asks her to step back. He is not in a good mood that day. Rachel jokes, saying that he is being mean and calls him by a nickname that bothers him. Ma asks her to stop, but Rachel pretends not to hear, jokes around, and even throws herself onto the desk, saying that she fell. Soon after, Rachel asks if he already has a group. Ma realizes that she is really not paying attention, but answers that he still does not have a complete group. Rachel says that he is lucky and suggests that they team up, getting too close and touching his chin. Ma pushes her hand away and questions why him specifically, since there are so many people who would accept joining her group. Rachel replies that no one has admit that school is fun, but that he is. Even so, Jeoma makes it clear that he is already on a team with Chloe. Rachel reacts calmly and says that there are still 2 spots available. Jeoma realizes that she has not fully understood the situation and glances at Chloe, who confirms it with a nod. Faced with that, he accepts the proposal and says that then he will be under Rachel's command. She replies that he will not be able to back out after that. When Jeoma asks who the other members are, Rachel asks if he knows Leon. At that same instant, Jeoma becomes extremely tense. Leon is the protagonist of the game. He wonders what kind of sin he committed in his past life to end up involved with this kind of people. All he did was spend 30 years using a knife to cut fish, and now he is surrounded by the main heroines and central figures of the story. Even so, he accepts the situation, recognizing that Leon is the true protagonist of that world, and that he has no idea how this will affect the future. One way or another, he feels that he will end up getting involved, and now he can no longer change groups. Rachel put him in a situation with no way out. For a moment, Jeoma feels like cutting someone in half out of sheer frustration, but he is interrupted when Chloe approaches with a sharp look. She asks what happened, noting that since the blonde girl left the room, he does not seem well. Jeoma replies that he is just thinking too much and that there is nothing to worry about. He explains that Rachel wanted to take the test with them since they are cadets, and Chloe states with conviction that there is no one in that class stronger than him. Jeoma thanks her for the compliment. He then reflects that he was the one who asked Chloe to form a team, and therefore she needs to be aware of every decision made. Thinking it over, he concludes that maybe all of this is not a bad thing, and that he does not need to be so pessimistic. He asks Chloe when and where they will meet again to complete the group. She replies that Rachel scheduled the meeting in the main building at a cafe. Jeoma notices that it is almost time and suggests that they go immediately, and the 2 of them head out together. In the main building, which is quite elegant, Chloe is drinking an avocado smoothie. Jeoma looks at the cup and wonders how that frozen green soup can cost 50,000 won. He almost chokes when he notices the price and comments, trying to hide it, that the cafe is really very good. Inside, he scolds himself, remembering that he is an adult and needs to control himself. He notices that the only drink that cost 10,000 won or less was the espresso he is drinking, but the taste is awful. Since the academy card does not work there, he decides that he does not intend to come back often. At that moment, Jeoma receives a notification on his phone. It is a message from Rachel, and he replies saying that he is already at the meeting point. Shortly after, Rachel appears accompanied by Leon and apologizes for the delay, asking if they waited long. Jeoma looks at Leon for a few seconds and notices the presence of another member of the group, a boy with orange hair tied in a Japanese bun. He wonders if that guy is a delinquent. Then Leon steps forward, extends his hand, and introduces himself politely. Jeoma does the same. Leon comments that he was impressed by what Jeoma did a few days earlier, making it clear that he has already heard about his recent actions. Leon shows that he feels more confident knowing that Jeoma is part of the group. Jeoma in turn observes that Leon is extremely elegant and mentally confirms that he truly fits the role of a protagonist. After that, everyone sits down to have smoothies, while Jeoma sticks with his cheap coffee costing less than 10,000 won, which he considers undrinkable. Leon introduces himself first as Leon von Reinhardt, a student of the star class and the leader of the group. He comments that he ended up taking that position naturally and says he is looking forward to working with everyone. Jeoma is impressed by his demeanor, finding the behavior almost too perfect. Next, Rachel says that she does not need to introduce herself since everyone knows her, and passes her turn. The next to speak is Speed Weapon, who introduces himself as a student of the star class and says that he really likes heroes. Jeoma finds that explanation far too simple and realizes that the boy completely breaks the delinquent stereotype he had created in his head. After that, Chloe introduces herself as an additor from the Wolf class and explains that she is there thanks to Jeoma. Rachel reacts with irony when she hears this, but Chloe keeps herself under control, clarifies that she was invited by him, and says that it is a pleasure to meet everyone. Rachel is surprised to realize that Chloe managed to keep her patience this time. When it is his turn, Jeoma introduces himself simply, saying only that he is from the same class as Chloe. He feels a bit awkward, remembering that he is an adult among young students. Then Leon pulls out a notebook and announces the start of the meeting. A holographic map is projected from the device. Leon explains that during lunch that day, his class instructor handed files to the group leaders. The map displayed shows the location where the exam will take place. Scopuli Island. He explains that everyone will be teleported to a subspace connected to the island through a gate, but that the island itself is real. This means that students can be truly injured when facing demonic creatures. Leon zooms in on the image and points to the area assigned to the group, located on the northeastern coast of the island. He explains that 3 groups, including theirs, will hunt mermen in that region. Since the number of these creatures is limited, the objective of the exam is to eliminate as many as possible. After the explanation, Leon asks if anyone has any questions. Speedweapon asks whether there are no sirens in the waters around the island, and whether that does not represent a risk. Leon replies that there is no reason to worry, because the Academy will take care of that issue. Chloe then asks whether groups positioned on the same coast could ambush each other. At that moment, both Guillaume and Rachel look at her with some tension. Leon answers that the focus of the exam is the eradication of demonic creatures, and that conflicts between groups would likely lead to disqualification. Guillaume thinks that Leon clearly does not understand that he is dealing with an assassin. Leon ends the meeting, saying that that is all for today and that everyone should prepare well, because the next day there will be another meeting to define positions. Rachel suggests that everyone go eat together, and the group begins to disperse. Guillaume realizes that because he stayed seated, only he and Leon are left, which makes him somewhat uncomfortable. He decides to leave, but as he stands up, Leon calls out to him. Leon asks where Guillaume originally came from. The two stare at each other for a few seconds, and Guillaume asks what exactly he means by that. He feels that he has heard that question before, but realizes that coming from Leon, it sounds different. Guillaume cannot understand what Leon is thinking. He considers the possibility that the question is literal about his place of birth, but discards it, because if that were the case, it would have been asked in front of everyone. Leon apologizes for the sudden and strange question, but comments that Guillaume might be similar to him. This leaves Guillaume even more confused. He reflects that since it is a Korean game, the base language is Korean, but that does not mean other cultures do not exist in that world. From his very name, it is possible to deduce that Guillaume is Korean. Even so, Leon asks him to pretend he did not hear anything, and says that he is leaving. Before Leon can walk away, Guillaume instinctively grabs him by the shoulder and returns the question, asking where he came from. Leon answers directly that he came from Germany and then leaves. Guillaume remains standing there, confused, wondering what went through that man's mind. He begins to question whether he's being paranoid, but he cannot ignore the strange feeling. The moment he heard the question about where he came from, it was as if Leon knew that he was someone from another world, an intruder who should not be there. Even so, he tries to convince himself that it is nothing more than paranoia. Guillaume thinks that because Leon is the protagonist of the game, he might be able to sense that kind of thing. With the knife right in front of him, he remembers that while the blessing of the sword god is active, his senses become strangely amplified. Determined to test this, he activates the blessing at that moment. Suddenly, a sentence appears directly in his mind, stating that Leon's existence belongs to that world. Guillaume focuses again, keeps the blessing active, and hears the same voice once more. He realizes that it gives him an intense migraine, a pain that seems to go beyond even the limits of the blessing itself. Even so, he has no doubts that the Leon he met that day is exactly the same Leon from the game, because no one could replicate that presence with such perfection. He wonders whether Leon really wanted to know which country he came from. Still, he remembers that Leon said the two of them were similar. For a moment, Guillaume thinks about looking for answers in a kind of wiki of that world, but quickly concludes that there would be no relevant information about Leon there. He sighs and accepts that he will now have to get involved with him. If anything strange happens, he knows that he can seek help from Medea, who seemed eager to meet the protagonist again. Even so, Guillaume decides to think calmly, finding it curious that he can remain so composed in the face of that situation. Next, he checks the system and analyzes all of his blessings. He realizes that the progress is slow but steady. His mental strength and his armament remain the same, but his physical strength and fortitude have increased thanks to intense training. He concludes that his armament will only truly evolve when he obtains more Assam, but he notices that his assimilation has grown significantly. That seems to indicate that something will be unlocked soon. He wonders if this is related to the numerous battles he has taken part in, including confrontations against brothers and sisters of the additor clan. This lack of understanding about his own body and powers leaves him deeply frustrated. At the exact moment that thought crosses his mind, the system manifests with a new message. He has reached a certain level of blessing activations, and automatic adjustments will be carried out. Guillaume is confused confused and surprised when he discovers that the duration of the pain blessing has increased from 30 to 40 seconds. He is genuinely impressed because that represents enormous progress. The system informs him that his efforts have paid off, and Guillaume feels sincere satisfaction when he realizes this evolution. The days pass quickly. 5 days remain until the exam, then 4, 3, and 2. When only 1 day is left during training, Guillaume reaches such a high level of speed that he manages to cut a drop of his own sweat in midair. He is satisfied with the result. Soon, the day of the exam arrives, and everyone is gathered in front of the subspace gate. Guillaume feels that the atmosphere is completely different from that of the training subspaces. His group calls out to him, and he sees that everyone is prepared. Rachel, positioned at the front as the main damage dealer, comments that it is strange for Guillaume, who is usually punctual, to be late that day. Leon, the leader, remains at the center of the formation and asks them to move forward immediately. Speed Weapon, acting as support, stays farther back. Chloe, as the secondary main damage dealer, takes the second position. Guillaume assumes the rear and apologizes for the slight delay. Looking more closely, he notices each person's equipment. Rachel carries a rank S weapon, as does Leon. Speed Weapon, however, holds something unexpected, a flute. Noticing Guillaume's gaze, Speed Weapon asks about the reason for his curiosity. Rachel whispers that the equipment is actually a rank S armament, focused on healing and support, something absurdly difficult to obtain. Even if someone invested all possible money into the game, it would be extremely rare to get something like that, and its simple appearance helps deceive those who are unfamiliar with it. Guillaume looks at the item more closely and comments that it is impressive, which makes Speed Weapon ask him to step back. Soon after, the Academy officially announces the start of the mid-year examinations of the year 2034. A professor comments that everyone seems well prepared and reminds them that even if some already know the rules, at that moment they are not heroes, but merely cadets. He warns them not to risk their lives in pursuit of more credit and reinforces that in case of serious injuries, the institution can be contacted immediately. Leon notes that it is almost time and asks everyone to get ready, saying that there is no reason to be nervous and that all they need to do is give their best. Guillaume feels that everything is finally beginning, but he notices that Chloe seems a little uneasy. He asks if she's all right. Chloe replies that feeling anxious is normal in a situation like that and comments that she remembered there are many sirens on that island. Guillaume tries to reassure her, saying that the instructors have already checked everything and that there is no reason to worry. Even so, Guillaume thinks that in Silesia, where Chloe came from, sirens were frequently sighted and caused a lot of damage in the past. Although they are currently creatures rarely seen outside of dungeons, the fact that those rumors still persist suggests that the conditions of that place may never have been fully clarified. The professor orders everyone to enter, informing them that the subspace is already active. Guillaume makes a small encouraging gesture toward Chloe and asks them to move forward. Chloe is visibly embarrassed, but she thinks that he's right. She decides not to worry because Guillaume is by her side and believes that everything will be fine. Suddenly, everything goes dark. Guillaume begins calling out to her repeatedly, and in the next instant, Chloe awakens. She realizes that she must have fainted for a brief moment and wonders what happened, questioning why she lost her concentration. There is turmoil all around, as it seems that an error occurred at the subspace gate. Some people call for an instructor, and it soon becomes clear that someone is seriously injured. At that very moment, everyone comes face to face with a siren. Before the creature appeared, everyone had arrived feeling sick, vomiting because of the dizziness caused by the transition. Guillaume, however, remains completely stable. Leon finds this strange and notes that he seems fine, and Guillaume explains that he usually does not feel dizzy or nauseous. Shortly after, a merman appears in front of them. Guillaume finds it strange that there is already one there and realizes that it is much smaller than he imagined. He feels a bit ridiculous wielding only a sashimi knife to hunt that creature, especially while staying in the rear of the team. Leon explains that they will encounter adult mermen when they reach the designated area, and that the one who passed by them does not count for points. The group then moves in the direction Chloe is investigating. As they advance through the undergrowth, Leon warns them to be careful, as he believes they have reached the correct location. Suddenly, Chloe appears out of nowhere and lands right in front of them. Guillaume asks if she was really moving through the trees, and she confirms it, explaining that it is a more discreet method. Leon asks what she managed to identify, and Chloe reports that there is a cave about 500 meters away. Sometime later, the group reaches the cave. Inside it, there are dozens of mermen gathered gathered around a single bonfire. Rachel estimates that there are between 50 and 60 creatures. Guillaume realizes that the situation is extremely tempting, because defeating so many enemies at once would practically guarantee first place. Even so, he considers the risks, since if something went wrong, it would not be possible to contact an instructor due to the lack of communication. The decision between playing it safe or betting on high risk and high reward falls to Leon. He remembers the previous meetings, in which it was decided that Chloe would act as the executioner, and that Speed Weapon would be responsible for healing the group. Guillaume is surprised to confirm that Speed Weapon is truly a healer, but he explains that saving others is a basic principle of heroes. Leon then defines Guillaume's role, placing him in the rear for surprise attacks, while he himself leads the group from the center and makes all strategic decisions. When Rachel asks what her role will be, Guillaume realizes that Leon has already made his decision. Leon orders Rachel to advance. She grips her power-imbued spear and throws it straight into the cave, destroying the bonfire. At the moment the mermen turn in confusion, Rachel is already charging forward, crushing them without mercy. She retrieves the spear and begins a true slaughter. Everything happens exactly as Leon had predicted, as Rachel destroys everything in her path with ease. Speed Weapon immediately activates his artifact to bless the entire group. The sound of the flute irritates the creatures, but in reality they flee in desperation from Rachel, who continues killing without stopping. She thanks him for the blessing and counts 25 enemies defeated, leaving the group impressed. Next, Chloe activates her blessing, the feline blessing. With a single slash, she eliminates 8 mermen at once. When 2 more try to ambush her, she tears them apart without difficulty, reducing them to pieces. Chloe and Rachel advance in the same direction, eliminating everything they encounter. Guillaume notices something strange. They do not slow down, and that way, they seem about to collide with each other. He wonders if it is intentional. It becomes clear that neither of them cares about the possibility of crashing into the other. At that moment, a much larger and stronger merman than the others appears and tries to attack them, but neither of them shows any concern. At the last instant, instead of hitting each other, both redirect their attacks toward the larger creature. Rachel comments that the enemy is actually fast, while Chloe claims that she was the one who killed it. Rachel argues back, and Chloe provokes her with a nickname, making Guillaume feel immense relief. He truly believed that something terrible was about to happen. Meanwhile, Leon eliminates a few enemies that appear around them, and observes that Guillaume seems especially worried about those two, noticing that his attention is completely focused on Rachel and Chloe's uncontrolled advance. Guillaume confirms that everything is fine, and realizes that in the end he had worried for nothing. The group manages to eliminate the 60 mermen that were there, bringing the confrontation to an end. Leon reinforces the importance of trusting one's teammates, and with the mission seemingly completed, everyone prepares to leave the area. Guillaume observes the situation and thinks that Leon is undoubtedly a great leader, the true heart of that team. He decides that later he will try to talk to Leon just out of curiosity, to better understand what he had said earlier. At that exact moment, however, an attack from the rear pierces Leon. The impact is brutal and catches everyone by surprise. No one had noticed anything until Guillaume looked back. Among the corpses of the mermen, a siren emerges, a demonic existence with a human appearance. Rachel does not understand why there is a siren in that place, while Speed Weapon believes that all of this can only be a dream. Guillaume confirms to himself that something had been wrong from the beginning. He quickly assesses the situation and wonders whether they should fight or flee, without being sure what would be best at that moment. Rachel urgently tries to contact an instructor, warning that a siren has appeared, but Speed Weapon reports that he cannot establish communication. Guillaume concludes that communication within that space has been cut off. Amid the chaos, Guillaume is the only one who does not panic. He orders Rachel to take care of the mermen that are still approaching and tells Speed Weapon to do everything possible to keep Leon alive. At that instant, Chloe snaps out of the trance she was in. Guillaume orders her to leave immediately since she is the fastest, and to go call an instructor as soon as possible before more mermen appear. Chloe hesitates for a moment, but agrees and quickly departs. Rachel asks what Guillaume intends to do now. Without answering directly, he advances toward the siren, making it clear that the mermen are left to the others. The group is shocked by the decision, questioning whether he has gone mad by facing a siren alone. Guillaume, however, thinks that he has never liked small fish, and that now the time has come to face the big fish, something he considers his specialty. It is explained that demons are able to use something similar to blessings, which in practice is magic. In the original game, the protagonist was defeated with just one attack from that siren, showing the brutal difference between humans and demons. Guillaume recognizes that he is not sure if he will win, even with his blessing, since in the original game it is impossible to defeat a demon alone. Even so, he remembers that because he played without friends, he was often forced to face bosses alone in true raids. He accepts that there is no longer any way to run from the decision he has made. Quickly calculating, Ma estimates that Chloe will take about 10 minutes to return. That means he needs to defeat the mermaid in 40 seconds. Without hesitation, he activates the blessing of the sword god, thinking that it has been a long time since the last time he truly cut sashimi. Meanwhile, Rachel faces the remaining mermen. They seem stronger under the mermaid's presence, but even so, she manages to hold them back, pushing them away and piercing 3 at once with a single attack. She is already exhausted without the speed weapon blessing. Speed weapon thinks he should help her with the blessing, but he needs to concentrate completely so that Leon does not die. Even believing in Ma's power, he feels deep fear when looking at the mermaid, because facing a monster like that alone feels like pure suicide. The mermaid then prepares a spell aimed at Ma, but he rushes forward. He analyzes that mermaids use long-range attacks with magical and aquatic properties, and that without magic, they are still just fish. He dodges the spell and moves in for the final blow, but at the last instant, he realizes he has struck only a false body. The true mermaid appears, attacking Speed Weapon, who freezes in fear. At the moment of the attack, the mermaid feels intense pain. One of her fins is severed by Ma, who shows no hesitation and continues attacking without giving her time to evade. Even wounded, the mermaid retreats into the water, disappearing as if she had teleported. Ma then realizes that predicting her movements will not be simple and acknowledges that the mermaid showed dangerous intelligence in that clash. The mermaid acts deliberately and attacks precisely the one who is already injured. Ma looks at Speed Weapon and Leon, who is still severely wounded, and asks if Speed Weapon can continue. Even while keeping the blessing active, Speed Weapon confirms that he can. Ma then says that is fine and leaves Leon in his care, recognizing him as a true hero. Next, Ma returns to direct combat and resumes exchanging violent blows with the mermaid. Speed Weapon, while supporting Leon, thinks about how impressive it all is. He reflects on justice and bravery, on people who sacrifice themselves for the good of others, and concludes that this is what defines a hero. He realizes that he has never heard anyone say that this was truly a hero academy, not even in the Dragon and Star classes. At that moment, he believes he has found his hero in Leon. Ma, on the other hand, understands Speed Weapon's thoughts, but when he apologizes and says that Ma is far from being a hero to him, Ma makes it clear that he would not care even if that were the case. Still, in the present, Speed Weapon begins to think that maybe that damn Ma is also in some way a hero. At that moment, the mermaid invokes a powerful spell. Several carnivorous fish made of magical energy appear and rush toward Ma like missiles. He dodges with quick, almost unreal jumps, but soon realizes that the projectiles are guided. The mermaid alters the fish's trajectory to kill Ma, who responds by cutting through the cave wall to open a path and keep fleeing. Even so, the fish continue to pursue him, ignoring his speed. The mermaid follows the path of the attack but suddenly changes the target. Rachel tries to warn Speed Weapon, realizing that the true target was him, the group's support. Taking advantage of an opening, Ma throws himself into the middle of the attack and rips off the mermaid's hand with a precise strike. Even so, he realizes that his cuts are too superficial and that this will not be enough to kill her. The severed hand remains active, channeling magic with such force that it pierces the cave and strikes the mermaid herself. The impact produces a colossal roar. Outside, a student asks the instructor what that noise was, saying she saw something like a laser. Shortly after, it begins to rain. The instructor decides to quickly remove everyone from the area to avoid accidents, warning that the rain could turn into a storm, and comments with a slight smile that they need to return to the academy as soon as possible. Inside the cave, now with a huge hole opened, Speed Weapon and Leon remain unharmed. The mermen, upon seeing sunlight, flee in desperation. Rachel finds their behavior strange, while Ma remains in a combat stance, knife in hand, believing the mermaid to be buried under the rubble. He was only partly right, as the mermaid explodes the debris and emerges violently. Ma recognizes that he knew she would not die so easily. When the mermaid advances once more, Ma removes his uniform and orders Rachel, since the mermen have fled, to protect Leon and Speed Weapon. She agrees without hesitation. Speed Weapon, watching the scene, can barely believe what he sees. Ma is dueling alone against a demon. He had always thought that man was just a madman, but now he begins to see him as a legend. Ma realizes that only 10 seconds remain of the pain blessing. For him, this is the moment to recover all the time lost. The mermaid snarls, consumed by fury, and charges to kill Ma. He accepts the clash, feeling his eyes consumed by absolute determination, resolved to cut down everything that stands in his way. Meanwhile, Chloe runs at full speed. She forces herself to go faster, even cutting down trees that appear in her path. Her legs are at their limit, and even Even with the blessing active, the exhaustion is overwhelming. Still, she cannot give up, because it was Guillaume who asked this of her. Chloe believes that Guillaume is the strongest person she has ever known. He always finds a way out and never draws his blade without necessity. This time, however, he saw that there was no other choice, and she believes he made the right decision, even facing a mermaid, an absurdly powerful demonic humanoid. As she runs, Chloe hears the thunderous sound coming from the cave and grows worried when the rain begins to fall. In her thoughts, she begs for Guillaume to survive. In her desperate sprint, she trips over something and almost falls, but manages to catch herself at the last instant. She cannot fall, she cannot stop. She needs to find someone. Tears stream down her face as she runs, pleading for anyone to help her. Suddenly, Chloe senses nearby presences, but her senses are completely scrambled. What she perceives are not people. It is a mermaid. She reacts instinctively and attacks, but in the next instant, she realizes that it was actually Abel who was there. Abel blocks Chloe's strike, and the two stare at each other for a few moments. Chloe feels relief upon realizing it is just a person and not an ambush. Before losing her strength and fainting, she apologizes. Some people around them grow agitated, asking what is going on and accusing the girl of being crazy, ordering her to get up immediately. Abel, however, intervenes and says that she knows that girl. Collapsed on the ground, exhausted, Chloe asks for help with difficulty and warns that Guillaume is in danger. Abel is surprised and wonders how that is possible. At the same time, Speed Weapon reflects that he may never again witness something as absurd as what is before his eyes. He watches Guillaume, who looks like a swordsman holding a live fish, as if about to prepare sushi sashimi. To his eyes, Guillaume is exterminating a demonic humanoid, a true demonoid, and the scene is far too impressive to be forgotten. He knows this will be etched into his memory for the rest of his life, because this is not a subspace duel, but real life. Even under extreme pressure, Guillaume continues to dodge and counterattack every assault from the mermaid. At a decisive moment, he turns her tail into a series of small, precise cuts, as if he were truly preparing sashimi. Speed Weapon even thinks it is almost beautiful, given how clean the strikes are. He and Rachel cannot even react to the speed and precision. Even Rachel, a descendant of an extremely powerful clan, is left stunned, not knowing how to respond. For an instant, Speed Weapon is distracted, and Rachel warns him of a new attack. She pushes him out of the way and saves him, calling out to him and telling him to wake up. Soon after, both see the trail of destruction left by the attack. Speed Weapon realizes that he is completely lost himself in the unreality of that scene, feeling as if even the surrounding environment had changed. He thinks that a blade made to cut fish facing magic is not a fair duel, and concludes that if Guillaume used magic, the mermaid would already be dead. Exhausted but still standing, Guillaume continues holding his knife and facing the mermaid, who, despite being gravely wounded, remains alive. She then invokes her power in sync with the rain, using water as her attribute and firing liquid projectiles at him. Guillaume runs along the cave walls, dodging and counterattacking with his knife. During the clash, the blade becomes riddled with holes, yet he still manages to cut the mermaid in half. In what appear to be her final moments, the mermaid looks at Guillaume with hatred and despair. She screams as a last resort, perhaps driven by fury or fear of death. However, when Guillaume delivers the final strike, he realizes that she used a merman as a shield. Exploiting this opening, the mermaid devours part of her own body, a magical crystal, and after swallowing it, releases a devastating power from her mouth. Everyone panics, believing that Guillaume will die at that moment. Facing the inevitable attack, Guillaume understands that he cannot dodge. His left eye is completely overtaken by the blessing, and his consciousness is transported to a remote place, surrounded by crystalline water and illuminated by sunlight. As he looks toward the horizon, he realizes that it is not the sun approaching, but the mermaid's power. At that moment, he hears the voice of the sword god whispering that he can cut anything. With that certainty, Guillaume grips his knife once more. In the ruined cave, consumed by rain, he feels that he has managed to cut through the very magic itself. The sphere of energy completely dissipates. A few seconds later, before him lies the mermaid's body, covered in blood. Still under the effect of the blessing, his eyes return to normal, and the mermaid releases her final breaths of life. Everyone is shocked to realize that she was still alive, but before any reaction is possible, Guillaume decapitates the creature. The head rolls away and returns to that cursed place from which it came. Stunned, Speed Weapon finally understands. Guillaume has won. A rookie who entered that year defeated a demonoid alone. Little by little, everyone begins to calm down. At that moment, however, a large amount of blood pours from Guillaume's wound. Rachel rushes to him in desperation. Speed Weapon thinks with relief that Leon is fine, but soon notices something strange. He wonders what happened to the mermen who fled the cave. Soon after, he sees a group approaching and comments that it was about time. It is Abel's group. People ask what the hell happened there until they carefully observe the scene. A dead mermaid cut into pieces and Rachel holding Guillaume's body, begging him to wake up. Abel finds the scene strange and questions questions why Rachel is hugging him like that. Then Abel notices Leon and becomes visibly embarrassed. To her, the conclusion is clear. Everyone is screwed, except the leader. All of this only happened due to absurd luck. Abel explains that she contacted the academy and that the instructors should be arriving. She then looks around, sees the destruction, and asks what the hell happened there. Speedweapon reacts irritably, questioning whether those instructors really explored the island, because this looks like a joke. He recalls that a mermaid appeared inside an obvious cave and that this should never have gone unnoticed. Abel remains calm, says she understands, and demands a direct explanation. Speedweapon finds her tone strange and asks why she is giving orders, but Abel notices that he's acting oddly and tells him to stop stalling and answer. Speedweapon warns that she will not believe it, but decides to explain anyway, because explaining is his specialty. Later, after listening carefully to everything, Abel confirms what she understood. She sums it up by saying that a mermaid appeared out of nowhere and that Guillaume killed the creature alone. Speedweapon confirms that this is exactly what happened. The information hits Abel like something absurd. She thinks about how Guillaume appeared out of nowhere, never clearly stating where he came from, and yet killed a demonoid alone. She remembers the stories her grandfather told her when she was a child, and concludes that even those heroic tales were more realistic than this. Still, the lie seems far too big to have been invented. Abel comes to the conclusion that no one would dare create such an exaggerated story if it had not happened, and wonders why anyone would lie about something like that. She also thinks about her own lineage. As a descendant of heroic roots tied to Baler Joachim and the disciple Aaron Nibelung, she received a special position and carries a blood heritage that allows her talents to flourish. Even with this advantage, and with all the effort she put in, there is still that boy, Kang Guillaume, whose difference in power is so ridiculous that it seems impossible to measure. Abel realizes that she has already felt too much toward him, between fear and admiration, and at the same time cannot hide a bitter envy. While the treatment continues, Abel asks her companion to try to heal Guillaume. Even while being treated, Rachel remains visibly worried about him. Abel watches the scene and dwells on the fact that Guillaume, the same age as her, came to the brink of death and still defeated a demonoid alone. After that, Speedweapon returns to the topic of the instructors and asks whether Abel really contacted the academy. He suggests that, for now, it would be better not to reveal the details of what happened. Abel wants to know why. Speedweapon recalls that the instructors claim to have checked the island beforehand and points out that this makes everything even more suspicious. He notes that the cave is extremely easy to find and yet was not explored. He admits that it is only a guess, but says that it seems like someone did this on purpose. Leon joins the conversation and asks whether Speedweapon is suggesting sabotage from within the academy, perhaps an infiltrator connected to a demonic clan. Speedweapon tenses up and avoids stating it outright, but admits that the possibility exists. Abel agrees that the cave is conspicuous and that novices would certainly come there. She also understands that if it had not been for Guillaume, everyone would have died. The situation raises a question that troubles Abel. Why did this happen now? She remembers that there have been no direct conflicts between humans and demons for hundreds of years, and that demons have never dared to touch cadets of that academy. To her, it almost feels like a ready-made justification for a new war to begin. Shortly after, Speedweapon notices the direction of her thoughts and interrupts her, saying that she's going too far. He agrees that it is strange and that there may be a spy, but states that there is not enough proof to turn this into a conclusion. Leon then proposes an immediate decision. He says that at that moment, the group needs to agree on a lie. The reason is simple. If there truly is a spy in the academy, Guillaume would instantly become a target, because he defeated a demonoid alone. Speedweapon agrees and reminds them that considering everything Guillaume did for them, protecting him is the least they can do. Abel suggests that the safest course is for her to speak with her grandfather, the Sword Emperor, before any official report. Back at the academy, in the infirmary wing, Guillaume wakes up once again in that place he already knows well. He looks around and thinks of a hospital again. He looks at his own hand and realizes that he is alive. Then he recalls the moment when he almost died, when the mermaid used a magical sphere against him, an attack impossible to dodge. Even so, he managed to cut that strike, making a clean straight cut using only the sashimi knife. The magic had been split in half cleanly, as if it were just water. Guillaume tries to understand what that sensation was. During the blessing, he felt impossible things, but at the same time he felt as if he truly could do it, as if his body and mind had surpassed a limiticia limit. He then opens the system and checks his blessings. Looking closely, he notices that his mental fortitude increased increased by 1 point. He concludes that this must have happened because he did not panic, even in the presence of a mermaid. Next, he notices another detail and finally understands what changed. His assimilation reached 6.8 and was about to reach 7.2 comma, which would unlock something new. He connects the dots and believes that the straight line cut that split the mermaid's magic during combat was precisely what he managed to unlock at that instant. Shortly after, Medea appears and hugs Jeoma tightly, overcome by anxiety and relief. She shows desperation as she recalls what happened and insists that everyone had checked that area because there should not have been any creature of that kind there. Jeoma tries to calm her, asking her to stop because he is still weakened. Medea realizes the excess and steps back, apologizing and remembering that he can barely breathe. Even so, she admits that she was too happy to see him alive and that for a moment she almost forgot the reason she came. Then Medea begins to search for something in her dimensional bag. Jeoma is impressed when he realizes that she possesses an item of that level. Next, Medea takes out the reward he had earned and hands him the sword Murasama. Jeoma thought about how the fact that he had decapitated a demon on Scopuli Island had been kept secret, just like director Medea had said. When he examined his new sword, Murasame, he noticed it had an attack power of 25,670, was rank B, and was described as a Japanese sword whose name meant heavy spring rain. Medea said she hoped he liked the reward, and added that prizes like this were usually handed out in formal ceremonies. Because of the situation, that had not been possible, so she apologized. At that moment, Medea noticed the Sword Emperor approaching and made a sharp comment about him. The Emperor himself immediately reacted, asking her not to call him that. Medea fired back, saying that he was already 70 years old and still acted like a little girl. Watching the exchange, Jeoma felt like he had seen something like this before, almost like deja vu, and wondered why the Sword Emperor was there. Medea explained that she had heard everything through Jeoma's friends and, on behalf of the Academy, offered an official apology. She admitted that everything that had happened was the Academy's fault, and that because of their negligence, Jeoma and his team, along with almost everyone on the island, had nearly lost their lives. Because of the incident, she swore on her honor as director that the whole truth would be revealed. The Sword Emperor added that Jeoma had saved all the cadets who were there. Jeoma simply said that he had only done what he could. Medea said the achievement was extraordinary, but until the truth came out, it would be better to keep everything secret. She acknowledged how ironic that sounded coming from the Academy director, but explained that it was an internal matter. She also apologized for not being able to reward him properly. Jeoma replied that it was fine. Medea then commented that he did not act like someone his age, but more like an old man trapped in a child's body. Later, as they walked together, Medea said she had been thinking about the past and asked if Siegfried remembered the first day they met after he entered the school. Back then, he had been lying on a bench in the garden, and when she told him to leave, he struck his own sword. Neither of them remembered exactly what had been said that day, but Medea said it felt like it had been yesterday, even though 60 years had already passed. Time really did fly. She added that this was not even a tenth of the Academy's history. Even when the two of them enrolled, the institution was already ancient. The depth of its history was overwhelming. Despite ups and downs, the Academy had cared for and protected its cadets for 700 years. But as her thoughts reached that point, Medea began channeling a huge amount of power, clearly driven by anger. She recalled that before the midterm exam, they had received reports from the instructors after the preliminary inspection of the island. Although rare, Scopuli was known for siren sightings, which was why they always took extreme precautions. Even so, something had gone wrong. Sieg, the Sword Emperor, told her to calm down. Medea admitted that she had lost her temper and said it was fine. Still, Sieg remained worried, especially after hearing how incredible Jeoma had been, defeating a siren on his own. Sieg began to think about the boy. To him, the idea of natural talent had always been dangerous. Many people once praised as the best of their generation vanished like meteors, burning bright for a moment before disappearing. The title of genius was thrown around carelessly by families obsessed with fame whenever their children showed even a bit of ability. The same had happened to Abel, his granddaughter, who also carried that forbidden label. Even so, if there was someone who truly deserved to be called a genius, it was Jeoma. Sieg wondered how far the boy could go if his experience was shaped to match his talent. If Kang Jeoma was that person, then the dream he had chased his entire life might finally become reality. For now, he chose to trust the Academy. Back in class, Jeoma thought that, as awkward as it sounded, maybe the reason his friends could laugh so easily was because he had defeated the siren. The first thing he did after leaving the hospital was go to the Academy Forge to strengthen Murasame. Despite its name and status, it was still basically an iron rod, far from the standard of a sword god blessing, which made reinforcement essential. The blacksmith was extremely motivated, and since the Academy was celebrating its 700th anniversary, all the work was done for free. Jeoma thought of it as pure luck. At that moment, Chloe showed up leaning on crutches. She asked if Guillaume was okay, and he asked her the same. Chloe explained that she had broken her leg, but thanks to Speed Weapon acting right away, the doctor said she would only need crutches for a week. Even injured, she was still a member of the additor. Seeing her like that made Guillaume feel relieved. He also realized that it was not just because of him that everyone survived. It was true that he had defeated the siren, but everyone had done their part. Chloe went to get help, Rachel held back hundreds of enemies, and Speed Weapon kept everyone alive. He even wondered what Leon had done, maybe leading the group. In the end, he decided not to blame him, thinking Leon might have been the first one attacked. At that moment, the instructor walked into the classroom looking visibly nervous and announced that before morning training, he had an important message. He explained that someone would be helping him that day and that he would introduce this person right away. The class was completely shocked when they saw who it was. It was Sieg, the Sword Emperor himself. The instructor was shaking with nerves, and the students were stunned. Guillaume wondered what he was doing there. Meanwhile, far away in another place, a man was being brutally beaten, apparently for failing to do his job properly. Someone wearing an academy uniform was violently beating an old man who was lying on the ground, making it clear that the commander of the 5th Legion was furious. She demanded to know why he could never do his job right, and without waiting for an answer, slapped him hard across the face again. Then she ordered him to apologize one more time, if he had the guts. She asked if it was really that hard to capture a child who was already on the brink of death. To her, it did not matter how impressive or amazing the hero candidate was. Even after using a siren, the plan had failed. The instructor said that all of this was the Elder's fault, and also the Sword Emperor's, for having the nerve to settle inside the academy. The old man tried to apologize again, but stumbled over his words and ended up taking a kick straight to the face. He was furious about being beaten by a mere instructor. The woman complained that her shoe was now dirty with blood and showed clear disgust. Then she mentioned that a siren had been defeated by a first-year student and that, looking at this new generation, they all seemed very talented. The old man explained that it had actually been just one student who defeated the siren alone. The instructor asked if it had been Leon, but he said no, and revealed that it was the top student of that year, Kang Guillaume. Hearing that, the instructor realized this was the special student and commented that things were getting more and more interesting. Back at the academy, physical training was underway. Chloe was sitting off to the side with her crutches, unable to participate. Guillaume thought he would like to be sitting too, but someone shouted that he was slow. It was Siegfried, who asked if his leg was injured. Guillaume said no and wondered why that man was running right next to him. It was the Sword Emperor, Siegfried von Nibelung. He was the heir to the title of the first sword saint, Aron Nibelung, a name that suited him perfectly. Siegfried was recognized as the strongest fighter in humanity, and had also been Leon's fencing mentor during the Second Demonic War. He was a figure who clearly stood out in the middle part of the original story. Even so, Guillaume could not understand why the Sword Emperor was running beside him. In his mind, that old man should have been bothering Leon, not him. The main story had already gone off track and now felt completely derailed. Thinking about it more carefully, Guillaume remembered that at the end of the original story, Leon would inherit the title of Sword Saint. That had been one of the biggest topics in the game and had dominated all the forums. If Leon was going to inherit that title in the future, then Siegfried being here was not that important, just awkward. To Guillaume, it felt like running side by side with a delivery guy who did all his deliveries on foot. During the run, Siegfried explained that the foundation of any fighter was stamina and endurance. No matter how amazing a hero was, without the physical strength to support their honor, everything was meaningless. This basic routine would be the foundation for Guillaume's future growth. He demanded more effort and called him a brat. Guillaume answered yes and kept running. Siegfried approved of that attitude, but then sped up even more, leaving Guillaume almost dying on the track. As he struggled to keep up, Guillaume wondered if that man was really 70 years old. Later on, Siegfried announced that from that moment on, except during field training, the use of personal weapons was strictly forbidden. He threw several weapons onto the ground, including shovels and hoes, leaving all the students shocked. Then he ordered them to choose one of the available weapons. Guillaume noticed there was even a sashimi knife and thought it would be perfect for him. However, Siegfried made it clear that the goal was to completely master the weapon they chose. One student raised a concern, saying it would be better to train with weapons inherited from their families and asking why they were being banned. Siegfried replied that fundamentals mattered in everything. The more someone relied on high-level weapons, the lazier they became in training. And in the end, they started believing the weapon's strength was their own. The student insisted, asking if it was not important to learn a weapon's capabilities to make up for weaknesses. Siegfried answered that no matter how good a weapon was, without skill, the user was like an empty bell that only made noise. A true master would never blame their weapon. Guillaume was shocked, because that was a thought he often had himself, and he silently agreed completely. Siegfried continued, saying that once the fundamentals were mastered, the weapon would naturally become part of the fighter. Cadets who could use ordinary weapons with great skill had a high chance of making the class promotion list at the end of the school year. Hearing that, the students panicked and rushed to grab weapons. Guillaume thought that speech could have been much simpler. Still, the sashimi knife was there, so he picked it up. Siegfried gave him a sharp look, and Guillaume concluded that the man really was incredible. Then Siegfried announced that, to get familiar with the weapons, they would start with one-on-one duels between cadets that day. Some students asked if that was not dangerous without using subspace. Siegfried replied that they had entered the academy to carry on the legacy of ancient heroes and become worthy fighters. Fighters only grew by training as if they were in real combat. However, simply swinging weapons at each other would quickly lead to death. That was why, before starting, he would show them how a training duel worked, more specifically, a sparring match. The students were thrilled at the idea of seeing the Sword Emperor's technique up close. The instructor demanded complete silence. Liu Wenbin, one of the academy instructors, felt like he had stepped into a massive disaster, not just for his career, but for his entire life. Facing the Sword Emperor in a sparring demonstration felt like the end. In desperation, he thought of his mother and concluded that this was the last day of his life. Even so, he asked the Sword Emperor to go easy on him. Before he could say anything else, he was interrupted. Siegfried called Cadet Kang Guillaume forward and ordered him to step up and duel him. The students looked at the seemingly worn-out weapon in the Sword Emperor's hands and still felt like it was glowing. Many wondered who that boy was, since Guillaume looked weak at first glance. Guillaume himself realized he could clearly hear all the comments around him. Siegfried asked if Guillaume was fully recovered yet. He said yes, but thought that he might not be in such good shape after this. The Sword Emperor then ordered him to draw his blade. Guillaume reflected that even though this was just a training duel, it did not feel right. His body was in great condition, but his opponent was the Sword Emperor. If they really crossed blades, it would not end well. At best, someone would lose an arm, and at worst, a head. He even thought this urge might be influenced by the blessing, since he felt a strong fighting instinct. But he also realized that this impulse was going too far when he considered the consequences. Because of that, Guillaume said he was not worthy of being Siegfried's opponent. Many students agreed, believing he would get beaten badly. However, Siegfried asked if he had no pride as a swordsman, and said that he would not be able to hide his power for long. To him, having that much talent meant nothing if the person was a coward. The word pride echoed in Guillaume's mind. It was something he had carried in his chest since the day he received the title of the best swordsman in the country. Those 3 syllables were the reason he never let go of his sword. He understood that this was a clear provocation meant to test him. Everyone expected him to back down, and if he fell for that provocation, he would surely regret it. Still, he chose to accept. The instructor almost tried to stop it, but the Sword Emperor saw that the decision had already been made. Kang Guillaume was about to learn a lesson in that fight. At that moment, the blessing of the sword god activated. Guillaume's instincts pulled him into a world where only he and his rival existed. Siegfried, in turn, remembered that even at 70 years old, moments like this were still vivid in his mind. The enlightenment through the sword he experienced in his youth had never left him. The image of that one-armed wandering knight was still burned into his memory. The path of the sword that man had shown was beautiful, pure power, something that had clearly reached that special world. Siegfried had been watching Guillaume since the ranking test. He believed that if it was this boy, then maybe he could guide him to that same world. With that thought, he moved to attack. However, Guillaume was already behind him. Once again, Siegfried missed his strike. Guillaume moved at extreme speed with his sashimi knife, crossing blades effortlessly with the Sword Emperor. Siegfried realized that the boy fought with courage and without hesitation. Guillaume's sword path was unusual, like the flight of a swallow. In a bold move, Guillaume delivered a powerful strike, released the knife into the air, caught it again with a smooth motion, and attacked once more. Siegfried thought that the young man's physical ability was unmatched even compared to his own youth. He pushed him back lightly, but he knew his own sword was not light. Because of that, he decided to use the strongest strike he could manage. Some students could not understand what they were seeing. They wondered if, in the last subspace duel, Guillaume had only won by luck. To them, at best, he was just a decent student. Even so, the Sword Emperor's interest in him seemed excessive. Everyone believed he would eventually be defeated. Still, something felt wrong. The duel seemed frozen for far too long. Professor Lee realized that they were not simply standing still. He began to doubt the Sword Emperor's own words. Gyeoma had already reached a different level. When the professor tried to intervene, Siegfried said that he would not cross ordinary blades with that young man. If Gyeoma had the right state of mind, he could reach that special place, the mental world. Gyeoma not only entered that world, but also blocked Siegfried's strike. The Sword Emperor could not stop being surprised. The duel inside the mental world was an intense battle of strategy, something only noticeable through the contact of their blades. Even in less than a minute, Gyeoma was evolving with every fraction of time. Siegfried found it impressive and decided to try something different. He blessed his blade with the sword's spirit. His aura became so powerful that it left Gyeoma stunned. The pressure was so intense that the aura leaked out of the mental world and reached reality. The professor was shocked to realize that this energy had crossed the boundary between worlds. The pressure was so heavy that everyone nearby felt its weight. The professor realized that this had not been agreed upon. He feared real blood would be spilled and tried to stop the Sword Emperor. Before he could do anything, Medea appeared, cutting in and shattering the ground with her presence. Furious, she demanded to know if he had lost his mind and insulted the old man without any restraint. Later, standing beside Medea, Siegfried apologized. She was so angry that she grabbed him by the collar, making it clear that if he was not in full control of himself, he should stay home. She said she had not created a special position for him just to cause trouble inside the academy. The students were stunned to see the director there, overflowing with rage. Siegfried tried to explain that it had not been his intention, but Medea said that was a lie. Meanwhile, Gyeoma had already put his blade away. Siegfried silently admitted that he had lost control and failed to contain his own aura. Medea asked if he was listening. Then Siegfried turned to her and apologized. That shocked Medea, because in 50 years she had never seen that old man apologize, let alone twice in the same day. Because of that, she asked why exactly he had done it, using the blessing of the sword spirit against a cadet. She made it clear that if she had not intervened, the situation could have ended in tragedy, maybe even with the boy's death. Siegfried answered that without using his own blessing, he would not have been able to gain the upper hand. That reply left Medea completely stunned. She wondered if she had heard him correctly, and if it really was the proud Siegfried saying those words. She knew very well that Gyeoma was a rare talent, but under normal conditions, no one could compare to Siegfried's strength. The Sword Emperor then explained that the boy had reached the realm of the mental world. Medea was even more shocked and asked if that was already possible. The Emperor himself had only dealt with that level at 30 years old, so how could a 17-year-old do the same? Siegfried admitted that he also did not understand how it had happened, but believed that experience could still make up for the difference. Even so, Medea could not easily accept that explanation. She immediately rushed over to Gyeoma to check if he was okay. As she got closer, she felt an extremely oppressive aura coming from him. In that instant, all the dignity she was maintaining seemed to vanish. What she felt was pure fear, the same chill she had felt when she first met the commander of the 6th Legion. That made Medea realize that Siegfried's report was probably not an exaggeration. She then asked if Siegfried had lost. The Sword Emperor answered that of course he had not. Even as a talent, Gyeoma still did not compare to him, and he was also using incomplete equipment. Medea asked why he had gotten so angry, since he always said that true masters never blamed their equipment. The Emperor replied that it was just nonsense. At that moment, all the tension exploded, and both of them felt a powerful surge of adrenaline. Later, Gyeoma woke up early, remembering everything that had happened. He realized that even though he had trained well, without Medea's intervention, the situation could have been truly dangerous. He thought the old man had been extremely aggressive. All of it involved the so-called mental world, something he still did not fully understand. Experiencing it had been strange. Mastery and understanding of a weapon could create an active space, triggered when multiple emotions and conditions aligned. It was said that only supreme masters, who spent their entire lives refining a single weapon, could enter that mental realm. Because of that, in the game's universe, there were fewer than 10 heroes who could freely enter the mental world. Even Leon, the protagonist born with heroic qualities, needed 3 years of intense training to reach that state. Gyeoma knew this because he had quit the game exactly at that point. He then wondered why he had been able to do it right away. Thinking more carefully, he realized the answer was the sashimi knife. Adding this life and his previous one together, he had spent more than 20 years wielding that same knife. Whenever he manifested the blessing of the god in the sword, it was as if a level of focus beyond cognition was activated. The experiences of his current life and his past life were connecting in harmony, allowing him to overcome extreme situations. Based on everything he had experienced so far, Gyeoma concluded that avoiding problems would only make things worse. Instead of staying passive, he decided to deal with things step by step, as long as he was clear about what needed to be done. He wondered if he should try again. Then he drew his sashimi knife and thought that if he could freely control the mental world, he could train combat without manifesting the blessing of the god in the sword. He geared up, focused, and entered his mind world. But something unexpected shattered that reality. A presence slowly touched his shoulder, and the sashimi knife, loaded with power, simply vanished. Guillaume was confused, wondering what had just happened. Meanwhile, a meeting was taking place among the elders. They were the ones who had sent the demon to try to kill Leon. One of the elders, who had failed the mission, said they needed to deal with the dissidents quickly. He also said that the special student, Kang Guillaume, needed to be investigated. Another elder asked if he could be a hero candidate, since as far as they knew, the only candidate was Leon von Reinhardt. The first elder replied that Leon was an airhead. He reminded them that during the aptitude test, Guillaume had completely dominated the twins. On top of that, Medea was blocking information under the excuse of protecting the special student. Another elder stated that the hero's elimination was inevitable and that any threat had to be cut off. This time, even the Sword Emperor had gone to the academy, and ever since one of the 7 stars had taken over as director, the council's influence had dropped sharply. Since the subjugation of Basman, the public had only been paying attention to the 7 stars. While the elders were seen as outdated figures, they agreed that they needed a common enemy. Any hero who could threaten the Demon King had to be eliminated. One of the elders said he was a member of the academy itself, and that he was not trying to persuade the council based on the arguments of that woman who had forced him to speak. He thought of the commander of the 5th Legion, Corey, and felt a chill run down his spine. He would rather die than deal with that furious woman. In the end, the hooded elder ordered that instructions be sent to the additor family. The next day at the forge, the blacksmith was begging for forgiveness and mercy. In front of him, Guillaume held his new murasame, a sashimi knife version. Guillaume stood still, doing nothing. He thought the weapon was in a very low-ranked state, almost useless. The blacksmith explained that he had worked at that forge for nearly 30 years, but had never seen anything like it. It was as if the sword itself refused to be forged. Because of that, he had to melt the metal in a hurry and remake the blade just to preserve its shape. According to him, if any other blacksmith had tried the same process, nothing would have been left. The blacksmith insisted it was the truth and explained that a single wrong hammer strike would cause the sword to shatter completely. Guillaume, with his 20 years of experience as a swordsman, judged that the craftsmanship itself looked excellent. The specs matched the blessing perfectly, but the durability was low. The blacksmith confirmed that the weapon's potential was good and that with enhancements, it would become usable. It was not exactly an apology, but he offered to do the upgrades for free if Guillaume brought the necessary materials. The blacksmith also guaranteed that if the weapon broke again, he would provide another one. According to him, that blade could easily reach A rank. However, the required materials could only be obtained from A rank or higher demonic beasts. Guillaume immediately thought of the mermaid and decided he did not want to hunt a creature at that level again. He had no intention of risking his life just for gear. Even so, he concluded that his wallet would still take a hit. Guillaume asked if the blacksmith truly promised that, and he confirmed it, swearing on his honor. Then Guillaume asked for half the value of the leftover metal from the forge back, around 10 million. The blacksmith replied that he had done everything according to the request and had already said he would not charge for the upgrades. Guillaume argued that he had snapped a B-rank sword in half and that, considering market value, the price was fair. The blacksmith insisted it was not, saying Guillaume was being ripped off. Guillaume replied that he needed to test the weapon's performance and that this would be a good opportunity. After a short negotiation, the blacksmith suggested 500,000. Guillaume countered with 1 million. The blacksmith tried to settle at 800,000, saying that was the absolute limit, since B-rank weapon fragments had a tricky market and were hard to move. Guillaume asked if he was joking, and the blacksmith finally gave in. Later on, Guillaume checked his status and realized his mental level had reached 4, which meant his actions and words now carried an intimidating aura. He noticed that after getting the new weapon, the weapon level had gone up and new options had appeared. The biggest issue with the Sword God's blessing was still the extreme pain. However, at that level, the pain had already been reduced. The feeling had gone from something close to death to something he could still breathe through, even though it was still hard to endure. He concluded that if just one level increase had brought such a big improvement, then after several levels, it might be possible to use the Sword God's blessing without needing the pain resistance blessing. He realized that the weapon level increased whenever he obtained a new weapon or made enhancements. Since the midterm trials were over, he decided to fully focus on improvements. If he kept progressing step by step, he might discover discover the true power he had received in that world, and even the identity of whoever had sent him there. That was when Chloe approached in an unexpectedly intimidating way, making Jeon-ma flinch. She asked why he had stopped eating. He replied that he had lost his appetite. At that moment, he noticed she had already removed the cast and asked how she was feeling. Chloe explained that she still needed the crutch, but felt much stronger than before. She commented that people said bones got stronger after breaking and healing. Jeon-ma thought that bones were not muscles, but he kept that to himself. He stepped closer and brushed a small grain of rice off her face. That alone was enough to make Chloe so nervous that she fell back and sat on the ground. When she got up, she noticed Jeon-ma's new weapon and asked if that was his first real weapon. She said she thought the sword was really cute and pretty, and that for an E-rank weapon, it did not look bad at all. She made it clear she did not mean to offend him by mentioning the rank. Jeon-ma said it was fine. He explained that the blacksmith had refunded part of the money and would not charge for the upgrades. With time and a few improvements, the weapon would get better. Chloe agreed and said that he was already strong using just a sashimi knife, so with that sword he would be even stronger. Jeon-ma reflected that, honestly, there was no real reason for him to seek more strength. Since defeating the mermaid, he believed he could handle any mid-rank demonic beast without much trouble. The real reason to improve the weapon was to reduce the pain caused by the blessing. Chloe apologized, saying she did not mean to look down on his weapon. Jeon-ma replied that it was not that. He just found it hard to look at that Murasame he had received as compensation in such a miserable state. Chloe said that anyone who made Jeon-ma suffer deserved to die. He calmed her down, saying it was fine, and she apologized again. At that moment, Jeon-ma noticed something strange nearby, something Chloe did not seem to notice. He chose not to comment. He simply walked up to a tree and kicked it, asking who was there. The one who fell out of the tree was Knox. Jeon-ma thought the two brothers really were alike. Knox said he had let his guard down. Chloe asked why he was there. Jeon-ma grabbed his knife, and Chloe also got ready to fight, but he noticed that Knox was unarmed. He asked what this was about, saying he thought he had already made everything clear last time. Knox replied that he had not come for that. He said there was no point in hiding the matter from Chloe, since she would find out sooner or later, and that it was better for both of them to hear it together. The topic was directly related to Kang Jeon-ma. Then Knox revealed that the Academy's Council of Elders had requested the elimination of Kang Jeon-ma. Jeon-ma wondered why those old men wanted that. Chloe asked directly if Knox had come after Jeon-ma because of that order. Knox replied that she had spent too much time away from home and had lost her sense of how things worked. In response, Chloe pulled out a stiletto and told Jeon-ma to stay behind her, taking on a clearly protective stance. Knox noted that her reflexes had not gotten worse. He then explained to Jeon-ma that he did not care what he did or how he lived, but that the elders were strangely obsessed with him. It was not just because he was a member of the auditoriums, there was something more to it, an unease that was hard to explain. Because of that, the elimination request had been postponed for now. The fact that the request had been made in secret, without going through the Academy's director, was also suspicious. On top of that, an elimination order against a mere student went completely against the principles of the auditoriums. Even so, Knox made it clear that since this was a direct request from the Council of Elders, it could not be ignored forever. If the pressure continued, the auditoriums would have no choice but to open a formal investigation into Jeon-ma. Knox also told Chloe that since she was a member of the auditoriums, he felt obligated to inform her. Jeon-ma realized that Knox used talk about principles as justification, but deep down he was genuinely worried about Chloe. Before Knox left, Jeon-ma called him back to talk about what had happened last time. Knox replied that Chloe seemed much happier around Jeon-ma, something he had never seen before, not even as a family member. He asked Jeon-ma not to let Chloe get hurt again. Jeon-ma was confused, since there was no way to stop her leg from breaking. Still, he simply nodded. Then Knox asked another question, wondering how that kid managed to be so strong. Jeon-ma thought that to truly be strong, someone needed to at least reach the level of the Sword Emperor, someone who could face any threat at any time. He himself could only access his strength for less than a minute per day, and did not think he was in any position to talk about power, let alone reveal it. Even so, Knox had already exposed secrets of his own family, so Jeon-ma did not feel right staying silent. He replied that Knox lacked determination. Even as a member of the additor family, he needed more real-life experience. If he stayed stuck in the academy, he would soon hit his limits. Jeon-ma advised him to gain experience in the real world and work hard, because that was how he would truly learn. With that, he ended the conversation. Jeon-ma thought that maybe he was not completely wrong. Later during class, the professor explained the lesson, while Jeon-ma, as usual, was distracted. His thoughts kept circling around the fact that the Academy's Council of Elders was hunting him. The council was made up of the descendants of 5 of Joachim's 7 disciples. Guillaume remembered that in the game, this group held enormous influence, not just in the Academy, but across society as a whole. They interfered directly in the protagonist's path for their own benefit, which was why players called them the 5 Corrupt. Even so, Guillaume could not understand why his very existence was such a big nuisance. He wrote everything down in his notebook, trying to pinpoint the moment he started drawing too much attention. He organized the situation like a mental map, connecting events, decisions, and consequences. Looking at it all, he realized he really had done many reckless things. At that point, it almost seemed like he had been desperate to attract the attention of an elder. Still, even taking all that into account, Guillaume found it absurd to believe that the Council of Elders was truly hunting a simple student like him. This had not been a simple interference. They had tried to kill Leon directly, someone who was basically still a child. Guillaume thought that even if they were corrupt, that crossed any acceptable line. They were putting their own privileges above the well-being of humanity and the Academy itself. In his mind, Guillaume knew he could walk into the council and slaughter all those elders without difficulty. Even so, he concluded that this was not the right time. When the moment came, he would cut every elder into pieces. But for now, he needed to act carefully. The absolute priority was improving his weapon, and for that, he needed to go to a dungeon as soon as possible. Before that, though, he would need to gather members and form a group, since acting alone would make everything much harder. He wanted someone with a strategic mindset, unlike Rachel, who solved everything with brute force and little thought. That was when Guillaume thought of Speed Weapon and decided to invite him as well. Later, still in the classroom, a large man showed up picking on a celebrity, saying that this was no place for small people who came and went whenever they wanted. Guillaume thought people like that appeared out of nowhere. With over 20 years of experience working in restaurants and dealing with countless drunks, this was nothing more than another everyday nuisance. He simply told the guy to get out of the way and stop blocking his path before he turned that square jaw into another geometric shape. The man flew into a rage and charged at him. Guillaume did not expect anyone to step in, but it was Speed Weapon who appeared, landing a straight punch on the big guy. Even so, Speed Weapon felt pain in his hand, since the man felt like a solid wall. Guillaume found it interesting, since he had heard of battle mages before, but a battle healer was something new to him. Speed Weapon suggested that if Guillaume had been looking for him, it would be better to talk outside. Later, Speed Weapon asked him directly if he wanted to form a group. He offered to help recruit members, explaining that the reward would be split between him and the other members, while Guillaume would keep only the materials obtained from the monsters. Guillaume agreed, since he knew that no one besides Chloe would show up if he tried to form a group on his own. With Speed Weapon, who was in the Dragon class, it would be much easier. Guillaume explained that he needed at least 4 people to get permission to enter a dungeon, due to Academy rules. He added that if it were not for those rules, someone at his level could clear 5 or 6 dungeons alone. Speed Weapon disagreed, reminding him that Guillaume had defeated a mermaid by himself, and saying that this kind of excessive modesty was annoying. He also commented that Guillaume's body looked better, and Guillaume confirmed that after resting in a good hospital room, he felt much better. Speed Weapon accepted the proposal without hesitation, saying there was no reason to refuse, and that he felt he could experience new things alongside Guillaume. Guillaume thanked him sincerely. When asked about the chosen dungeon, he mentioned the Buffalo Dungeon, C rank. Speed Weapon said it was a classic dungeon, and added that Rachel had been training hard in the practice area ever since Guillaume had been hospitalized. He also asked if there was any specific type of member Guillaume did not want in the group. Guillaume replied that he would rather not invite Rachel or Leon, but Speed Weapon explained that either way, they would not be joining. Rachel was focused on intense training, and Leon was probably preparing to explore high-level dungeons with 2nd and 3rd year students. Speed Weapon said he had someone in mind, and added that at that hour, she was probably sleeping. Guillaume found that strange, but Speed Weapon suggested they stop by the cafeteria first to buy a few things. That night, they went to meet this person. The place looked like a house, something Guillaume did not even know existed inside the academy. He had never visited it while playing the game. In his past life, he had been a Japanese food chef, but had never gone to Japan, even though he had always wanted to visit the country at least once to research the market. He thought maybe this was the strange way fate had found to fulfill that wish. They passed by an archery range, and Speed Weapon pointed out that she was there. He walked up and tried to wake her, saying there was no other way and that he had brought that. Immediately, the girl jumped up, looking around frantically, until Speed Weapon pointed at the bag. She lunged like a beast, grabbed the bag with incredible ease, and then simply threw herself on Guillaume to eat whatever was inside. Guillaume was completely confused by the sudden situation. She asked if he had more Yokan, and that triggered a vivid memory. He remembered a moment in the kitchen in his past life, when he had shouted so loudly that he scared everyone after finally getting something rare. After living only only for work, his only hobby had been that game and the gacha system. That was what kept him steady among unpleasant people, both in the game and in real life. At that moment, he had believed he had finally gotten what he wanted, the reason behind all the money he had spent. He had obtained Abel von Nibelung, but now, standing in front of him, was a character asking for Yokan. That girl was Saki Ryojo, and Guillaume felt a deep sense of disappointment. In the original story centered on the protagonist Leon, several beautiful heroines appeared around him. Among them all, the main one was Abel von Nibelung. While other heroines showed off their charm and unique abilities, Abel always remained by the protagonist's side. The story perfectly portrayed the gradual process of love blooming between them. Back then, Guillaume had been completely enchanted by the character's charm and had opened his wallet without a second thought. Because of that, aside from the main heroine Abel, all the other heroines had gradually become invisible to him. Among those forgotten heroines, the one who vanished the fastest was his very first 5-star character, Saki Ryojo, the daughter of the Saint of the Bow. Saki commented that Guillaume was extremely annoying, and at that moment he understood why Speed Weapon had seemed so confident about calling her. Ryojo was one of the best DPS among long-range attackers in the game. Despite her laid-back appearance, she was a very intelligent character, quite different from Rachel, who solved everything with brute force. On top of that, since Saki did not have a major role in the main story, the chances of her affecting the flow of events were low even if she joined the group. Guillaume decided that was acceptable. Saki then asked why exactly he had come there, while casually taking the sweet from his hand without asking. Speed Weapon joined the conversation, asking if she knew King Guillaume. He explained that he had gone looking for him that afternoon when Guillaume was being bothered by someone troublesome, and that now they were recruiting members to explore the Buffalo Dungeon the following week. He also explained that the rewards would be split among the members, except for the buffalo horns. While listening, Saki slowly moved closer to Guillaume and asked if he was the guy involved in the subspace battle. The two stared at each other for a moment. Saki said that since the dungeon rewards also counted toward grades, there was no reason to refuse. Even so, she commented that Guillaume seemed to have far less determination than she had expected. Guillaume thought she was not exactly the right person to talk about determination, considering she had been asleep just moments earlier. Saki replied that she did not want to act alongside someone who showed little determination. Speed Weapon stepped in, reminding her that she had also watched the fight and knew Guillaume was not ordinary. Saki shot back, saying the opponent was probably weak. Speed Weapon corrected her, explaining that the enemy had been an additor, and said he had almost mentioned that during the midterm trial, telling her to pay attention. The conversation went off the rails when Speed Weapon teased Saki, comparing her behavior to a dog drooling at the sight of a sweet. Guillaume was confused by the situation. Being a valuable member of a group and having basic manners were two completely different things. He wondered if it was really worth lowering himself like that just to recruit someone. Because of that, Guillaume said it would be better to leave her out and go, stating that Saki's attitude would be like poison to the group and that they could find someone better. Saki replied that he did not seem to be in such a hurry to explore the dungeon after all. The two stared at each other in silence again. Then Guillaume simply drew a sashimi knife and threw it. The blade hit the target dead center with absolute precision. Right after that, he threw the other knives, all of them striking the exact same spot. Saki was visibly impressed, since she had not expected that. Guillaume asked if she wanted to see anything else, and Saki, trembling, answered that she did not. The next day in the cafeteria, Saki was already waiting. Speed Weapon, Guillaume and Chloe walked in, and Saki gave Guillaume a shy wave. He thought the effect of the sashimi knife demonstration had been immediate and spot on. Saki explained that she had been reviewing some details, had already secured the permit, and that the preparations were almost complete. Then Speed Weapon began to explain the mission. The Buffalo Dungeon, as the name suggested, was inhabited by C-rank demonic beasts known as buffaloes. They were creatures that attacked with violent charges from long distances. Close combat against them was extremely difficult, but they had a clear weakness against long-range attacks. Finally, Speed Weapon made one rule absolutely clear. Under no circumstances were they to open the stone portal located at the center of the dungeon. Chloe asked what would happen if that portal was opened. Speed Weapon explained that it seemed to be some kind of seal, but made it clear that this was still only theory, with no confirmed facts. Saki commented that since the Academy's only condition for authorizing the dungeon run was not opening the portal, there was no real reason not to proceed. Guillaume agreed with that logic. Even so, he stated that that place should never be opened. He said it with such conviction that the group looked at him strangely, as if he knew exactly what was inside. Speed Weapon even questioned him, and Guillaume answered no, while at the same time making it clear that the answer was yes. He reinforced that Saki should never, under any circumstances, mess with that place, since there was a chance a hidden boss existed inside. Speed Weapon said he imagined something even bigger. Guillaume thought that, to begin with, that portal could only be opened if very specific conditions were met. Right now, the place was completely blocked by the system, which made any attempt to open it impossible. Aside from that risk, the dungeon was without a doubt one of the best in terms of cost and reward. Meanwhile, Saki kept calmly eating yokan. Guillaume noted to himself that she really loved that stuff. For Saki, sugar was essential for someone who used her brain so much. Even so, Guillaume decided to end the conversation, since he noticed Chloe did not look happy at all with how things were going. That was when Guillaume felt something strange, like he was being watched. Even Chloe turned around to ask what was wrong, but Guillaume chose to simply wait. He was sure that when the time came, that person would show up. A few days later, the group was traveling toward Gangwon province. Guillaume immediately recognized the place as Chiorwan. When he had left the army, he had sworn never to pass through that region again. He never imagined he would return, especially not under these circumstances. They passed through a checkpoint and informed them they were from the academy. Guillaume realized this worked as a form of civilian control, probably because it was a border area between dungeons. He had a clear feeling that he was being monitored by the Council of Elders. Suddenly, Speed Weapon approached and offered him an egg, explaining that it was part of a Korean tradition during trips. He told Guillaume to relax, reminding him that this was just a C-rank dungeon. Then he asked if Saki wanted an egg, but she refused. Even after refusing, Saki kept staring at Guillaume. When he noticed, she became visibly shy and looked away. Guillaume thought that it was not enough to be under surveillance. Now he was also drawing unnecessary attention. Soon after, they finally arrived at their destination. Chloe commented that the weather was perfect. Guillaume reflected that this place had been a nesting ground for demonic beasts since ancient times. Now, it had all been turned into a simple farming dungeon. Speed Weapon found the lack of luggage strange, so Guillaume opened his bag. Inside were many knives. Speed Weapon asked if he planned to sell all of that. Guillaume explained that you could never be too careful. Speed Weapon joked that he looked like an old uncle, but admitted that he had his reasons to prepare that way. Chloe said that in that case, the vanguard would always move ahead. The group was ready. Later, as they approached the dungeon, they noticed another civilian control point, and it was clear that only academy students were allowed. Everyone had to register their names in a book. When Kang Guillaume wrote his name, he clearly noticed the guard flinch. Even so, he did not pay it much attention and headed toward the dungeon. When the doors opened, an extremely strange smell spread through the air. Guillaume noticed the guard looked nervous, but concluded that everything would be fine. As they moved through the dark tunnels, he saw various notes written on the walls. It was clear to him that the dungeon had become a tourist spot for curious nobles. Saki, already tired, ended up leaning against Guillaume. He could tell her fatigue was real. Saki said she thought the sweets would give her more energy, but apparently it did not work as expected. She asked if he had another sweet. Guillaume offered her a piece of candy, but Saki said she did not really like that and asked if he had yokan. He replied that he did not carry that kind of stock. Saki said she had yokan saved, but this was not the moment to use it. At that moment, the focus had to shift to combat. Chloe detected 4 creatures approaching from 200 meters away. Speed Weapon told everyone to follow the plan to avoid trouble. First, Chloe would attack with her crossbow and Saki with her bow. Speed Weapon would be responsible for providing generous buffs to both of them. Saki drew her large bow. Guillaume immediately recognized it as the red bow white arrow, an S-rank weapon. With that weapon, there would be no difficulty at all. Saki commented that she had not used it in a long time and that it even felt stiff. She asked for a moment, ate a yokan, and soon looked much better. Guillaume still wondered if he could really trust her, but the monsters were already closing in. Speed Weapon activated the buffs with his flute. The buffalo charged forward at high speed. Chloe moved in first, firing repeatedly with her crossbows, piercing the creature's eyes and taking several of them down. Even so, the others kept advancing, and Chloe realized she needed to slow them down. Still, Speed Weapon reinforced that everyone should stick to the plan. Despite that, Saki stepped forward and made it clear she would aim straight for the creature's eyes. Right after that, she fired 3 arrows at the same time. The moment the monsters rushed toward Chloe, their heads simply exploded. Saki commented that she might have overdone it and apologized, while casually continuing to eat her yokan like nothing had happened. Guillaume thought that if she had destroyed the horns too, it would have been a massive waste. Even so, there was no denying how impressive her skill was. Guillaume got ready to collect the horns, but at that moment, one of the minotaurs stood back up. Saki noticed it was the same one that had fallen earlier. When she tried to react, she tripped and dropped her bow. As the creature tried to attack her, Gaoma moved instantly and split the monster in half with a single strike. Saki was completely stunned. The cut was so clean that neither half of the body showed any blood dripping at all. Gaoma asked if she was okay. The shock was so intense that Saki ended up swallowing the entire yokin in one go. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the guards were making contact through their communication devices. It was clear they worked directly for the elders. Inside the cave, Gaoma was collecting the Minotaur horns, which were the exact reason he had come to this dungeon in the first place. Buffalo horns were a rank C enhancement material, widely used to reinforce weapons and for other applications. He planned to gather as many as he could carry. Saki thanked him for the help earlier, and as a token of gratitude, even handed him a sweet. That made Chloe extremely irritated. Noticing this, Gaoma got Chloe's attention to say something important. He leaned closer and whispered in her ear about the strange behavior of the staff member they had run into earlier. At that point, Speed Weapon asked if the two of them were dating or something like that. Chloe reacted instantly, shocked by the idea. Gaoma pushed back internally, thinking it was wrong to assume that relationships between men and women had to be romantic. He ended up replying in a blunt way, almost snapping for no reason. Speed Weapon insisted, saying they were always together, which only reinforced the impression. Gaoma wondered how he even reached that kind of conclusion. Still, Chloe was clearly unhappy with the comment. Soon after, Chloe said she found it strange that there were so few monsters in the dungeon. The path ahead was silent and completely empty. Speed Weapon replied that the dungeon was not very popular, but even so, it should not be this sparse. Saki said she had been thinking the same thing. To her, the monsters were acting strangely, as if they were running away from something. Considering how aggressive the buffalo usually were, that did not seem normal. Speed Weapon agreed, pointing out that monsters like those were usually fairly docile. In Chiorwan, they were even used to detect severe ruptures. Gaoma wondered if these buffalo served the same purpose, thinking that people in this place really took things way too far. Speed Weapon admitted everything felt suspicious, but questioned what could actually go wrong. Saki reminded them that everyone had communication signals, so in theory there should not be any major issues. Taking advantage of the moment, Gaoma asked how Saki and Speed Weapon had met. Saki explained that she had placed first in the written exam, while Speed Weapon came in second. After that, he found out the results and made a huge scene. She also mentioned that she had placed third in the placement test. Gaoma revealed that he had placed second in the written exam, and that at first he thought Speed Weapon was just a social climber. Now, however, he was starting to see him differently. Speed Weapon then said that Rachel was a distant cousin of his. Gaoma realized that explained why he had never run into Speed Weapon before, even though he was an active player connected to important figures. Speed Weapon explained that his family came from a branch of Rachel's family, specifically the Changseong clan. He said there was no need to go into more detail and asked Gaoma to stop making that face. He said he liked situations like this and that he found Gaoma even more impressive. He asked him not to forget about him when he became famous. Gaoma replied that would not happen. Speed Weapon, on the other hand, said you never really knew, since Gaoma could become one of the 7 stellar heroes in the future. Chloe agreed, saying that was totally possible. That was when they noticed Saki moving ahead on her own, silently. She commented that she hated the 7 stellar heroes. Speed Weapon found her reaction strange, but concluded that either way, they needed to finish the dungeon quickly and head back. To complete the mission, they would need to defeat at least 20 monsters. As they moved forward, Gaoma noticed some strange details on the cave walls. Even so, he decided to pretend he had not seen anything, at least for now. Outside, one of the guards made direct contact with one of the elders. He reported that, for the moment, the students had likely encountered buffalo driven mad by magic stones. The elder sounded suspicious and asked whether he had prepared any other measures. The guard confirmed that he had done exactly as instructed. He commented that, personally, he believed the crazed buffalo would take care of everything on their own. The person on the other end of the call was not an elder, but a Kori. She asked whether the guard would take responsibility if it failed, making it clear that she trusted he would do his best. Then she told him to call back once there were results. The guard did not like a Kori, just like almost everyone else. To him, those students were going to die either way. The dungeon was giving off an extremely intimidating presence. Just to be safe, he decided to force the dungeon gates open. The chances of survival were almost zero. Even so, something in the eyes of that boy named Gaoma caught his attention, as if the kid had already seen everything. Still, the guard decided he would go in later to check the situation himself. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Chloe pulled Gaoma aside and warned him that the beasts were approaching from behind. Based on the presence she sensed, there were about 50 creatures at once. Everyone was shocked when a deafening sound echoed and the ground started to shake. As if emerging from a portal, 50 50 monsters appeared all at once. Speed Weapon was thrown off by the number and wondered if those were really normal buffalo. The creatures were clearly altered, consumed by rage. He commented that monsters like that were usually docile. As Guillaume looked at the massive herd, he remembered his master's words. His master always said that every knife had a purpose. You did not use a chicken knife to cut a cow. The same idea applied to sashimi. Guillaume remembered once asking if that was like using a sashimi knife to cut a steak. Back then, he had even apologized to his master. In the end, it was not that the apprentice was completely wrong, since the fish had been sliced cleanly in half. Those memories surfaced, and Guillaume realized that maybe it really was necessary to use a fish knife to cut a bull. He then told Chloe to distract the buffalo herd, asking her not to charge straight in and to move quickly left and right, breaking the enemy formation. Chloe understood the plan immediately. Guillaume also pointed out that Speed Weapon already knew exactly what to do, and he confirmed it without hesitation. Saki wondered why Guillaume stayed so calm in front of 50 buffalo. Guillaume explained that he would take care of any creature that got close. Still, Saki asked Speed Weapon about it, trying to understand why he was so relaxed. Speed Weapon told her not to be so surprised. Saki thought it was just absurd for someone to cut minotaurs with a sashimi knife. For Guillaume, though, if someone was prepared, there was nothing to fear. That was exactly why he had prepared himself. No matter what appeared in front of him, he would cut it down. At that moment, Guillaume activated the blessing of the sword god, holding several sashimi knives at the same time. When the buffalo charged, Guillaume moved forward without any fear. He threw several knives at the same time, something that left Saki completely stunned. She even dropped the sweet she was holding, thinking it was absolute madness. Guillaume was already standing on top of a pile of buffalo corpses, and that was when Saki clearly remembered everything that had just happened. She followed every single move. First, Chloe rushed in using the cat blessing to confuse the buffalo and break their formation. With an effect similar to Schrodinger's cat, the creatures became totally disoriented and scattered. Right after that, Guillaume stepped in, throwing all the knives at once. They were so powerful that they sliced through the buffalo like simple pieces of sashimi. He kept cutting them down one by one. Even when he ended up surrounded with indirect support from Speed Weapon, Guillaume was completely enclosed by the buffalo with no room to escape. Saki thought there were far too many of them. Even so, with a series of precise cuts, Guillaume shredded all of them at the same time. Saki could barely believe what she was seeing. He had wiped out every monster without a single drop of blood being spilled, only perfectly clean cuts. Guillaume commented that those horns should already be enough. He reflected that thanks to the extended 40 seconds of the pain resistance blessing, he had no trouble taking down around 50 buffalo. Chloe said he had been amazing. Guillaume acknowledged that he had great support from the team and thought that everything had only been easy because of her. Saki was still completely in disbelief. Speed Weapon warned her not to be surprised. Saki replied that it was impossible not to be surprised. Speed Weapon admitted that the first time he saw it, he was also left speechless because Guillaume always shattered any idea of what was normal. Saki then wondered who he really was and what his true identity might be. Speed Weapon said he did not know either. Maybe he was some kind of legend that had come back to life. Even so, everyone grew curious about what lay deeper inside the dungeon and kept moving through the corridors. Later on, Speed Weapon remembered that the condition to clear the dungeon was to defeat 20 buffalo. They had taken down more than double that, and Guillaume had done almost all the work by himself. Guillaume was pushing himself because he knew that in the previous midterm trials he had barely done anything. Speed Weapon almost commented that Guillaume could probably handle everything alone, but stopped himself halfway through the thought and chose not to say anything. As they moved forward, Chloe noticed that the place felt strange. Suddenly, the massive door let out a loud noise and the chains holding the seal began to move. Guillaume wondered if the seal was breaking. Earlier, the guard who had sent all the minotaurs after Guillaume was also wondering if the students were already dead. He remembered that not long ago, a woman claiming to be an academy instructor had come looking for him. She promised to pay $2 billion to clear his debt, as long as he accepted the job. The plan was to tame the buffalo, use a magic stone to drive them into a frenzy, unleash all of them against Cadet Kang Guillaume, and open the stone portal as well. The guard even wondered if that instructor truly wanted the students dead. She made it clear that she did not want to take uncertain risks, and that if he refused, she could find someone else. The guard rejected that idea and decided to help. She remarked that despite his appearance, he was quick thinking and said she would explain the details over the phone. The guard concluded that $2 billion was far too much money to turn down and decided he would open the stone portal without hesitation. Inside the dungeon, the group began to wonder if that space was what lay beyond the stone portal. Guillaume finally understood why everything had felt too easy. They had entered naturally, but now they felt anxious in that suspicious environment. As expected, that sealed space could only be opened with a giant magic stone, obtained by defeating the giant dungeon boss, a typical reward from a mid-game mission. The fragments they had found earlier were pieces of that magic stone. Guillaume briefly thought about the full reward, but quickly pushed the thought aside, since that was not the moment for it. His attention shifted to a massive red line carved into the door, something that looked impossible to scratch with ordinary blades. He calculated that he had already used all 40 seconds of the pain resistance blessing, but believed that with Murasame, he could endure a bit longer. He needed to cut it before the creature awakened, but it might already be too late. An extremely loud sound echoed through the space. Everyone went on high alert and soon came face to face with a gigantic creature holding an axe. It was a buffalo, far larger than any of the others. Guillaume realized right away that the beast was already awake. That dungeon guarded a reward known as the Blessing of Transition, which could transfer one of the user's blessings to a specific target. The guardian of that reward was an A-rank demonic beast, the Minotaur, known as the King of Buffalo. However, it was not alone. Other buffalo appeared around it, acting as guards for the Great Minotaur. They were different from the normal ones, clearly much stronger. Chloe realized there was a monster sealed inside the stone gate. Guillaume judged that even if he cut through the gate and reach the outside, the moment that creature fully awakened, escaping without serious injuries would be almost impossible for nearly everyone. This situation was different from the previous midterm test. He had defeated the mermaid without any prior information, but he had already faced the Minotaur in the game before. Under ideal conditions, he could handle all three by himself. Now, however, he had already spent 40 seconds of pain resistance and needed to act as efficiently as possible. He gripped Murasame tightly and asked Speed Weapon for another blessing, asking how long he could maintain it. The limit would be 2 minutes. Guillaume considered that enough and made it clear that if Speed Weapon lost focus for even a second, someone could die. Even so, Speed Weapon chose to trust him. Guillaume told Saki and Chloe to handle the left side and warned Big Guy about the danger, making it clear he wanted to protect the girls. He explained to Chloe that the plan would be the same as before. The Minotaur, clearly enraged, charged forward violently. At that moment, Guillaume activated the blessing of the sword god, and intense pain shot through his body, to the point where he could barely move. The suffering was extreme, but Speed Weapon cast the blessing directly onto his body. Guillaume realized he could still act. When the Minotaur rushed in, destroying everything in its path, Guillaume received the final message in his mind, feeling that the blessings of the gods were with him. Guillaume easily dodged the Minotaur's first axe strike. The pain in his body was so intense that he felt like he could spit even more blood, but he still avoided the second attack. Right after that, he took a direct kick from the Minotaur and, even blocking part of the impact, ended up coughing up more blood. He realized that all the sensations he had suppressed with the pain resistance blessing were coming back at once. Even so, he decided he would not weaken because of it. As he dodged another swing, the Minotaur changed the axe's trajectory, nearly tearing Guillaume's head off. He used his evasion skill at the last instant, lowering his body and avoiding the attack. Consumed by rage, the Minotaur began destroying everything around it, striking wildly until it finally hit Guillaume. The impact was so strong that a cloud of dust spread through the area. Even then, the monster realized the boy was still alive. Saki wondered if Guillaume was really human. While dodging an attack from one of the Minotaur's guards, she watched how Guillaume used his muscles, his solid stance, and his precise footwork. To her, he looked like a superhuman, though she admitted it was still just a theory. The difference between theory and real combat was massive. Even so, Saki fired a perfect arrow into the guard's eye. In a life-or-death situation, Guillaume had not hesitated even once. She aimed again and hit dead center, blowing the buffalo's head apart. Saki remembered that even the Sword Emperor Siegfried had used his aura to fight that boy. The Minotaur stared at Guillaume with absolute hatred, and then focused on the aura of the sword god as well. Dropping the axe for a moment, it charged using only its fists. With a single precise strike, Guillaume pierced through the attack and cut the Minotaur's arm clean in half. Meanwhile, Chloe kept the other guard occupied. Speed Weapon was extremely nervous, trembling from the continuous effort of maintaining the blessing. Soon after, Chloe managed to defeat the other guard. She thought about how inexperienced she still was in fighting monsters and reflected that the closer a creature got to a human form, the more dangerous it tended to be. It was not an absolute rule, but when a monster behaved like that, the risk was obvious. Even so, her biggest concern was Guillaume. The Minotaur grew even more furious after losing half its arm. With its remaining arm, it grabbed the axe and began to cast magic. Saki found that impossible, since monsters normally did not use magic. It looked as if the Minotaur was merging with the axe itself, burning its own life force to regenerate mana. To Saki, that raw power made it almost impossible to get close. Even on the verge of passing out, Speed Weapon did not give up and kept sustaining the blessing, fully trusting Guillaume. Facing the massive axe, Guillaume kept spitting more and more blood. When the final blow finally came, everything focused into that single moment. moment. Of course, the boy Gyeoma did not hesitate. He clashed blades head-on with the Minotaur's massive axe, which was now imbued with magic. At the moment of impact, Gyeoma realized that the magic was far too dense for his level. Even so, retreat was not an option, because if he dodged that strike, everyone behind him would be hit. The Minotaur pushed even more power into the attack, slowly forcing Gyeoma backward. The pressure was insane, and his body was already starting to give in. At that moment, an arrow struck the Minotaur in the eye. It had been fired by Saki, creating a clear opening. Gyeoma took advantage of that gap to focus even more, completely ignoring the pain tearing through his body. Gyeoma's eye was gradually overtaken by the blessing, as if something else was taking control. He did not think about technique or strategy. He cut forward, driven only by the pain he felt. A blue aura exploded around him, something Chloe immediately recognized as the same aura he had used in his fight against the Sword Emperor. Gyeoma advanced and sliced straight through the Minotaur's axe. The blessing nearly consumed him entirely, pushing his mind toward madness, but he endured. The strike was so powerful that it split both the axe and the Minotaur itself in half. Everything happened in a single motion, driven by the blessing and the blue aura. Everyone was completely shocked. The Minotaur's body fell to the ground without spilling a single drop of blood. It was a clean and absolute cut. Gyeoma remained standing, physically destroyed but still conscious. In silence, he thought that he had done it. Saki watched the scene in pure awe. Shortly after, Speed Weapon collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. His mouth was swollen from blowing the flute non-stop to keep the blessing active. He commented that Gyeoma always shattered any sense of what was normal, and thought that the bright light had been enough to illuminate the entire cave. He also wondered if Gyeoma had already manifested his aura in its complete form. Before he could get more excited, Saki told Speed Weapon to breathe properly. At that moment, she finally understood what he had meant earlier. Gyeoma looked like a legend that had come back to life. She also understood why Speed Weapon was always following Gyeoma around. When she mentioned this, he asked when he had ever done something like that, and Saki simply told him to drop it. According to Academy rules, Saki mentioned that it was not impossible for Kang Gyeoma to skip a year. Speed Weapon thought that was absurd and asked if she had lost her mind. Saki replied that there was no rule forbidding it. After thinking for a moment, Speed Weapon agreed. Saki also admitted that, for some reason, she wanted to walk alongside Kang Gyeoma as well. Meanwhile, Gyeoma realized that even with Speed Weapon's blessing, there was no way to avoid a long period of rest. His injuries were not severe compared to the others, but he had faced a boss without any blessing that reduced pain. The strain had been enormous. Suddenly, Chloe jumped on him to hug him, clearly worried. She wanted to know if he was okay and if he was badly hurt. Gyeoma thought that he was being hurt at that very moment, but Chloe quickly apologized, while making it clear that she loved throwing herself at him. Soon after, Gyeoma received a system message congratulating him on acquiring a new blessing. He thought that originally this blessing should have belonged to the protagonist Leon. The rank of the blessing was tied to spirit level, something extremely rare. It was a blessing that reached its true potential when combined with others, known as the blessing of transfer. It was almost essential to maintaining balance between yin and yang. Since they had come this far, Gyeoma decided to think positively. At that moment, someone opened the dungeon gate. Gyeoma remembered the request he had made earlier for Chloe to stay alert. As soon as the guard entered, he froze in shock when Chloe kicked him, driving her blade straight into his leg and forcing him to stay quiet. Speed Weapon asked what was going on. Gyeoma explained that he had asked Chloe to do this earlier. The guard, panicking, asked what he had done to deserve that. Gyeoma replied that this was exactly what they were about to find out. Later, Speed Weapon asked if the fact that the monsters had gone berserk and the portal had been opened had anything to do with that guard. Saki agreed that everything felt strange. There were no surveillance cameras inside the dungeon, yet the employee appeared as if he had been waiting for everything to happen. Speed Weapon questioned why someone would do something like that. Saki replied that this was what they needed to uncover. She approached the guard and said she did not think he was a coward. The real question was who was behind all of this. Since he did not seem willing to talk, Saki concluded that they would have to force him to open his mouth. Gyeoma made it clear that he had his own methods if the man insisted on staying silent. The guard finally gave in. A few days earlier, an academy instructor had approached him and promised to pay off all the debts he had piled up from gambling. Speed Weapon was furious and asked if he had really done all of this just because of debt, selling students for pocket change. The guard replied that they were not sold for pocket change. It was $2 billion. He explained that he had refused at first. Saki asked what this instructor looked like. The guard guard described a woman with light-colored hair with purple streaks, tall for female standards. Saki said she would not forget that description because it matched the assistant instructor of her class, someone with very striking eyes. Speed Weapon concluded that the incident during the midterm exam must also have been her doing. Saki wanted to know exactly what had happened during that exam. Gyeoma explained that during the midterm, the group encountered a mermaid inside the dungeon. Saki asked if that was why Leon ended up hospitalized. Speed Weapon clarified that it was not exactly that, because the mermaid had been defeated by Gyeoma himself alone. Gyeoma added that after that, they took everything they could from him. Then Gyeoma revealed that he had recorded the entire conversation. Everyone was impressed by the level of caution and planning. Chloe then pulled the sword out of the guard's leg, making him feel intense pain. Gyeoma commented that a dungeon should never be open at that moment, because it was the perfect situation for someone to simply disappear. He said he would leave the judgment in Chloe's hands since she was the assassin of the group. Without hesitation, Chloe grabbed the sword and pressed it against the guard's neck. She made it clear that he would be punished and killed him right there, without any ceremony. Gyeoma thought that the Academy Council of Elders and the instructors were probably starting to set their sights on him. Even so, he believed that if they came for him, he could handle cutting all of them to pieces if necessary. Sometime later, Gyeoma went to the forge and handed over the horn of the Bull King, asking to have his weapon strengthened. The blacksmith was left speechless when he saw such a high-level material. He wondered if Gyeoma had obtained it by himself. Gyeoma replied that it had been a team effort and took the chance to ask if his weapon could be repaired and reinforced. The blacksmith complained, asking what Gyeoma had done to the weapon to leave it in such a ruined state. Gyeoma was thrown off by the tone, and the blacksmith quickly softened, saying only that he needed to take better care of his sword. Gyeoma said he would leave everything in his hands then. The blacksmith thought that this cursed little brat might still manage to make the sword even smaller than it already was. Before leaving, Gyeoma said that the blacksmith could sell any leftover materials and buy something for himself. The blacksmith was surprised and asked if he was serious. Later, back in class, Gyeoma realized that he was feeling much better. Even so, he knew he would need to ask Speed Weapon for another blessing soon. Meanwhile, he analyzed his own system. The synchronization rate was at 12.7%. Unlike other attributes, it increased drastically after extreme events. If he cleared another dungeon, it would probably go up again. He also noticed that despite the rapid increase in attributes, there had been no major side effects since his hair had turned white. He thought about Chloe, who had been hospitalized with a fever after the dungeon, and decided that he would visit her later. At that moment, Professor Lee entered the room accompanied by the Sword Emperor. Gyeoma thought they had taken quite a while. Suddenly, he received a notification on his phone. Someone was asking what he was doing and telling him to look forward. When he raised his head, he saw Saki holding her phone, with a bunny photo on the screen, entering the room together with the Sword Emperor. The professor announced that starting that day, Cadet Saki Ryojo would be transferred to their class, and that he hoped everyone would get along with her. After that, he wrapped up the announcements and told everyone to change clothes and gather in the training hall in 30 minutes. The classroom began to buzz with whispers, trying to understand why Saki was in that class. The instructor explained that the transfer had been personally requested, but no one knew the reason. Gyeoma thought that she was really moving closer to him. Among the cadets of that year, known as the Miracle Generation, Saki held 4th place in the rankings. The top 4 were always treated as a separate group. First place was known as an absolute genius, with absurd combat ability, the perfect balance of brains and muscle in a Kyushu style. On top of that, Saki was the daughter of Saki Kojima, one of the 7 stellar heroes known as the Absolute Archer. According to official records, Saki Kojima also held the position of Prime Minister of Japan, which made Saki something close to a princess. It was no surprise that everyone treated her like a celebrity. Gyeoma thought that all of this was about to become 200% more annoying. All the men were impressed as Saki walked through the classroom, but she ignored everyone and kept moving forward. Gyeoma told himself not to come over. Even so, she stopped right next to him, commented that if he was not going to eat that, she would take it back, asked if she could sit beside him, and even asked for his phone number. Gyeoma thought that his bad feelings never failed. Later, at the guard post of the Buffalo Dungeon, another guard was being interrogated. He claimed that they said they were worried about the cadets and insisted on entering. According to him, the people involved looked strangely pale from the start. They said the cadets seemed scared for some reason. The investigator stated that the scene would be inspected and released the guard, telling him he could leave. Later, while smoking together, one of the investigators commented that deaths in dungeons were common accidents. The other agreed, but pointed out that no matter the accident, there was always a body left behind. This time was different, and it would not leave his mind. When he entered the dungeon for inspection, he was completely shocked. Countless buffalo corpses were piled up, forming almost a mountain. To him, it was impossible that simple academy cadets had done this. The students had returned safely, but the staff member who had entered the dungeon was nowhere to be found. It was as if he had never existed. The other investigator suggested that the man might still be inside the stone gate. The response came quickly, saying that was highly unlikely since that gate had never been opened before. On top of that, they could not simply interrogate the cadets, since this was an elite school full of nobles. Only higher authorities could issue a warrant, and that fact was driving the investigator insane. Suddenly, the instructor who was with him was violently thrown aside. In the same instant, he realized it was magic. It was a demon. The one who appeared was Akori, eliminating the evidence. The investigator wondered if she was human or just someone in disguise. He had no time to think further. The next second, his head was torn off. Before dying, he understood the truth. Akori was a human who had made a pact with demons. She coldly commented that they even worked properly, but had no idea what they were actually dealing with. Meanwhile, Saki was sitting calmly, eating her candy, looking cheerful beside Gyeoma. All the other men around were clearly captivated by her, but Gyeoma did not like that attention at all. Saki noticed that he was not eating and asked why. She even went as far as sharing the candy. Gyeoma explained that Chloe sometimes sat there. Saki asked if the seats were assigned or if it was first come first served. Gyeoma replied that it was by order of arrival, but took the chance to ask why she had transferred to that class in the first place. Before she could answer, the professor announced that the assembly would begin in 5 minutes, making everyone stand up. Gyeoma mentioned that their class had morning training every day and asked if Saki would join. She replied that she would not, because she would be doing mental training. Then she put on a small device and simply fell asleep right there. Before that, she asked him to call her Ryojo, explaining that in her country, close friends used first names instead of last names. Gyeoma mentioned that Speed Weapon called her Saki, but she said that did not matter. She wished him good luck with training and went back to resting. Gyeoma had a clear feeling that this was going to cause trouble later. Meanwhile, in the academy's top class, Rachel complained that everything was way too noisy. She asked Abel if she had heard that Saki had been transferred from one class to another. Rachel commented that that girl, on top of being lazy, also seemed crazy. Abel was distracted, and Rachel asked if she was disappointed. Abel explained that class transfers only happen when a spot opened up, and that year that class had ended up with one less student. Saki must have found out before everyone else and rushed to secure the position. Abel asked what that had to do with her. Rachel said she had heard about Speed Weapon the previous week, and that he had teamed up with Kang Jeon-ma to clear the Buffalo Dungeon. According to rumors, Saki had liked Jeon-ma so much that she decided to join his class. Rachel commented that there should be some kind of order to these things, and teased that Jeon-ma was no longer reserved for dear Abel. Abel immediately denied it, calling Rachel crazy. Even so, Rachel noticed that Abel always reacted whenever she heard Gyeom-ma's name. Abel insisted that nothing was going on, said she had only talked to Kang Gyeom-ma a few times, and that there was no relationship between them. She asked Rachel to stop talking like that. Rachel questioned why Abel said only for now, hinting that she wanted more in the future. In a more serious tone, Rachel commented that lying to others was one thing, but lying to yourself was never a good idea. Abel was shocked by those words. She remembered a conversation she had had with her grandfather when he said he would become a temporary instructor at the academy. Abel asked him not to follow her at school, since she already got too much attention. That was when the Sword Emperor explained that he would be in charge of the special first-year class. Abel asked what he meant by that. Siegfried replied that it had been her own request, after what happened during the midterm exam. He told her not to worry, saying they would not meet much inside the school. Abel realized that he was trying to hide it, but she could still see the excitement written all over her grandfather's face. The Sword Emperor, who always seemed bored with everything, had finally found something that truly entertained him. That something was Kang Jeon-ma, a rare genius, someone who completely ignored his own status and noble background, solving everything through brute force. A talent so absurd that it almost felt unfair. Abel remembered the first time she saw him, when he looked like nothing more than a lazy child with no ambition. Now he had become a young man with strong presence and a strange kind of masculine charm that was hard to explain. To Abel, Gyeom-ma seemed to have even more potential than Leon himself, known as the hero candidate. Gyeom-ma walked firmly along the path of a hero, never showing off his achievements, moving forward in silence through a difficult road. If only he were arrogant, she could hate him for it. But he did not seem to have any clear flaws. It was impossible not to feel envy. Gyeom-ma had been recognized by her grandfather, while she had not. Rachel quietly approached and asked what Abel was thinking about, making her flinch. Abel replied that no matter how much she thought about it, she and Gyeom-ma had no room for the kind of feelings Rachel was hinting at. Rachel said that did not sound very convincing. If Abel really was not interested, then there would be no competition for her to try to get Gyeom-ma. Ma. Rachel claimed that she could easily deal with the brat and with Saki, but she could never compete with Abel. Abel asked if that was serious and if she was really that charming. Rachel threw the question back, implying that Abel was admitting something. Meanwhile, another of Kang's classes was in session, this time about the ranking of blessings. The professor explained that the ranking was determined by the entity residing within the blessing. When a guardian spirit lived inside it, it was classified as guardian rank. When there was only a common spirit, it was called spiritual rank. Someone asked what would happen if an ancestor resided in a blessing, whether that would make it an ancestral blessing. The professor explained that ancestors could help with training at the academy, but they did not reside inside blessings. At that moment, Saki briefly stood up and then went back to sleep right away. Gaoma noticed that not even the professor scolded her. The class continued as normal. Gaoma thought that Saki slept far too deeply. It had been 2 days since she transferred to that class, and he still did not know the reason. She simply slept all day, and it was ridiculous that he had no chance at all to ask. He even thought that if she only planned to sleep, she could just take the seat in the corner. At the same time, he felt some relief knowing that Chloe was still hospitalized. Otherwise, he would probably already be dead from stress. Gaoma also recognized that Saki had handled all the cleanup after the dungeon, making sure everything ended without issues. Her skills were on a completely different level compared to Speed Weapon. The instructor resumed the explanation, breaking down the blessing rankings: heroic spirit, spirit, guardian spirit, and personal spirit. He stated that most cadets possessed personal ranked blessings and told everyone not to feel discouraged, since even a personal blessing could be just as effective as a guardian ranked one. He also explained that spiritual ranked blessings were incredibly rare in that world. Gaoma thought that he had obtained one of those rare blessings just a few days earlier. At that moment, a female student asked how many heroic ranked blessings existed. The instructor explained that the world referred to them as heroic blessings and that, in practice, they were considered legends. Since the first manifestation of blessings in human history, only one person had ever awakened a heroic blessing: the founding hero, Valor Joachim. The instructor added that in the modern era there was one more person at that level, but unfortunately, the bell rang before he could continue. The explanation would be left for the next class. Before that, Gaoma asked one last question, wanting to know if the instructor understood the meaning of the phrase that said the blessing of the gods would be with someone. The instructor fell silent for a moment, and even Saki showed interest. He replied that he did not fully understand the purpose of the question, but that the phrase contained a clear contradiction. There were no more gods in that world. Even so, he praised Gaoma's thirst for knowledge and said that he could visit the laboratory if he had further questions. The instructor left the classroom. Saki opened a small smile and soon went back to sleep. Gaoma decided to do the same. He rested his head and closed his eyes, but found no peace even in his dreams. As soon as he fell asleep, the system informed him that someone was requesting a conversation. Gaoma found himself in an empty space, facing a completely destroyed train, with equipment floating all around. MJ was there, requesting a direct conversation. Gaoma was stunned, but accepted. MJ was interfering with the world line, and Gaoma wondered, confused, what exactly that world line was. Everything in that space was far too strange. The ruins, the debris, and the destroyed train looked lifeless, but suddenly began to move, as if something were awakening. Soon after, everything returned to complete silence. The system then issued a warning. The opponent's level was far too high. Gaoma's level was too low, and he did not meet the minimum requirements. Even so, the question appeared, asking whether he wished to proceed. Gaoma realized that this did not feel like just a dream. Maybe this was the reason he had ended up in that world. Maybe the answers about who had thrown him there and about the true nature of the sword god's blessing were there. Without hesitation, Gaoma accepted. MJ was applying a suppressive force to make that contact possible. In the same instant, the system vanished completely. That entire reality shattered, as if space itself had been torn apart. Gaoma felt that it was very similar to the day he awakened the sword god's blessing during the entrance exam. Back then, he had seen that thing as well. He needed to discover what it truly was. The feeling of something drawing closer grew stronger and stronger. Something was about to happen, but suddenly an order echoed, telling Gaoma to wake up. There was external interference. MJ was rapidly losing memory. Gaoma thought he had come so close to the answer, but there was no time. Before disappearing, MJ left only a single message. She told him to cut and slice whatever stood in his way. Then she wished that the blessing of the gods would be with him. The one who woke him was Saki. She commented that she had been scolded for sleeping too much, but pointed out that he had been asleep as well. If she had not woken him, he would have missed the class. That was when Saki noticed that Gaoma was crying. Later, Gaoma reflected on everything that had happened. Saki asked if he had had a sad dream. He thought that he had dreamed about something, but he could not remember anything. It was embarrassing enough to be woken up by Saki, the notorious sleeper, but that explained nothing. Why was he crying? Before he could think any further, the group approached. Speed Weapons, Saki, and Chloe were discussing some kind of plan. They explained that everything pointed to the enemy behind Ma being inside the academy itself. Saki said she had already understood and complained about having to hear the same explanation over and over. According to her, that was exactly why Speed Weapon was not the best in the class. She kept provoking him, asking if Speed Weapon would heal her ears if they started bleeding from listening to all that. Ma asked Speed Weapon to explain everything calmly and from the beginning, realizing that he clearly struggled to deal with that girl. Speed Weapon asked if Saki thought she would always be better than everyone else. Saki replied that her ears had already bled enough and that she could not stand hearing it anymore. Meanwhile, Chloe coughed discreetly. Ma asked if she was really fine being there. Chloe said she felt better, but would keep some distance so she would not spread the flu to anyone. Ma commented to Saki that she had probably already heard the whole explanation, but that the situation was confusing. Saki replied by calling him Ryojo, repeating the name with emphasis. At that exact moment, Chloe let out a strong cough. Ma realized that he really should call her that way. Speed Weapon then explained that he had organized everything so they could understand the situation and figure out what was really going on. First, the Academy elders were keeping an eye on Ma. Second, there was the appearance of the mysterious instructor mentioned by the dungeon staff. Even so, Speed Weapon commented that, thinking about it more carefully, knowing all of that might not even be that important. The elders' request was vague and would probably be rejected by the evaluators. When Saki spoke again about the instructor, it became clear that she remembered that woman very well. She had broken into the Academy's internal records and analyzed all instructors, leaders, and assistants. Among the data, she found one specific person, but strangely could not verify the identity. Ma asked if she hacked things too. Saki explained that in a world full of technology, you had to know how to manage. Even so, she emphasized that the place had the best security system in the world, which was why she had to act during the night. She made it clear that she was not lazy in the morning, just nocturnal. Ma thought that not even his phone number, which he had never given her, was safe, since Saki still managed to find it. Speed Weapon concluded that up to that point, nothing truly concrete had been revealed. Even so, they could not just break into the elders' dormitory and start making threats. Speed Weapon even had the ability to do that, but he knew it would only make things worse. Everyone agreed. Still, he was thinking about another solution, creating their own club. Ma found the idea strange and asked what he meant by a club. Saki explained that clubs were free movements within the academy and even received funding. The academy emphasized cooperation among cadets, whether genuine or not, and because of that, it offered benefits. One of those benefits was recognition as an organization officially affiliated with the academy. Speed Weapon added that simply existing as a club already worked as a form of institutional protection, something that being just a cadet did not guarantee. Saki added that considering they had enemies both inside and outside the academy, a club would serve as a double barrier. Ma remembered that one of the divine protection systems in the game was exactly the club system. Since everything took place in an academy, this system allowed you to decorate a private space, invite characters, and build affinity. It was a classic otaku game system, basically a way to build your own residence. He had never paid much attention to it before due to lack of time, but now that everything was real, he never imagined it would have such a practical use. He asked if there was any specific requirement or condition to create a club. Speed Weapon explained that first it was necessary to submit a founding proposal to the responsible department and gather 5 people. Ma immediately realized that one person was missing. He then asked if everyone there would join the club. Speed Weapon said yes, that he would not have brought up the idea if they were not going to see it through together until the end. Chloe said that if it was for Ma, she was in. Saki commented that she owed him one because of the dungeon, and added that someone that smart needed to be part of it. Ma thought that in his past life, when he got older, he realized relationships usually turned into calculated exchanges. Still, those people barely knew him and were already saying they would trust him. He thanked all of them sincerely. Speed Weapon suggested using the moment to choose the club's name. Chloe proposed Memories of Assassination, saying they would assassinate corrupt people. Speed Weapon immediately rejected the idea, saying it did not sound like a good name. Saki said they could call it anything, maybe Neighborhood Patrol, claiming the name did not matter. Speed Weapon asked her to please shut up. They fell silent for a moment, thinking. Then Ma suggested Travel Club. The idea was to clear dungeons and explore what lay beyond them. He asked if that was a bad idea. The group replied that it was not, that it was actually a great idea. Speed Weapon concluded that they would then need to find a faculty advisor. The written test was scheduled for the following week, so they still had to prepare regardless of the club. Without an advisor, they could not create a club. Saki commented that, honestly, that was the biggest problem. Advisors had to be professors or someone above that rank. Chloe suggested trying the Blessing Studies professor, since he was kind and popular. Speed Weapon asked about Professor Damien. Chloe said no, because he was very busy and would hardly accept. Saki explained that out of more than 500 Academy staff members, only about 30 were professors, and only 10 taught first-year classes. They claimed to encourage club activities, but the system was full of contradictions. She then asked if Guillaume Ma had someone in mind. He said yes and asked if it was enough for the person to be a professor or above. Saki said yes, although almost no one was above professors. Then Guillaume Ma said that he had someone. He showed his phone, leaving everyone completely shocked. When they arrived at the place to register the club, they were told that the club leader had to submit the application personally. Guillaume Ma said that he was the leader. The woman asked with disdain if it was really him. Guillaume Ma wondered if she really worked for the academy. That attitude was extremely irritating. He thought about it while saying that they had followed all the procedures and that she just needed to accept the application. The woman replied that for a club application, a faculty advisor was required and that she seriously doubted anyone would want to advise his club. Guillaume Ma asked what she meant by that. She fired back asking if he had not understood and if he really thought anyone would want to advise a club created by a special admission student. Considering his background, she said he should know his place. Guillaume Ma thought that, as expected, even the smallest sense of fairness at that academy was disappearing. Part of him already wanted to use the most effective method of communication at that moment. In almost 20 years working in restaurants, he had dealt with many irritating people. He knew very well that silence was the best response. He was fully aware of that, but still chose to act. Guillaume Ma took out his phone and confirmed that he was at the club administration office. He calmly confirmed the location and heard on the other end that the person was on the way. He said that was fine and that they would see each other in a few minutes. The woman in front of him did not understand anything. She commented with disdain that it was unbelievable for a special admission student to think he could solve everything with a simple phone call. Guillaume Ma replied that she would see soon enough because the person he called would handle it. The woman asked what kind of person would support someone as arrogant as him. She said she was related to someone close to the director and that with a single word, she could end the academic life of a special student like him. Guillaume Ma simply turned around and commented that she was talking too loudly and should lower her voice. That was enough to make her completely furious. He realized that her hypocrisy had finally surfaced, exactly what he wanted to see. At that moment, someone arrived breaking everything, literally kicking the door away. Everyone was shocked when they saw who it was. Director Medea had arrived. More than that, she was Guillaume Ma's club advisor. Medea said she was happy to see him in person after so long. Guillaume Ma apologized for bothering her, saying she must be busy. Medea replied that for that cutie, she was never busy. The employee finally realized that Kang Guillaume Ma was the name of the best freshman of that year. Medea told Guillaume Ma to hand the documents to the advisor. In this case, herself. That way, everything could be resolved right there. Guillaume Ma agreed and left the matter in her hands. Someone brought a chair for the director, while the receptionist tried to say that everything was just a misunderstanding. Medea immediately cut her off, saying she did not need any blessing to see that the employee had judged Guillaume Ma purely based on his record. She reinforced that this was the cadet she and the Sword Emperor had marked as a successor. She grabbed the documents using magic and said she would give 5 minutes for everything to be resolved. She ordered them to start writing immediately. The woman panicked. Guillaume Ma saw the messages Medea sent and realized that the employee had probably been fired. She also told him to visit her office later. However, at that moment, Guillaume Ma was visiting the forge. The blacksmith asked if he had come to pick up the equipment, saying it was already finished. Guillaume Ma thought it was the first time he had seen that man and that he really looked like a blacksmith. He did not know what the blacksmith thought of him, but from Guillaume Ma's perspective as a former player, it was a mix of love and hate. After the recent events, the hate side was stronger. That was blacksmith Bylent, one of the main NPCs created for everything related to weapons. By the nature of the game, he existed almost as a joke, famous for draining player resources in an instant. Since Guillaume Ma did not spend much in his past life, it never affected him that badly. But those who did always begged, saying it would be just this once. A true ritual. Despite many calling him by strange nicknames, Guillaume Ma remembered that he had already cursed Bylent because of the Murasam. Bylent asked what he was thinking about so deeply. Guillaume Ma replied that it was nothing. He had just remembered someone he knew. Bylent joked that the person must be as handsome as him, and said that this time, the work had turned out more than perfect. The item delivered was the Murasam Enhanced Sashimi Knife version V2. Guillaume Ma reacted so loudly that he even startled the blacksmith. The enhancement was so significant that the blessing duration increased to 50 seconds. He thought that 40 seconds before felt too short for future dungeons. It was only 10 seconds more now, but it already made a huge difference. If he combined this with the transfer blessing in the future, after further improving the equipment, it would would be a massive upgrade. He used to complain that this blessing was useless, but the resistance or blessing that the real Kangyeoma had awakened was extremely versatile, comparable to a guardian rank blessing. Bylent also told him to check something else. The weapon was now rank D, having gone up one level. The improvement was not exactly epic, since it used common ranking materials. Jeong-ma thought it should have reached at least guaranteed rank C. Even so, he thought about infusing more aura into the Murasame in the future. At least the blade hardness had increased by 2 levels, which meant it would no longer break from heavy impacts. Jeong-ma commented that the button was begging to be clicked. The system indicated that a new trait had been added. When he clicked it, he saw the weapon schematic with several additional windows. The system informed him that due to the successful enhancement and the weapon's growth, up to 3 special abilities could be granted. These abilities could only be added using mana stones and would activate randomly. That meant he could now have up to 3 special abilities linked to his current weapon. Jeong-ma wondered what those mana stones actually were and thought irritably about Bylent. Meanwhile, somewhere else, an elder was completely furious, smashing a mirror and drowning himself in alcohol. He wondered what he should do. As he thought, he prayed for his father to give him some kind of answer. Lyman von Beimhark, one of the 7 stellar heroes, known as the Mad Tiger. The elder's father had died 40 years earlier during the subjugation of Vasmon's 6th Legion. The public called him a noble hero and praised his sacrifice. Soon after his death, the Beimhark family began to suffer constant attacks from those trying to take advantage of the situation. To survive, he closed off his own heart. Family members started turning against each other. In the end, he was the one who restored the broken order and protected the family in his father's absence. At the age of 30, he became one of the Academy Elders. His goal was to guide what he considered foolish humanity and maintain the absolute supremacy of the Chosen Ones. To control ignorant masses, a common enemy was necessary. Fortunately, humanity already had one: the demons. However, variables always appeared without warning. Leon von Reinhardt emerged as that variable, a hero born with the power to defeat the Demon King, the next champion chosen by the heavens. Even so, the power gap between humans and demons was absurd. The Elder knew that Leon's chances of defeating the Demon King were practically zero. He had always believed that the founding hero was nothing more than an impossible legend. Everything changed when Akori appeared with a proposal to help him deal with that hero candidate. The Elder immediately realized she was a demon just by looking into her eyes. She possessed a direct pact with a Legion Commander level demon, a being that had abandoned its humanity through magic. He thought that dealing with Leon was already a massive headache. Now that special admission brat was making everything worse. Even the Arbiters remained still, claiming there was still not enough reason to act. The Elder asked if he had arrived yet. The answer was no. Upon hearing the name Clady von Beimhark, he ordered the summoning of the Gravedigger Squad. Meanwhile, as usual, Jeong-ma was not paying attention in class. He was thinking about his weapon and about mana stones. Having a mana stone changed everything drastically. The simple fact that he now had 3 open slots to imbue mana stones was an absurd gain. If this were still just a game, mana stones would only appear after defeating dungeon bosses. They usually came from rank A or higher magical beasts. Jeong-ma thought fate was cruel. He also wondered if Saki had stayed up all night again. It had already been a week since they cleared the Buffalo dungeon with the club members. Mana stones were the key to unlocking the stone gate where the Bull King appeared. That stone came from a Colossus, the giant. Somehow, someone had managed to defeat the giant and obtain its mana stone to cause all of that. In the game, a single step from the giant was enough to shake the entire inner area. Even so, the giant was nothing compared to the monsters introduced in later updates. The Immaculate Knight Basilisk, the malicious beast Manticore, and the elite King Draugr, creatures comparable to natural disasters. Jeong-ma thought that risking one's life to strengthen equipment was truly worth it. That should have been Leon's job, not his. At that moment, Chloe approached and asked if the seat was taken. It was, reserved for Saki. She looked visibly pleased by that. Jeong-ma commented that it seemed she had fully recovered. Chloe confirmed it, but said that the one who had really been hurt was him. That time, his weapon had even glowed blue. Jeong-ma asked to avoid that topic. He went back to thinking that hunting mana stones was definitely worth it. Ironically, now he wanted power. The idea of living a peaceful life had already been discarded. Stability and safety were still important, but the main goal had not changed: survive. Unpredictable variables that did not exist when he was just a player kept appearing. The story he knew had completely changed, as if the world itself were conspiring against him. Somehow, a full month had already passed since he entered the academy, and all of this had already happened. Jeong-ma thought that soon the truth about the Second Demonic War, which would erupt in 3 years, would be revealed. In preparation for that, strengthening his body and his equipment was not a choice. It was a necessity. If things continued at that pace, he did not know what the outcome of the war would be, and he also did not trust Leon. At that moment, Speed Weapon tried to wake Saki and ended up taking a direct punch to the throat. Ma thought that even though that mermaid was a demon and the supposed hero was the target, she had died with a single blow. He wondered how that had even been possible. It deeply irritated him. Meanwhile, Speed Weapon was complaining to the captain, saying that he had been hit. Ma asked when Speed Weapon had arrived there. He said he came to check on the club's progress. Ma replied that the director had already approved everything, and that now they only needed to recruit one more member. With that, he also made it clear that Speed Weapon did not need to call him captain anymore. Speed Weapon commented that Leon had been doing very well recently and had cleared a high-ranked dungeon. Ma thought that Leon was finally acting like a real protagonist. Saki joined the conversation and said that he had cleared a rank A dungeon the day before. That made the difference painfully obvious, since they had barely managed to deal with a rank C dungeon. Speed Weapon found it strange how much Saki knew about Leon and blurted out that she seemed to be following him. He even asked if she liked him. Saki replied with a very direct look and made it clear that she was not interested. Ma realized that Leon really was getting stronger. At that rate, he would soon obtain Baomeng during the survival training on the deserted island. And to think that his own little sashimi knife, which did not even have a special trait, had survived for so long. Ma felt that too many things were going wrong in his life. Things that should have been happening to Leon were falling into his lap instead. Even so, he was not going to accept that as normal. He thought that if his life was a game, he would not hesitate to use the blade. He had no reason or desire to be the perfect protagonist. He was not the main character. He was just surviving. He was Kang Ma, the sword demon. In his mind, it was simple, either cut or be cut. Saki asked why he was saying such strange things and joked that it sounded like otaku talk. She asked if he played video games. He did not really answer. He just kept that expression of someone trying not to lose control. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the gravediggers were summoned. One of them, the one with the mohawk, commented that they had been called by one of the elders and said it was time to take advantage of the opportunity. The leader immediately replied that if he said one more word, she would rip his tongue out. Another member commented that the mohawk guy must be a rookie, because the captain was exactly that kind of person. The mohawk asked why she had accepted that job. The other replied that it was simple. The payment was insane. The leader told both of them to shut up. Soon after, a maid informed Claddy that they had arrived. They entered Zhang Taipeng, the vice captain, Perek, a squad member, and Rei Shun, the captain of the Gravediggers, a syndicate of assassin villains, with the look of people who did not ask too many questions. Claddy thanked them for coming, but the captain did not seem interested in conversation. He told them to look at the target, and the target was, obviously, Kang Ma. Perek commented that he just looked like a rich teenager, a spoiled kid. Claddy said that the survival training on the deserted island would take place the following week and gave a direct order. They had to kill Ma before that. The payment would be 100 million up front for his head, with bonuses after completion. The captain asked about cleanup. Claddy told them to simply get rid of the body. The island was surrounded by the sea and he would become fish food. Everything had to happen on the day of the written exam, without fail. On the day of the exam, Ma was studying and trying to keep his head straight. He was doing calculations and reviewing the history of the world. The divine blessing had started to appear around 694 years ago, something like the French Revolution of that era. He thought he had done well on the midterm exams, so he did not need to worry too much. The real problem was something else. The rankings were posted publicly on the Academy board. If that were not the case, he would have guessed the entire exam without any remorse. To make things worse, he knew that Speed Weapon and Saki had been the top performers on the last written test. Ma thought he needed to keep his dignity, otherwise he would lose to them. That was when he received a message and wondered who was bothering him at that moment. It was Saki, pestering him and reminding him about the exam. She said he needed to eat and that he needed glucose to think properly. According to her, his brain would not survive the exam without food. She even sent a full recipe, as if he had asked for it. Ma was confused by her persistence and mentioned that, in Korea, there was a tradition of eating a sweet before an exam. Saki asked what kind of sweet it was. He replied that it was yeot, a Korean candy made from rice, corn, and sweet potato. Saki said it sounded boring, but she kept talking non-stop. Ma turned his phone over and tried to focus on studying, just wanting to get it over with as soon as possible. He thought it was time to finish this exam once and for all. He refused to lose to that jelly-devouring idiot, but later on, he realized something very simple. He had been a complete idiot. Speed Weapon said he could not even get the first question right. Chloe asked how Ma had done. He was shaking. He said he had answered everything on the fly. Chloe found that strange, because he was usually straightforward with his answers, so she asked why he had done that. Ma thought he had relied too much on his knowledge of the game, but that had not been enough. He asked Chloe if Knox had contacted her since he had not shown up for a while. Chloe explained that Knox had actually called the previous day day, around 7 in the evening, but she had been asleep and did not answer. Since she had pulled an all-nighter recently, she had ended up falling asleep earlier. Ma thought that the editor's contact information was confidential, so until Knox showed up in person, the only person he could ask was Chloe. Even so, he was sure that Knox must have had his own reasons for disappearing recently. In the end, they were siblings, and Ma just hoped the two of them could get along. At that moment, Speed Weapon commented that he had also gone to bed late, and that was why he did poorly on the exam. Saki immediately disagreed, saying it was not lack of sleep but lack of intelligence, something he simply refused to admit. While Speed Weapon freaked out over the comment, Saki stood up and sat right next to Ma, which clearly irritated Chloe. Saki then asked what they were whispering about and teased them, suggesting the two of them were dating. Chloe got excited just at the idea of dating Ma, while he wondered if that was really all young people thought about these days. Even so, he made it very clear that it was not happening. Saki then asked why Ma had been ignoring her messages until now. He explained that he had only done that once. That was when Chloe reacted immediately upon hearing the word messages and asked if they were exchanging messages right now. Ma found it strange because Chloe did not seem that bothered when Saki sat next to him, but she became extremely upset when she learned about the messages. Speed Weapon, on the other hand, had no idea what was going on. Ma told Saki to back off, saying that this could end up causing trouble. Saki replied that they had known each other for a long time and that he should know exactly why she was acting that way. To Ma, it was clear that she was provoking him on purpose. Chloe then stated that she had not given her number to Saki, and Ma explained that this was because Chloe's phone number was confidential, since she was an editor. Even so, Chloe declared that Ma belonged only to her prince. In response, Saki clung to Ma and asked what was wrong with her. Ma asked if Saki knew what a yandere was, realizing that she did not seem very familiar with that kind of thing. Speed Weapon stepped in, pulling Saki away, and asked if she really did not understand what was going on. He then realized that Chloe was consumed by completely uncontrolled jealousy, to the point of pulling out a box cutter. Ma thought that this situation was very different from the last time something like this had happened. He wondered what he should do, since he had stopped watching yandere videos recently and had forgotten almost everything about how to deal with this. Chloe walked forward slowly and made it clear that from that moment on, she would make sure Ma looked only at her. Ma tried to say that they needed to talk, but she almost hit his neck with the box cutter. Saki was impressed by how fast the movement was. Chloe said that Ma always made her sad, that he was always surrounded by people, especially girls, except for her. When she tried to attack Saki, Ma intercepted the strike at the last second, while Saki stood there without any reaction at all. Chloe claimed that she always did her best for him. Ma managed to pin her down on the ground and insisted that they needed to talk. Chloe struggled with incredible strength, completely out of control. Ma asked her to calm down, but she replied that he did not even care about her and questioned why he wanted to talk now. Ma said he wanted to talk face to face because communicating through messages through a piece of plastic felt too impersonal between the two of them. He moved closer, decided to bet everything on that moment, and whispered in her ear, thanking her for always thinking about him. Even Speed Weapon felt awkward watching that. Ma continued, saying that even in the Buffalo dungeon, he had always trusted her, and he sincerely asked her not to act like that. Chloe completely changed her attitude right away, melting on the spot. Ma thought he had managed to resolve the situation. Speed Weapon asked if everything was fine, and Ma replied that it was, at least for now, adding that it would be best to clean up the mess first. After Saki left, Ma found himself wondering what exactly was wrong with that girl. Later on, both Speed Weapon and Saki ended up thinking about him, about Kang Ma. Speed Weapon reflected that Chloe always released a frightening killing intent whenever someone got too close to Ma or said something specific. If he had to guess, he would say that she harbored a completely twisted kind of love for him. What shocked Speed Weapon the most, however, was remembering Ma holding a sashimi knife, a smile on his face, ready to stab her if necessary. He preferred to solve things with conversation and persuasion rather than direct violence. To Speed Weapon, that made sense. Ma knew how to use fear when he needed to. He might even look like a villain sometimes, but that was actually the trait of a ruler. Speed Weapon thought that, without a doubt, Ma would eventually become a great leader. Soon after, he noticed Saki constantly fiddling with her phone and wondered what she was doing on it so much. Saki explained that her followers were not properly following the instructions from a video she had posted. She said she was just bored and ended up recording a video with a perfect counter strategy for dealing with yanderes. Speedweapon was shocked when he realized she was deleting the video even after it had reached 210,000 views. Saki replied that she did not need it anymore. When Speedweapon asked what that channel was for and what exactly she was doing, Saki repeated that it was all just boredom. Later in the library, Ma was focused, thinking about the survival training that would begin the following Wednesday. It would last 3 days and 2 nights on a deserted island, more specifically Avalon Island. The name made it sound extremely harsh, focused purely on survival, but participants could form teams of up to 4 people. The schedule for this training had been clearly announced to all cadets, and in practice it was treated more like a camp or a school trip than intense training. Even so, Ma picked up several books on island survival, identifying poisonous plants, and basic techniques for staying alive in hostile environments. He thought he might be overdoing it, but he had the feeling that the academy took this training very seriously. It did not directly affect grades, but it was used to evaluate each cadet's survival skills over the 3 days. Thinking about it more carefully, even he, as a veteran player, clearly remembered this event. This was the point in the main story where the protagonist Leon obtained the grip of his main weapon, Bao Meng, and also where the feelings between Abel and Leon began to emerge. Ma remembered that back then he had been completely immersed in that event. Now, however, he felt no envy at all. Since entering the academy, he had been far removed from any kind of romance, surrounded by chaos all the time. The academy elders were watching him closely. There was that mysterious structure at play, and he still needed to recruit members for the club. To Ma, it did not matter how beautiful someone might be. This was not the moment for those kinds of feelings. In his view, that youth would be left for another life. What truly mattered was the sacred and demonic sword Bao Meng. Maybe it was the spirit of an extinct swordsman within him, but Ma desired that sword. He knew exactly how much power it held. Even so, tracking down the broken fragments of Bao Meng was part of an extremely important story arc. Even knowing its location, he could not simply take it. The condition to wield Bao Meng was clear. The sword chose its own master. On top of that, obtaining it required the blessing of a miracle. Ma thought that weapon had been literally created for the story protagonist. Meanwhile, there he was, holding nothing but a sashimi knife. Instead of lamenting what he did not have, Ma decided to focus on preparation. If he was lucky, there would be no other mermaids setting up an ambush. For that reason, and under direct orders from the headmistress, a temporary instructor from the Wolf class would join the supervision team, the Sword Emperor. Ma found it surreal, the strongest hero of humanity leading a camping trip for freshmen. It was very different from the main story, but because of that, he believed he could achieve his goals more safely. While researching, Ma looked for a specific book, The History of Avalon. He needed the knowledge recorded in those ancient texts. Later, while reviewing the gathered material, he read that Avalon was a distant island located in the Western Sea, a mysterious place where the terrain constantly changed. At the center of the island was an ancient lake known as the Queen Lake, and the entire region was called the Land of Beginnings. Ma thought that much of this information was already familiar to him, but even so, he would have to scour a large part of the library to find everything he needed. That was when someone commented that Ma was there as well. It was Leon, the protagonist, who noticed that it had been quite a long time since the last time he had seen Ma. Ma noticed that Leon was holding an introductory magic book. Even if he was trying to learn something from what happened during the tests, it did not really make much sense. Leon was not the kind of person who would normally spend time in the library studying magic at that moment. Ma was not sure he fully believed it, but he decided to let it go. Leon showed curiosity about the book Ma was reading. Ma explained that the group would be going to Avalon Island the following week for training, and that he was researching everything he could about the place. Leon looked surprised and commented that Ma was extremely diligent. Ma admitted to himself that he could not deny it. He was constantly training, exploring dungeons, and studying monsters. Since he knew what would happen 3 years from now, he felt he needed to prepare as best as possible. To him, it was not an exaggeration, it was a necessity. He made it clear that he was there to take care of the future. Leon commented that even though they were very different, both of them wanted to reach the same goal. Ma realized that Leon was still following a path very close to the one from the original game, but something felt different. There was a visible sadness on Leon's face, along with a posture filled with inner conflict. Even so, Leon decided to end the conversation, saying that the library was about to close and that he did not want to disturb him any longer. Ma agreed, and wished him good studies. Even just passing by Leon, Guillaume felt the weight he was carrying. It was as if the fate of all humanity rested on his shoulders. Light and darkness seemed to press down on him at the same time like invisible lead. That only strengthened Guillaume's desire to finish his own preparations as soon as possible. Then the day of survival training on the deserted island arrived. When Saki and Chloe showed up, Rachel commented that it had been a long time since she had last seen Saki. Chloe reacted coldly, only drawing attention to her blonde hair. Saki confirmed that it really had been a while. Abel appeared right after and asked if everyone was ready for the training. Saki said she would do what she always did. Rachel, watching the mood, commented, on the obvious rivalry between them. She hinted that Saki had slipped in to gain an advantage behind everyone's backs. To Rachel, that only made school life even more fun. Saki replied that everything had been done within the procedures and that she did not think it was necessary to inform anyone. Rachel then provoked her, saying she really needed to watch Guillaume being taken like that. Abel tried to interrupt and asked her to stop, but Rachel insisted. She reminded them that Saki had gone to the Buffalo Dungeon with Guillaume, done club activities with him, and now would spend 3 more days with him during training. Saki asked if Guillaume had not said he wanted to do the training alone. Chloe confirmed that he really had said that, and that he intended to act solo. Rachel then raised an interesting point. If he was not officially teaming up with anyone, that changed everything. At that moment, Saki and Abel became curious about what Rachel was planning. Rachel explained that Guillaume had not asked anyone to follow him. All of them reached the same conclusion without needing to say it out loud. That was when Rachel proposed a fair and clean game, which she called Rachel's game. Avalon Island had terrain that constantly changed. Even using teleport portals, everyone would arrive at random points. Finding their own partner would already be a challenge and part of the training. During the 3 days, whoever found Guillaume first would get him. The other 3 would have to give up. The proposal caused a brief shock. Rachel reinforced that everything was allowed, except direct interference. Chloe liked the idea and said that this time she would win. Saki found it fun and suggested that whoever found him first could send a verification photo. Abel, on the other hand, questioned whether that meant exclusive rights. Right after that, she decided to leave, saying she did not have time for that kind of game. Rachel simply commented that they would continue without her. Meanwhile, Guillaume arrived at the arena already exhausted. He had spent the entire night in the library, but at least he had written down everything he needed on his phone. They said the island was a zone full of monsters, but that equipment should be light. Because of that, he brought 24 sashimi knives and a secret weapon. Medea would not stop sending messages, asking if he had packed medicine, clothes, and at least 3 pieces of black underwear because black did not show dirt. Guillaume thought she sounded like a real mother, maybe even a grandmother. At the moment of departure, he spotted an instructor who matched the description he had received. Purple hair and eyes, tall, and with impeccable posture. He did not know what her intentions were, but he thought that if she was after him, he would use the island's unstable terrain to his advantage. That logic could work both ways. He did not like the idea of hurting people with his sword, but he also had no intention of backing down. He remembered that Speed Weapon had drawn that instructor, but his drawing was so bad that Guillaume ended up confusing at least 3 different instructors based on that sketch. It was at that moment that the Sword Emperor approached Guillaume. He pointed out that Guillaume had neglected his training a bit recently. He explained that when great talent is supported by hard work, the results multiply, but the body also needs rest to withstand the pressure. After that, he wished Guillaume a good training period. Guillaume returned the gesture by wishing the Sword Emperor a good fishing vacation. He considered it a smart response. Either way, Guillaume thanked him and went on his way. He thought that guy was actually pretty nice. Abel just looked at him for a moment and walked past. Guillaume thought she would probably get a girlfriend soon and figured she needed to lighten up a bit. At that moment, Saki approached him stealthily. Guillaume sensed the presence and reacted on instinct, flicking her forehead hard with his finger. Saki immediately complained, saying she had only come to joke around. Guillaume apologized. He explained that he had just felt a strange presence and reacted without thinking. Saki got irritated and made it clear that her forehead was not a punching bag. She said she only wanted to wish him good luck and told him not to forget that. When Saki left, Guillaume realized he still could not understand that character. Lately, Saki had been sleeping very little and was almost always by his side. When he did not react, she seemed to grow even more restless. He did not know exactly what he found interesting about her, but he remembered that Saki was also officially a heroine. Because of that, he did not want to create unnecessary closeness. Shortly after, a communication crystal announced that the dimensional portal to the island was being activated. This time, Guillaume knew he only wanted to find what he was looking for, nothing more. The plan was to move quietly and without trouble. He hoped the blessing of shadow protection would be on his side. As soon as he arrived, he was impressed by the view. The horizon was filled with different colors, varied trees, trees, and a gigantic tower. A natural obelisk dominated the center of the landscape. Ma had been in that world for a year already, but only now did it truly feel like a fantasy world. He was on the sacred land of Avalon. That colossal structure was the Sacred Tree of Beginnings, Yggdrasil. Ma decided to leave sightseeing for another day. It was time to start survival training. On his phone, he had a map of Avalon Island that he had copied from the library. On it, he marked the location of the regeneration blessing, which could only be obtained there. Comparing the map with his memories of the game, he realized the location was near the lake, right at the center of the island. That meant he would need to head toward the lake where the world tree stood. Along the way, he would have to cross rocky terrain and a dense forest. Still, he had 3 days available, so he felt calm. The Academy had not sent anyone there to play around. There was a mission assigned to find orbs scattered across the island. It was basically a treasure hunt. The more orbs someone found, the higher the score. On top of that, the orbs also served as enhancement materials, which made the search even more valuable. Following the Bear Grylls handbook approach, Ma decided to first gather basic survival materials. For that, he took out his secret weapon, a 50-centimeter machete, bought exclusively for training. He needed to get used to it, since he would have to limit the use of his blessing for a while. He tested the blade. The edge was sharp and the handle firm, but he still felt something odd. He decided that if anything went wrong, he would use his sashimi knives. Suddenly, a rabbit jumped out of a bush. Ma thought it would be a good opportunity to get used to the blade and secure some food. However, the monster was huge and muscular. Even so, he remembered that he had already defeated the King of Treasures. A rabbit should not be a big deal. Food was food. He moved forward without activating any blessing. Meanwhile, Abel also ran into a rabbit, but a completely different one. It was small, ordinary, and extremely cute. She thought she needed food, but hesitated when she saw it. When she got closer, the rabbit bit her hand and ran off. That made her furious, and she immediately drew her sword. Chasing after the animal, Abel thought it was a good chance to test the results of her training. The problem was that the rabbit was absurdly fast. It almost felt like it was mocking her. After a long time, Ma was exhausted and the rabbit was still alive. He thought he had trained so much, but without the blessing, he felt useless. Comparing it to his past life, he believed he had a decent physique, but that was clearly not enough. He sat down and decided he would rather stay hungry than waste energy. He chose to let the rabbit go. However, when the animal turned its face as if to provoke him, Ma immediately activated the sword blessing. Meanwhile, Rachel was moving quickly using her abilities. She was looking for someone, but had the feeling she was walking in circles. That was terrible. Even though she had named it Rachel's Game, she had no idea how to find Ma. She decided to follow the birds, but soon concluded that overthinking was a waste of time. She chose to just move. She activated her lightning power again and shot across the island. In the distance, Saki thought she heard Rachel's voice screaming. Either way, she was well prepared. She carried snacks, a blanket, a jacket, and a weapon. Ma still had not shown up, but they had agreed to the rules of that game, and Saki had no intention of losing. Saki ended up appearing at some point along the island's coast. She needed to decide where to go by observing the terrain around her. The problem was that almost all of Avalon Island changed constantly. The only place where the terrain remained stable was near the World Tree. Knowing Ma, she was certain he would choose a more secluded spot, like deep inside a forest. There were not many options. She decided to head in that direction. She did not intend to lose to anyone, and when she found him, she would pay him back for that flick. Meanwhile, in an extremely dark environment that resembled a dense star-filled night, Chloe advanced while cutting down several monstrous wolves along the way. She moved with precision, eliminating everything that appeared in front of her. Her goal was clear: to find Ma before anyone else. At least on that island, she wanted him to look only at her. Along the way, Chloe felt a presence. She believed it was Ma. Meanwhile, later at night, Ma was preparing the meat from the rabbit he had killed. He decided he would eat what he could there and turn the rest into jerky. However, he felt a presence approaching. It did not seem like a beast. It could be someone coming after him. He did not let his guard down. He grabbed his knife and stayed alert. The moment someone got too close, he drew the blade. That was when Chloe lunged toward him, but the one who actually appeared right after was Rachel. The two ended up staring at each other, surprised to run into one another again. At the same time, the person Ma almost struck in the neck was Abel. She dropped to her knees in front of him, completely soaked and trembling. Her body was reacting more to the cold than to the scare. As time passed, Abel ended up staying close to the campfire to warm herself. She noticed how well prepared Ma was. He had a jacket made from rabbit fur and ready-dried meat. Even in that hostile environment, she had ended up losing to him. That made her feel embarrassed, and the cold only made it worse. Ma stepped closer and placed the fur coat over her, signaling for her to cover herself. Abel thought she had been very reckless. Maybe she should have turned back earlier, but she had ended up following the smell of food, even while dizzy and exhausted. Still, the warmth was comforting. When she complained about pain in her ankles, she realized she had barely noticed the injury. In the next moment, Ma was already checking the wound. He judged that if it was left like that, it could get infected. So he improvised a well-made tourniquet using his own tie. After some time in silence, He asked why she was walking alone across the island. Abel remembered what Rachel had said, that whoever found Guillaume first could stay with him. Even so, she replied that sometimes she liked to do things her own way, alone. Guillaume noticed that this suited him quite well too. Even though she had refused the game earlier, Abel ended up taking a selfie with Guillaume and sending it to the group where they all were. Soon, they questioned whether she had not said she would not participate. Rachel commented that the quiet little cat had managed it. At that moment, Guillaume offered a skewer of rabbit meat to Abel. As they ate in silence, he felt the mood was a bit awkward. Even so, Abel asked how he managed to be so strong. Guillaume thought that even if he was only strong for a short period, dealing with all the chaos at the academy had not been easy at all. He explained that it came from his master, someone who had taught him how to fight with a sword. Abel remembered that she had spent almost her entire life training with her grandfather. She had always believed she understood everything about swords, but she had never seen anything like Guillaume. She wanted to know what exactly he had learned from that master and what his family name was. Guillaume replied that over time he had learned something very simple. Being strong did not mean always winning. The one who truly wins is the one who does not give up until the end. Endure, resist, survive. That was what it meant to be strong. Abel commented that it sounded like an old uncle speech and immediately apologized. She said it was kind of cliche and very similar to what her grandfather used to say. That made her remember a conversation they once had while sitting on a bench. Since that day, they had never really talked properly again. Guillaume offered her another skewer. Abel admitted that it was really good. The next morning, Abel woke up alone. Guillaume had left some food for her. The campfire was out, and he was no longer there. As she remembered everything he had done, she did not realize when she started crying. She had never been taken care of like that. She had spent her entire life facing everything alone. Even when dealing with massive obstacles, she always won in the end. Still, she carried the burden of the Nibelung name. She wondered why Guillaume had done all that for her. Deep down, she had always felt envy and even jealousy toward people who showed kindness without asking for anything in return. But there were still 2 days of training left. Staying there crying would not change anything. She decided she needed to return the favor. Abel grabbed the coat and set off across the island. Meanwhile, Guillaume was moving forward, cutting down everything that appeared in front of him with his machete. He thought the night had been cold, but now the weather was hot. He imagined Abel must have already woken up. He thought she looked quite pretty while sleeping, even though she did not seem like someone who would really get along with him. She had always had that distant personality, too confident, a girl full of herself. Even so, Guillaume thought that Abel had been pretty kind to him the day before. It was not like he was falling for her or anything like that. Seeing her in that condition had just stirred a bit of pity. That was why he helped her. Nothing more than that. A simple favor would not change the world. After that, he ended up reaching another region of the island. Leaving the forest behind, he went down through a canyon and arrived at a much lower area. As he moved forward, he remembered that according to the original story, this was the day Abel and Leon were supposed to grow emotionally closer. He thought she would not give Leon a blanket that night. Maybe he would even get cold. Maybe he would even pass out. He quickly realized he was thinking nonsense and cut off that line of thought. His focus was elsewhere now. He needed to find the blessing before the sun set. The blessing of regeneration. It was one tier below the blessing of transfer. It worked like an instant recovery buff, but only for the one who activated it. It matched the support-oriented style of the guardian blessings. For Guillaume, that blessing did not apply directly, since he already possessed the blessing of transfer. Even so, he could use it to heal other people. It sounded overpowered, but it had limits. It did not regenerate lost limbs and only healed near fatal injuries. In the game, it was a hidden item, so it did not affect Leon progression much. Besides that, Leon would become absurdly strong in the future anyway. Because of that, Guillaume concluded it was worth taking. As he climbed the next slope, he felt that something was different from the game. He was sure there should have been nothing but a single rock there. In the game, he had wandered around that area for quite some time, but now he finally found the ruins where the orb of regeneration was supposed to be. The problem was that the object was shining too brightly. The blessing was supposed to be hidden. It soon became clear that it was not just the blessing of regeneration. It was a massive orb, a true unexpected bonus. Guillaume thought that the day was going better than expected. The tide had turned. He decided he would take the orb first and then look for the blessing. But something cut through the vines wrapped around the orb. A presence approached. Someone remarked that they did not expect to find another person there and asked if he was also after that orb. From the shadows, Leon appeared beside the ruins. He asked whether Guillaume had come for another reason. Guillaume made it clear that he had not. He had seen the orb from afar and came to take it. Nothing more than that. Leon accepted that naturally and implied that, in that case, the only way to decide would be by contesting the orb. At that moment, Guillaume found himself face to face with Leon, the hero. It felt like an unexpected trial. He was not prepared for that situation to appear out of nowhere. In the original story, Leon was supposed to be with Abel that day. It was an important turning point in the narrative. Maybe Guillaume had interfered with the event without realizing it. Maybe he he had even saved Abel without knowing. Even so, that was not reason enough for a fight. But with a single swing of his blade, Leon split the ruins in half. He was wielding Baomeng, the promised sword. Ma knew it was not yet in its complete form, but even so, it was considered the most fearsome magic sword in the world. The blue gem embedded at its center worked as a catalyst that neutralized magical power when infused with sacred energy. The ether gem. The detail was that Baomeng was based on magical power. Even when neutralized, it was still heavily influenced by the nature of its wielder. Because of that, even in the game, it could become either a magic sword or a holy sword, depending on the user. Ma wondered if Leon was leaning more toward the use of magic. Leon made it clear that this could be treated as a simple practice duel. Ma questioned whether he was being serious. Leon did not seem to be lying. Ma concluded that Leon wanted to use Baomeng as a stepping stone to grow even further. The behavior made sense. Even so, it was still just a guess. One thing was certain, that orb had only been an excuse. Leon wanted to fight. He apologized quickly, making it clear that they did not have much time. And then the duel began. Ma moved in with Baomeng, closing the distance without hesitation. At the same time, Saki was stretching in a strange way, letting out random sounds. Speed Weapon found it odd and tried to understand why she was shouting out of nowhere. For Saki, with so many people showing up, it could only be him. She made it clear that he was always getting lost, shouting around and following her without even realizing it. Even so, Speed Weapon asked what she was looking for. It was obvious it was Ma. She did not even try to hide it. Until recently, Saki used to laze around at the shooting range, sleeping and avoiding anything that required effort. Now she was always active whenever Ma appeared. She always said she hated complicated things and found everything annoying, but suddenly she was doing all kinds of stuff without anyone asking. That was way too strange. In the middle of the path, Saki suddenly stopped and Speed Weapon ended up bumping his face into the back of her head. She asked if it was really that obvious. To him, it could only be some kind of possession. The answer came as an immediate punch. Right after that, Saki noticed a different sound in the surroundings. Speed Weapon thought it might be an earthquake or something like that, but she felt it was not. At that moment, Ma machete was easily split in half by Baomeng. Leon advanced without hesitation, showing no basic respect for a duel between swordsmen. Ma barely reacted at first. He could not throw himself into a fight like that without understanding the reason. He was also afraid of activating his blessing and ending up killing Leon without control. Still, if he made a mistake there, he would die. The clash was inevitable. Ma realized he was facing the bearer of the blessing of miracles. Without using his own blessings, this would be pure madness, so he activated the blessing of the sword and pain immunity. The exchange of blows was fast, but Leon was clearly more skilled. With a wide slash, he split Ma's sashimi knife in half and kept up the pressure. The next strike was so strong that it destroyed all the pillars of the ruin. Ma barely escaped. Even the bag he was carrying was cut in half. After pulling out another sashimi knife, he managed to create some distance. It became clear that this level of power was completely different from anything he had ever seen. Leon seemed to have endless buffs, a true protagonist. Even so, Ma almost got hit by a red strike charged with magical power. When Leon, exhausted, looked around, he realized that Ma was still standing. That confused him. He felt as if the world was demanding something from him, as if he carried an invisible burden. He pushed Baomeng power even further, creating a pillar of pure energy, determined to understand who Ma really was. The final attack was dodged. With a precise move, Ma sliced through Baomeng hilt with his sashimi knife, making Leon lose the blade. In that moment, Leon understood that he had been wrong. He had dreamed too high. The one who should have been chosen as the hero was Kang Ma. Soon after, Leon disappeared. Everything had happened too fast. Maybe that was a necessary step to affirm the hero or even to refine him. Ma did not know. What he did know was that he did not intend to lose to anyone. In the process, he lost several knives. If he had slipped up, he would have died, but it was still frustrating to lose so much equipment. He did his best not to kill Leon, focusing only on dodging and surviving. Even so, Leon growth was absurd, clearly worthy of a protagonist. Ma also ended up lightly injuring his body. He thought that if Baomeng were repaired in the future and received a few more upgrades, it could still reach its final form without any problems. The important thing was that the protagonist did not die. At least the world would not end. Yet, after that, Ma picked up the orb and obtained the blessing of regeneration. To test it, he cut himself with the knife, and in the next second the wound closed. It worked perfectly. Later, camped in front of a bonfire, Ma tried to make sense of everything. It did did not make sense that all that chaos had been caused just by the encounter with Abel. He remembered Leon's words and wondered if that was something destined to happen. Maybe Leon was also an existence from outside that world, just like him. The questions only kept growing. He still did not know who had thrown him into that game world. For now, he decided to focus on what needed to be done. Since his past life, his personality had always been explosive. Even now, trying to control himself more, he had never been able to ignore injustice. That was how he had always been. He never ran from a fight. Maybe that was his way of delivering justice. The plan to stay out of the main story had turned into nothing more than a way to protect himself. The original intention was to obtain a blessing that would not cause much impact, but even so, the story had placed Guillaume in direct confrontation with the protagonist himself. To make things worse, there were now even more people interested in killing him. If they truly put his life at risk, he knew he would have to actually kill someone. Until that moment, he had never done that. He began to wonder if he was acting the right way. Moving forward was not always the best option. Sometimes, knowing when to stop mattered just as much. Lost in that thought, he almost felt Saki's presence, as if she were there telling him that he thought too much and should just act the way he always did. He soon realized it was nothing more than a hallucination. That bothered him. If Saki were nearby, he would have felt her presence for real. He thought about what the others might be doing at that moment. Saki was at the camp with Speed Weapon, but the two had gone separate ways after crossing a boundary line. Rachel was probably annoying Chloe as usual. Abel was likely bathing somewhere. Wondering whether he truly had friends in that world felt a bit awkward to him. Later, while Guillaume was sleeping, a group of assassins approached silently. Shurikens were thrown in his direction, but he woke up in time to dodge and avoid any fatal blows. Even so, he suffered a few scratches. One of the assassins remarked that he was skilled and suggested recruiting him, but the commander ordered him to stay quiet. Guillaume immediately recognized who she was. Rei Shun, the leader of the group of assassins known as the Reapers. In the future, she would be the first human demon Leon would face. She was a noble who had been betrayed by her own family and expelled from her home. She chose to live as an assassin, feeding on hatred, until becoming a villain who would eventually be defeated by Leon. Even knowing her story, Guillaume felt no pity. She had abandoned her own humanity. One of the assassins mocked him, saying the kid dodged far too well to be normal. Rei Shun asked where he came from. To Guillaume, it sounded like madness. The same people who had come to kill him were trying to start a conversation. Another assassin commented that even if he died there, it was impressive. He asked since when the commander had taken such interest in a target. A third one, using a spiked knuckle weapon, observed that Guillaume's movements were not normal. He had to be from the first class, a prodigy without a doubt. At that moment, Guillaume clearly felt their killing intent. He stated that the ones who sent them could only be someone connected to the Sine Council, the corpse cleanup team. The assassins were stunned. One of them asked how he knew that. Guillaume took a step forward and said he knew very well that they were nothing but butchers who killed for money. One of the men commented that this kind of talk was exactly what the commander hated hearing the most. Guillaume moved even closer to Rei Shun and provoked her, asking if that hurt her pride. A former noble being confronted by someone like him. The assassin with the spiked knuckles lunged forward, but Guillaume activated the blessing of the sword god only to dodge and deliver a cut so clean that the man did not even realize he had died. Seconds later, the head simply slid off the body. The other assassins froze in shock. At that instant, Guillaume realized he had killed someone for real. It was not a simulation or an isolated space. It was the real world. The shadows of the sword god power wrapped around him as he coldly analyzed Rei Shun, thinking that the situation was not as bad as it seemed. No god would stand by her side at that moment. He drifted for an instant into memories of his past life and his current one. He recalled mundane scenes from his old job, scattered thoughts, until everything began to blur together. A strong light enveloped him, and he found himself inside the sword god simulation. When he regained awareness, Guillaume was cutting down all the assassins. He was not an ordinary recruit. He moved as if cutting through butter, dodging and killing without effort. It was not uncontrolled violence. It was execution, instant deaths. Rei Shun watched in shock as her men were wiped out. After seeing the last one fall, Rei Shun thought she could still kill him. The reward for his head was enormous, but in the next instant she was on the ground, with a knife pressed against her neck. Guillaume deactivated the blessing. It had been a complete mess. Only 9 seconds of use remained. He had already spent a huge amount of power in the fight against Leon. All of it had been self-defense, but he hoped he would not have to do something like that again. The sensation had been strange, different from anything he had ever felt. Even so, the enemy had been human and had tried to kill him. There was no reason for mercy. Now only Guillaume and Rei Shun remained. He asked who had sent the group. Rei Shun replied that he really thought she would tell him. Jomar knew this was his only chance to find out who was behind everything. If he killed Rei Shun there, he would get no answers and would would probably regret it later. The best way to extract the truth was not by killing, but by making someone talk. He thought she had to be either very stupid or extremely brave. All her subordinates were dead and she was alone. It made no sense for her to stay silent. She answered by calling him crazy. That was when Jeomar understood why someone had tried to negotiate earlier. He realized that all his personal information had been erased. Full name, origin, old records, even data about relatives no longer existed. That left him unsettled. He tried to remember his parents' faces and realized he could not. He did not remember what they looked like. That disturbed him deeply. Jeomar asked her to repeat what she had said. Information about relatives erased. He stabbed the knife into the ground right beside her and made it clear that he only wanted a name. The name of the one who had sent that group. If she spoke, he would let her go. But Rei Shun said she now had something far more interesting to say. That was not negotiation. It was a threat. Even without an arm or a leg, she would still be able to talk. Before Jeomar could react, he felt a violent tremor. An overwhelming magical pressure flooded the area. A demonic power began to move the blood of the surrounding corpses, pulling everything toward Rei Shun's body. At the same time, far away from there, the Sword Emperor was calmly fishing. He thought the place was too large for something simple, but still acceptable. He had not received any complaints so far. He was fishing in the Lake of Avalon when he finally hooked a fish. In the next instant, he felt the magical pressure. He recognized it immediately. Only one thing in that world emitted power at that level: the Commander of Corpses. That was a serious problem. Back at the camp, Rei Shun began to be consumed by demonic power. She screamed that she would kill everything. She did not want to die. Suddenly, a blazing power fell from the sky. A pillar of light engulfed the area, followed by a violent explosion. When the smoke began to clear, something spoke through her body, saying that after 700 years, it had finally returned. Jeomar found that strange. 700 years made no sense. The magical power of a mermaid was already enough to cause a transformation, but this was different. Dark flames wrapped around the body. The entity introduced itself. It was a commander of the demonic army, a succubus. All living creatures hit by the pillar of flames had died instantly. She asked if this was how humans welcomed someone after such a long time. She said it had been 700 years since she left the demon realm, and she did not know how human manners were these days. She introduced herself as Akori, commander of the 5th Army of the Demon King. Then she asked his name, calling him a child. Jeomar did not answer. He thought carefully. He remembered his master words. Even what seemed useless could serve as a mirror for the future. His greatest asset in that world was the memories from his time as a player. He remembered Akori's stats perfectly, but he did not understand why she had appeared now, after 700 years, and on top of that, using Rei Shun's body. Akori asked if he was the one who had caused all of this. She looked at the scattered corpses and praised him. She said he did not look like an ordinary human, even if he was out of shape. He could improve a lot in the future. Then she proposed a deal. She used a gaze that completely distorted Jeomar's vision. She said he should feel honored. He would receive a special chance to become her slave. She claimed that humans pretended to be noble but were not. They killed, caused pain, and did anything for their own interests. Following her would not be like a fairy tale. Trapped in that illusion, Jeomar began to think that Akori might be right. Humans judged each other according to their own interests. The strong always exploited the weak. Accepting a Akori offer could mean survival. Maybe that was it. She used her magic to wrap around him, saying he was handsome, that he had value. Jeomar almost thought he could live if he accepted staying by her side, but he cut that thought off in his own mind. She was a demon. That was enough. Akori noticed the rupture. She was surprised to realize that he had broken free from a high-level spell. She thought it must have happened because of the miserable body she was using. Jeomar started laughing. To him, that whole speech was getting way too funny. A demon trying to convince him to become a slave. He steadied the knife and made it clear there was no way in hell he would accept. Akori remarked that he was far too rude. The flames she launched were cut apart by Jeomar's blade, but at the same time, he could not even touch her. In a rare moment, she actually had to dodge. That amused her. She realized he was not joking, so she decided to test how far he would go. Hell answered her call. Geysers of lava burst from the ground like living tentacles. Akori told him to get excited. The fireballs were deflected by Jeomar's knife as he charged forward at high speed. As she evaded, she noticed something clearly. He was surpassing human limits. Even so, she was slow. It had been centuries since she last stepped into that world. Still, Jeomar managed to reach her. A massive explosion followed, and it became clear that Akori had to use her own palm, wrapped in flames, to stop his blade. She was impressed. He was far too fast. But she had time. He did not. Jeomar felt the weight of that. There was little time left on the blessing, so he decided to end it there. The strikes came relentlessly, but Akori blocked every one of them with flames, noticing that he had become even faster. They exchanged blows for quite a while, long enough for Jeomar to become completely exhausted. Akori's arm, the arm of Rei Shun's body, was mutilated by the cuts. Without caring, she burned her own arm to ash and commented that she almost felt human again. With her arm overtaken by demonic power, she asked if that was really so bad. She said his fighting spirit was attractive. That fire was beautiful. So young and already wielding that level of power. He had a promising future. As she adjusted to the body, she promised to grant all his desires. It was his last chance. She gathered an overwhelming amount of flames. If he could withstand that blow, he would have passed the test. Ma was on the verge of losing consciousness when, at the last instant, the Sword Emperor appeared, blocking the fireball and telling him to wake up. Akori asked if that old man really intended to stand in her way. The Sword Emperor replied that he would not allow it. She then told him to give it everything he had to protect the boy. As she tried to incinerate the old man, Ma fell into a blank space, completely numb. In that state, he saw the Sword Emperor's left arm being burned away to save him. That pulled him back to consciousness. The moment he moved to shield the student, the Sword Emperor thought that a prodigy like Ma could not die. He was destined to face the demons and save humanity. He was the hope of that world. That was why he sacrificed his own arm to deflect the fireball. He asked if Ma had regained consciousness and told him to focus on his own wounds. Ma tried to speak about the arm, but the old man said it was fine. He only needed one hand to wield a sword. He told him to take care of himself now. Akori asked if that made sense to him, how that ridiculous human had survived her magic. The Sword Emperor knew exactly who she was. For her to be summoned that way, many sacrifices had been made. Something had served as an anchor between the worlds. A human body used to cross the veil. Even so, she could not use her full power. Still limited, she had managed to tear off his arm. Akori complained. Being unable to use her power properly was irritating. Compatibility with that body was minimal. And yet, she was facing a kid and an old man on the brink of death. She advanced, saying that next time he would not get away with just losing an arm. At that moment, the Sword Emperor truly focused. He returned the attack, slicing her arm off with his sword. He asked if she was scared now. Akori flew into a rage, called him an arrogant insect, and gathered even more flames. The Sword Emperor said he did not know exactly why she had crossed into that world, but he was certain of one thing. That had been a massive mistake. He deflected all the incoming firepower and said he could see fear in her eyes. Akori replied that he was far too arrogant. Maybe he had been lucky when he tore off her arm, but he barely noticed when the Sword Emperor almost sliced her face with his blade. That left her intrigued. She wondered how an old man like him could possess such a dense aura. Those eyes reminded her of the Heroine bloodline. To her misfortune, she had shown up in that exact place, standing in front of that damn man. Even so, she said it was a shame. A descendant of Heroine, who was no longer in his prime. Then she summoned a storm of fire arrows and asked if he really thought he could dodge all that with such an old body. The arrows fell like a violent downpour. Siegfried dodged every single one after another. Ma watched with concern, but he could not help. He was barely able to stay conscious. If he relaxed, he would die. If he gave up the blessing, the result would be the same. The Sword Emperor kept moving forward, slicing arrows out of the air, but it was clear that Akori still had the upper hand. Even so, he kept advancing, saying that demons truly were stronger than humans. In his youth, he had cursed the world because of that absurd gap in power, something he could never overcome. Only now, at his age, had he finally understood the truth. Akori mocked him, saying it was nothing but empty talk. Still, she could not ignore the weight of that old man's experience. The real problem was the massive opening on the side where he had lost his arm. She aimed straight at that spot, but he rushed forward to close the distance, saying that humans keep growing, even when all hope seems lost. That was what demons feared the most. That was why they kept trying to invade the human world. He leaped in to slash her neck. Akori denied it, saying that was not the reason. At the last instant, fire arrows pierced his leg from below. She said she was honestly tired of hearing those words. Then she touched the Sword Emperor's stomach, piercing his body with a spear of fire. A massive hole opened up, burning him from the inside. She stepped on his head and mocked him, asking where that grand hero speech had gone. She said that in 700 years, nothing had changed. Humans were still trapped in the same cliches. To her, they were nothing more than insects. Ma could only scream for the director. Akori then turned to him and asked if his name was Ma. She said she had forgotten about him for a moment. Based on the test results, he had passed. Then she stepped closer again and cast an illusion on him. She knew his body would be extremely useful for demonic purposes. Even wounded, Siegfried questioned how she dared turn her back on an enemy. He was still there. She told the old man to shut up. He was just a student now, with a hole in his stomach. She had no interest in playing with a walking corpse. Then Akori used the succubus mark on Ma, engraving the symbol right in the center of his forehead. Power flooded his body and his mind. The system immediately detected an error. In response, it used Yggdrasil as a catalyst, temporarily raising the user's ranking. A synchronization began, a recalibration with that world. The remaining time of the sword blessing started rising rapidly. 12 seconds, 19, 27, 39, 99. He reached 100% of that power. The system announced announced that he had met the conditions to unlock a new ability. When Siegfried tried to stand up again and move toward her, Akori was surprised. Even in that state, he was still moving. To her, that was typical. Even insects keep moving after losing their heads. But the Sword Emperor invoked the sacred power of Beomung, saying he would tear off one or two of her limbs, even if it cost him his life. Akori noticed the color of the sword's aura. The descendant of the Sword Saint was still evolving even now. That irritated her. She decided she would finish that old man right there. Before she could act, she was struck by a beam of divine power. When she looked back, she saw that the child was different. Ma was now radiating power far beyond what he had before. Higher-level blessings were forcefully activated. Akori recognized that power instantly, the same one she had felt 700 years ago. The system confirmed that all of the user's blessings had been forcibly released. To her, that explained why those creatures never died, even after being crushed again and again. They kept blocking the path. The blessing of the sword god had been fully awakened. Ma became the catalyst of that miracle, as if the will of the gods was flowing through his body. The sensation was overwhelming, ancient, and absolute. Meanwhile, Saki held her sword and felt that this might be the last day of her life. Even so, no message appeared. No warning, no sign. Speedweapon noticed that she was awake far too early. The sun had risen long ago, but something felt wrong. The surroundings seemed too dark, as if the light itself was being swallowed. Saki realized it was time to return to the academy. The teleport point was already being used by the others, who were starting to gather. She urged them to move quickly, because what she had felt moments earlier did not seem like a good omen. After that power exploded from within Ma, Akori noticed something impossible. Standing before her, walking in silence, was Joachim. It made no sense. He was human. A human should not have been alive after all that. And yet, that cursed body was there, carrying the exact same power she remembered. Even believing that her judgment might have failed, Akori was certain that presence was real. Siegfried watched everything in silence, completely fascinated. Without a second thought, he knelt before Ma. At that very moment, his wounds began to close. The lost arm did not return, but the scar sealed completely. He did not understand what was happening, but he knew it was not normal. Ma released even more power. His body moved with the speed of lightning, appearing behind the demoness before she could react. Akori could no longer even define the shape of that boy in her mind. Everything felt distorted, too fast, too intense. That was not human. It was dangerous. Even so, she apologized to him in her thoughts, but decided she had to kill him. She used a volcanic eruption as her attack, unleashing an even greater surge of flames. She revealed that she had intended to obtain a vessel body, but now that no longer mattered. Ma represented a direct threat to the path of the demons. A storm of ash and fire consumed the island. A gigantic sphere of blazing energy was condensed, large enough to annihilate everything around it. It was pure destruction, a cruel amusement before the end. When the sphere advanced, burning everything in its path, Ma felt no pain, only the presence of the blessing. The spirit of pain, active without mercy. The spirit of the sword god fully awakened. Inside him, there was only one certainty. He would cut, nothing else, using only the blade. With the celestial sword, he split everything. The path of the sword cleaved the sphere in two. At that same instant, the succubus's body began to glow, as if it were being aligned with the sun itself. The sky, once covered by dense clouds, was completely divided. Something bright and divine had cut through the heavens. Akori realized that her body was no longer regenerating. The source of her magical power had been severed. Her body split in half, and she understood that she would die at that rate. Even so, when she saw Ma approaching, she noticed that he collapsed heavily onto the ground, unconscious. She refused to die like that. She crawled toward Ma, determined to kill him. He was a threat to the demon race. Before she could reach him, her head was pierced by Siegfried. He recognized in her behavior the same mistake made by Basmon, the sixth commander, always turning their back on the enemy. Resilient, irritating, but doomed. With a final strike, Siegfried split her head, ending the demon's existence once and for all. He stated that he was not a descendant of Eren. His name was Siegfried von Nibelung. After that, he picked up Ma's body. He realized that he was still alive. His breathing was steady and his life was not in danger. The problem was extreme exhaustion. Faced with that, Siegfried could not hold back his respect. There was something about that boy that went beyond all logic. Long ago, humanity believed in the existence of an incomprehensible will embedded in all things in the universe. Phenomena such as storms, floods, and lightning were always seen as superhuman interference, sources of fear, but also of worship. These powers were called disaster, or simply called God. Siegfried had seen it. It was there, in that boy. Later, a great commotion took over the area. Saki arrived running alongside Speedweapon and was met with a strange scene. A portal was open. Professors were keeping everyone back. At the center of it all, the Sword Emperor carried a student in his arms. Ma, Chloe almost lost control when she tried to force her way forward to reach Guillaume, coming close to attacking a teacher who was trying to stop her. Abel was left completely shaken after seeing her grandfather's missing arm, and that image became etched into her mind. Sometime later, the incident became public news. Humanity, which had been living through a period of truce with the demon race, suffered a major loss of power due to what happened to the Sword Emperor. The entire world began to question whether a new seat should be opened among the 7 heroes, since only 4 active members remained. Saki noticed that, as expected, no report mentioned Guillaume. To her, at that moment, he had probably already woken up. Even so, people behind her whispered loudly, speculating about his fate and suggesting that he might be dead despite being a special student. She asked them to talk somewhere else, and the group, clearly embarrassed, quickly moved away. Even so, Saki was certain of one thing. Guillaume would not die. He simply could not die. When she looked at Chloe, she realized how much the situation had broken her. Since that day, Chloe had been crying constantly and seemed completely devastated. Saki was worried as well, since it had been a full week without either of them being able to see him. Every time they tried to visit him in the infirmary, access was blocked by a special order from the director. Chloe nearly tried to rush the guards, and Saki began to wonder why the Sword Emperor had issued such a strict order. At the same time, Avalon Island had turned into a chaotic scene, with boiling lava emerging in several areas and magical explosions being felt from afar. All that was officially known was that an invading demon had appeared and that the Sword Emperor tried to stop it, but ended up losing an arm. No additional details were released. Saki even searched through servers and records multiple times looking for information, but found nothing. In addition, Medea was closely monitoring the entire situation, stating that any information would only be released through official channels. All communication with the outside world was blocked, including direct contact with Medea herself. Even so, Saki tried to send a message directly to Guillaume. In the middle of writing it, a doubt crossed her mind. Maybe that had been the last time she saw him. Still, she asked him to show up soon, because she was worried. Meanwhile, in Abel's room, the atmosphere was silent. Rachel noticed her strange behavior and asked if she was all right. Abel replied that she was fine, just distracted. Rachel then asked if the Sword Emperor was doing well. That made Abel remember what her grandfather had said. He had offered to personally take care of the student King Guillaume. She had no way to prove it, but she believed that Guillaume had tried to help her grandfather during that confrontation. Elsewhere, a disheveled-looking advisor complained that all of this would turn into a massive headache. The mission had failed, the assassin had not completed the objective, and that would bring consequences. Later, Medea spoke with Siegfried. She explained that his muscle fibers had been completely torn and that his nerves were severely damaged. Even so, the Sword Emperor looked far healthier than before. Medea said she had gathered every medical specialist available, including the best healers, which was why his recovery had been so fast. She asked him to calm down, reminding him that excessive stress would only make him age faster. Then she asked if he really felt better. Siegfried commented that living with only one arm was just as inconvenient as he had imagined. When Medea visited Guillaume, the attending doctor was visibly shaken. He said that he had been treating patients for more than 30 years, but had never seen anything like it. Guillaume was completely healthy. Even minor illnesses had disappeared. It could only be described as a miracle. Medea was certain it was connected to the Sword Emperor. She did not leave Guillaume's side at any point during his hospitalization, and even spent an absurd amount of money to isolate the entire hospital wing. She had never seen the old man act that way. Even using her own blessing, Medea could not understand what had happened. It went beyond the limits of logic. She asked if Guillaume had already woken up and why he had not explained earlier what had happened. He explained that he needed time to organize his thoughts, because even he had not understood everything right away. Siegfried revealed that Corey, commander of the 5th Legion. Medea was shocked by that information. He explained that, as hard as it was to believe, she was the one who tore off his arm. Hearing that, Medea asked what had happened to the demoness. Siegfried said she had been destroyed. It was still too early to announce that to the world, but he had seen it with his own eyes. She then asked whether Siegfried had defeated the demoness on his own. He made it clear that he had not. That led Medea to conclude that the old man must have completely lost his mind, because no one, no matter how strong, could defeat a demon of that level alone. That was when a suspicion arose. Maybe it had been the boy. Siegfried simply said they would talk about it properly later, since Guillaume had more important things to deal with at that moment. Medea only thought that he remained an irritating old man. Later on, Speedweapon was talking with his teammates and explained that he had made a poster to recruit new members. The idea was to promote the travel club, and the poster was extremely colorful, designed to grab attention. Even so, the strange drawing on it made everything look questionable, like something completely out of place. Speedweapon commented that they had never done anything without Guillaume leading, and asked what they thought about the idea. That ended up surprising the group, since he rarely took that kind of initiative on his own. To him, what mattered most was not the colors of the poster, but the intention behind it. Chloe, however, had no patience. Without hesitation, she tore the poster in half with her cutter. To her, there was no way she could allow Guillaume to see something like that when he came back. Speed Weapon was outraged, since he had spent the entire night working on the poster. Chloe only thought that it was a good thing that trash could be destroyed. Saki, watching everything, felt that the louder the noise, the greater the emptiness everyone was trying to ignore. The only question that truly mattered remained unanswered. When would Guillaume return? Shortly after, the group heard Chloe approaching Guillaume. He was already back and had been discharged. When Saki came closer, she gave him a light flick on the forehead as a way of greeting him and welcoming him back. Guillaume confirmed that he had returned. Speed Weapon excitedly mentioned the poster he had made for the club. Chloe, without changing her tone, made it clear that it was still a terrible idea. That night, Guillaume once again had strange dreams. He saw himself in a simulated space, very similar to the system that had accepted him into that world. In that place, he was attacked by his own sashimi knife, which pressured him to accept power, to accept true power, the savagery that existed within him. The dream kept repeating, always with the same uncomfortable feeling. When he woke up still drowsy, Guillaume complained to himself for having that dream again. Soon he noticed that he had received messages early in the morning. They were from Speed Weapon, saying that he had put up posters around the academy to recruit new members for the club. Guillaume replied directly, saying that, honestly, he was already tired of this recruitment business. His physical condition had improved a lot, and he felt much better than before. He had also heard that after the battle, the Sword Emperor managed to get a room in the hospital and paid for all the treatment with his own money. That was an enormous debt that Guillaume knew he would have to repay someday. While getting ready, he noticed that he was without his tie. He then remembered that he had used it on the island of Avalon, where many things had happened in a short time. He was not sure what would come next. For a moment, he wondered if he was really making the right decisions. He had asked himself that question before, but now he saw no point in continuing to complain. He remembered what Saki had said, that he should just be himself, and decided to move forward. Back to his routine, the first person to appear was Saki, who approached him offering a small chocolate. She showed up suddenly and asked if she had startled him. Guillaume reacted on impulse, saying that he had actually been startled. Soon after, Saki grew curious and began pressing him to find out what had happened in Avalon and why he had stayed so long in the hospital. Guillaume tried to downplay it, saying it was nothing serious, but Saki insisted, asking him repeatedly to tell her. He asked her to stop, but Saki reminded him that she was the leader of the travel club and therefore had the right to know. Even so, Guillaume simply walked past her and ignored the conversation. Before leaving, he only forwarded Speed Weapon's message about the posters. That clearly irritated Saki. She reacted angrily, asking if he had really hung up that piece of trash. Guillaume replied that he needed to deal with that situation first, and without saying anything else, left, leaving the club leader behind. Later, Medea was still talking with Siegfried when Guillaume appeared, answering a call. He asked if he had arrived too early and said he could come back later, but Medea assured him that he had arrived at the right time. At that moment, Siegfried went to pick up his teacup and almost used the wrong arm. He commented that living 70 years with 2 arms and suddenly having only one was quite confusing. Medea observed Guillaume closely and noticed that he seemed uncomfortable. She commented that Siegfried had already told her everything. She said that he had defeated Akori, the commander of the 5th Legion. Guillaume could clearly remember what had happened. Considering everything that had occurred, it even made sense, but the feeling did not seem right to him. Sensing the mood, Medea apologized for moving too fast and said that he had just left the hospital and did not need to push himself. Even so, she admitted that she still had difficulty fully believing it. She knew they would not lie about something like that, but the situation was far too heavy. The Sword Emperor stated that there was no way to deny the facts. He himself had been present when Guillaume defeated Akori. It was an achievement accomplished without anyone's help. He also said that he was sorry for taking so long to reveal what happened in Avalon, but he had no choice. The demonic race had probably already realized that something out of the ordinary had occurred. The problem was that there were no heroes among current humanity capable of stopping a demon at the level of an army commander. No one knew for sure how Akori managed to invade the human world, but it was clear that she had an objective, as if she were trying to prevent something greater. If everyone remained still, the situation would only get worse. The demonic race was impulsive, but also extremely cunning. The Sword Emperor was certain that conflicts would arise soon, and that the current scenario was far worse than 50 years ago. Guillaume thought that if Akori's defeat were revealed, the demons could use it as an excuse to start a war. The Sword Emperor's silence prevented any immediate reaction, since nothing had been officially declared. That only reinforced the respect Guillaume felt for him. It was then that Siegfried explained why he had called the two of them. He said that he had become someone who could no longer fight on the front lines. Medea questioned why he was talking about this now, as if losing an arm meant that he was ready to die. Siegfried replied that his goal had always been to train righteous heroes and leave behind a better future, and that this was the true purpose of the the academy. That was why Medea was the director, not him. He revealed that soon he would renounce the title of 7-star hero. The news left Guillaume extremely alarmed. Siegfried, however, asked him to stay calm and explained that it was not a sudden decision, but the result of long reflection. This did not mean that he would completely step away from the front lines, only that he would do only what was still within his reach. Medea commented that companies and the media around the world would not leave him alone. Siegfried replied that he was already planning to give an interview soon, and that it would be better to settle everything at once. Irritated, Medea grabbed his collar and said that he was still the same old man from 50 years ago. He replied that this only proved that he was still young. Hearing that, Guillaume almost smiled. Up until that moment, he had been doing his utmost to avoid any distortion of the main storyline, even knowing that the world around him was already beginning to change. If the characters in that story showed behavior different from what was expected, it could become complicated. But Guillaume realized that he was being selfish and presumptuous. He was not the only living being in that world. Those were not mere characters in a game. Their words carried their own will. No matter what choices they made or what kind of situation arose, he would accept everything and try to overcome it. Meanwhile, Medea was playfully hitting Siegfried until one of the blows actually landed for real and locked his neck. That scene made Guillaume think that closing his eyes and denying reality was nothing more than childish stubbornness. It was then that Siegfried commented that he had also forgotten something important. Medea asked if there was still something else. He confirmed and revealed that the student King Guillaume would inherit his position as a 7-star hero. The reaction was immediate. Both of them were shocked, trying to understand what they had just heard. Later, Medea complained angrily, calling Siegfried a senile old man. She said she had a huge list of things to deal with. First, observe the reaction of the demonic race. Then handle the flood of media interviews. Siegfried explained that none of that would happen now. It would take at least a year to prepare everything. While Guillaume was still at the academy, he should simply enjoy student life. Medea said that this was madness. Inheriting the position of 7-star hero was far too much responsibility for a 17-year-old boy. Even so, she acknowledged that few people suited that title as much as Guillaume. If his actions were revealed, the world would be turned upside down, even if it was not possible to make everything public. He was a prodigy who seemed to have fallen from the sky. The comparison that came to her mind was so absurd that she even covered her mouth in the middle of the thought. In the end, Medea admitted that she would never be able to fully understand what went on in that old man's head. The vacancy left by a 7-star hero would not only cause problems within human society, but could also generate diplomatic friction with the demons. There could be opposing opinions, but if the successor had been personally appointed by Siegfried, no one would dare to contest it, even without formal consent from the association or the other 7-star heroes. Everything indicated that a meeting of former students would happen soon. Guillaume, still trying to process all of this, went to speak directly with the Sword Emperor. Siegfried noticed the reason for the visit and said that he wanted to talk about the succession. He apologized for not informing him earlier and asked a question. He wanted to know if Guillaume knew why the 7-star heroes had only 4 members so far. Guillaume replied that he thought it was to honor the Emperor's companions who had already died. Siegfried said that this was part of the truth. Thanks to their sacrifice, humanity could still walk on that land. But that was not the only reason. Keeping that seat empty was impossible. He was direct and explained that the true reason was the absence of a hero stronger than all the others. The demonic race was far more powerful than humanity. Guillaume knew this very well. In the game, that difference in strength was always evident. Perhaps it was a choice based on realism, but the main reason the difficulty of the Amulet of Miracles had become almost impossible was the absurd attributes of the demons. In the original story, even with a larger population, humanity would be exterminated in less than 6 months if the demonic army gathered in full. Siegfried stated that any negotiation was only possible through power. Guillaume then asked what that had to do with the 3 open seats. The Emperor replied that pathetic power was worse than having no power at all. Guillaume understood immediately. If a 7-star hero were defeated by a demonic beast, humanity would lose all credibility. The Emperor explained that the position of 7-star hero was not just a title. It was a role of enormous responsibility, as it represented all of humanity. However, that meaning had been worn down. There were people who used that reputation only to accumulate power. Guillaume clearly remembered a world leader who exploited that image and remained prime minister for 40 years, practically as a dictator. He also remembered the divine archer Kojima Saki, who barely appeared in the game and was mentioned only a few times. Even for him, that had always been a mystery. Even in that world, Ryoja rarely spoke about his own family. Even Chloe, who was extremely reserved, would occasionally comment about her clan. She had also openly admitted that she did not like the 7-star heroes. Guillaume said that he understood what the Sword Emperor meant, but that was not his real doubt. What he truly wanted to know was why he had been chosen. Siegfried asked if he was pretending to be naive. The reason was simple. Guillaume was stronger than him, much stronger. Guillaume thought that it was true true that he had defeated Akori, but that had not been the result of brute force alone. The Emperor then said that he was curious and wanted to ask a question. Guillaume Ma's power seemed to have a time limit. Guillaume Ma was startled when he heard that. He had never told anyone about it. Siegfried asked him not to panic and explained that it was only a guess. Even he could not use such great power without any restrictions. At least that was how it seemed. During the allocation test on the island of Avalon, it had been clear that he collapsed in less than a minute after releasing everything. Guillaume Ma realized this at that moment. He clenched his fists and, determined, decided that he needed to talk about his own power. After explaining the situation, the Sword Emperor made an important observation. Manifesting a blessing caused terrible pain, and that pain was only suppressed by another blessing. Guillaume Ma explained about the blessing of the sword and about his tolerance to pain, but left out many details. Even trusting the Emperor, revealing all of his weaknesses was still far too risky. He was not there seeking empathy or understanding, only guidance. The Emperor replied that he could rest assured. He had no intention of telling anyone about it. Using one blessing to suppress the restriction of another was a revolutionary idea. Even so, Guillaume Ma was accepting that risk and using his power in his own way. That showed talent, but it also brought a problem. He could not fight forever while being pressed by time. Managing one's own strength was just as important as possessing it. For that, he would need an experienced master. By coincidence, the Sword Emperor commented that he was precisely in need of a disciple like him. Since he had chosen a successor, it would make no sense to simply retire and remain idle. He also did not want to leave everything on others' shoulders. Before ending the conversation, the Emperor picked up Guillaume Ma's tie and explained that Abel had asked him to deliver it to him. He said that while he dealt with these greater matters, Guillaume Ma should simply enjoy his life as a student. When the Emperor turned to leave, Guillaume Ma called out to him once more. The old man did not turn around, but he heard the question. He wanted to know if he would become the Sword Emperor's disciple. Later, already asleep, Guillaume Ma was struck once again by the same dream. The knife and the sword appeared before him, demanding that he accept the power. This time, he did not resist. He let himself be carried away. The blade pierced his chest, passing through his body. At the moment he was torn apart, he saw himself in his final form. That was the power of the sword god. Something then emerged from within his body, as if that transformation were only borrowed power. That presence was the administrator, the entity that controlled the system. To make the conversation easier, it materialized a place that Guillaume Ma recognized, avoiding making everything even stranger. It commented that the first person to encounter it in that place was usually confused. It explained that it was not exactly the administrator, but it was also not something very different. Its position was a little lower. Perhaps it was him, perhaps it was not. Depending on the point of view, it could even be the opposite. Confused, Guillaume Ma asked who the hell that entity really was. The figure, made of energy, merely laughed without answering immediately and apologized, saying that it had remembered something from the past. It was natural for Guillaume Ma to be curious, but time was short. The entity materialized an hourglass and explained that if it were to tell the whole story, it would take far too long. So it would give a brief explanation. Throughout history, people had given it many names. To some, it was disaster, nature, or the universe itself. To others, it was a god, not just any god, but the sword god. It was probably not the kind of god Guillaume Ma imagined, but he could call it that, or anything else. That was enough for now. The entity seemed to want to explain more, but the hourglass began to crack, breaking space and time around them. Before disappearing, the sword god explained why it had appeared at that very moment. Guillaume Ma's restriction had been removed recently. Guillaume Ma wondered if that had happened at the moment he transformed, and the entity confirmed it. That was exactly the answer. Even so, the power had not been completely released. It was there in an incomplete state. The mere fact that it could speak with Guillaume Ma was already a miracle. As the hourglass shattered completely, the sword god said that their time was up. It commented that Guillaume Ma could continue cutting and slicing whatever he wished, but that he should not be too impulsive. It added that the power he wielded would not be explained now because he would not understand it. Not yet. Irritated, Guillaume Ma thought that he had countless questions and that the entity simply answered none of them. Before disappearing completely, the sword god told him not to make mistakes this time. He still trusted him. Then Guillaume Ma woke up in his room. The system informed him that his assimilation rate had reached 21.3%. He wrote everything down in his notebook, since he had forgotten most of the dream. At the moment, the most important thing was to gather clues, even if there were only a few. He noticed that it was raining outside. It was that time of year. Even bothered by the sudden jump in the assimilation rate, so far nothing wrong had happened because of it. Then, suddenly, someone called him. Guillaume Ma answered the call. Someone announced that the boss had arrived. A short time later, the travel club was gathered. Saki asked how that person had managed to get in touch, even after seeing that horrible poster. Chloe commented that, honestly, she did not even know that piece of trash was still hanging around. Speed Weapon also seemed surprised by the situation. Chloe asked what kind of person that candidate was. Saki replied that it was already suspicious for someone to show up after that ridiculous poster, so she herself would go check. She entered serious mode. Chloe immediately agreed, saying that it really did seem suspicious, and the two of them almost celebrated their shared distrust. Guillaume thought that being a little suspicious did not hurt. There were still many unexplained things about what the instructor and Lei Shen had really wanted to reveal when they bribed the dungeon guardian. Perhaps that candidate was a spy sent by hidden forces that were keeping an eye on him. Speed Weapon asked if the boss knew about the plan for the following night. Chloe confirmed it and reminded everyone that he liked seafood. Saki explained that the club foundation period was about to end, but before that, they needed to celebrate Jeoma being discharged from the hospital. He replied that he was quite picky about seafood. Thinking about it more carefully, he realized that he did not actually like it that much, which was curious for someone known as the best sashimi cutter in the world. Speed Weapon commented that they had managed to get a reservation at the most famous restaurant in the academy, something extremely difficult. Saki added that the place had more than 3,000 reviews on the internet, which made it even more impressive. Guillaume agreed. The celebration was being so thoughtful that he could not even refuse. That was when the candidate appeared. She was a girl with braided hair and glasses. Saki commented that she looked much more ordinary than expected. Guillaume thought that, in truth, everyone in that club was kind of strange anyway. When Guillaume looked directly at her, the girl adjusted her glasses with her middle finger. He wondered if that was not a bit rude. Speed Weapon politely thanked her for applying to the travel club. Saki, still serious, asked her to introduce herself. The girl introduced herself as San Hana, a second-year student. She said she came from the city of Busan and that she was Korean. Guillaume wondered mentally if there were many people with the surname Sun in Korea, but then thought that his own name was not exactly common either. He commented that when he lived in Busan, he ate a lot of pork rice soup. Hana replied that it was a local specialty, especially when spicy sauce was added. Saki interrupted, asking Guillaume to focus. Then she said that she already understood Hana's background and asked her to explain her motivation for applying to the club. Hana replied that she had seen the poster and noticed that the club involved travel and also the collection of dungeon achievements. Her practical grades that year were hanging by a thread, so she wanted to clear some dungeons to improve her situation. Saki made it clear that the club was strictly about travel and that completing dungeons was only a secondary activity. She commented that there were several clubs focused solely on that and asked why Hana had chosen that one specifically. Hana explained that because she was a second-year student, few clubs accepted students like her. Many people considered her useless. Saki looked a little taken aback and said that there was no need to be so dramatic. Then she asked what Hana's equipment was. Hana replied that maybe her own fists. Saki then asked if she performed well in dungeons. Hana shot back, reminding her that Saki herself had said that it was a secondary activity. Saki was left speechless. Speed Weapon commented that it was the first time he had seen Saki like that. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. In the end, Saki sighed and accepted her. Hana said that she really wanted to join the club, not only because of the dungeons, but because she wanted to make memories before graduating from the academy. Guillaume thought that after dealing with so many kinds of people, he had developed a certain instinct for understanding someone through the atmosphere they gave off. Moreover, when observing her with the detection ability of the blessing of the sword god, he noticed something interesting. Saki whispered to Guillaume that it was hard to find someone different like that. He agreed and said it was fine. San Hana was officially accepted into the travel club. He added that since everyone there was 1 year younger, she could feel at ease. Hana asked if that was really true. The group grew a little tense since it seemed like she had been waiting exactly for that permission. Guillaume commented that since she was older, it would be better to speak in a more relaxed way. Formalities could be left to Chloe since she was naturally too polite. Hana replied that even though she was the oldest, she did not want to be treated differently. Guillaume said that then he would start calling her by her name to make things more comfortable. Speed Weapon explained that he needed to submit that by the end of the week and that she could fill out the registration form to make everything official. When Hana took the paper, she asked whether the advisor would be the academy director herself. Speed Weapon confirmed that yes, exactly that. Hana opened a clearly suspicious little smile and said she would have fun there, making it clear that she would return the following week. When she closed the door as she left, Jeoma grew thoughtful and asked who exactly that girl was. He commented that she looked very much like someone and wondered if he was the only one who had felt that. To him, there was something strange about her, as if she were in disguise. Speed Weapon replied that it must have been just an impression, since they had only just met her. Even so, everyone agreed that she seemed a little strange. At one point, Hana adjusted her glasses using her middle finger, and Guillaume quickly asked her not to imitate that. Suddenly, Guillaume received a message from Medea. Speed Weapon asked if she had already found out that someone had joined the club, but Guillaume replied that that was impossible, and that the message was about something he had asked her to do. Right after that, he received his own file. It was his student record. When he saw it, he was completely shocked. Guillaume stood up, saying that he needed to leave immediately. Everyone asked what had happened and whether he had gotten himself into some kind of trouble. At that moment, he remembered what Hyson had mentioned earlier, about his relatives having been erased. Until then, he had not known that it was real, but now it was clear. His records had been completely erased, without leaving any trace. There was no information about family relations, parents, or anything of the sort. Guillaume realized that everything listed in his file consisted only of data from after his entry into the academy. Even when forcing his memory, he could not recall the faces of his own parents. Before the semester exams, he had avoided contacting them for fear of causing worry. However, when he tried to call at that moment, the phone informed him that the number did not exist. Guillaume fell silent. When he checked the photos, he realized that all of them had also been erased. He was not delirious or confusing memories. The resonance of the blessing of the sword spirit refuted any doubt. This was not an error or a coincidence. Everything had been done on purpose. Someone had erased his past to help him or force him to adapt to that world. To Guillaume, this could only be a trap. Either it was the work of the sword god or of the system administrator, perhaps both. At that instant, a bolt of lightning struck directly at him, but Guillaume deflected the blow with his sword. In silence, he made a vow that one day he would uncover the whole truth. Meanwhile, Rachel, known for being adored by practically all the men at the academy, was rejecting all of them in order to go talk to Abel. Abel commented that it must be extremely tiring to deal with that every day. Rachel simply sat down beside her without saying anything. That left Abel confused, finding the situation strange. She thought that perhaps it was because of the rainy weather. After some time in silence, Rachel asked if she could give some advice. She commented that Abel had very low self-esteem. She said sincerely that she did not think Abel was a bad person. Quite the opposite. She was confident in her own power and appearance, but the most important thing, according to Rachel, was her body. As she said this, Rachel looked Abel up and down, making her feel a chill. Abel asked where she was looking. Then Rachel changed the subject and asked if she knew that Guillaume had created a club. Next, she asked whether anything had happened between Guillaume and Abel there in Avallow. Abel quickly denied it, saying that nothing had happened, only that she had a sprained ankle. Guillaume had left first, right at dawn, and that was all. Rachel commented that she was not the type to lie. She said she had only become a little sensitive and apologized for it. Before, she truly had no interest in Guillaume and only teased him for fun. But now, looking at Abel, it felt different. Abel made it clear that she was not talking about that. Even so, Rachel moved closer and asked if Abel also had an interest in him. Abel pushed back, asking why the conversation was going in that direction. Rachel replied that people's hearts could change at any moment. After all, everyone was human. Abel asked to change the subject and go back to talking about the club. Rachel then explained that Guillaume had said he would join Speed Weapon, but ended up refusing. He thought that belonging to a class would be a burden and decided not to participate. Abel asked what that had to do with self-esteem. Rachel said that something strange had happened the day before. She was as usual, confident, had her coffee, a latte, and a very cold Americano, commenting that the Korean version was much hotter than the one in her country. That was when she noticed Guillaume outside, together with a girl. It was the meeting with Hana, a kind of recruitment interview. Rachel said that the expression on his face at that moment would not leave her mind. He was smiling from ear to ear, and she did not know what he had seen in that girl with glasses. Noticing Abel's reaction, Rachel realized that she had clearly become irritated. Later, Guillaume went to a restaurant called Korea Sushi. He himself found the name strange, commenting that the naming sense of that world was bizarre. If the owner were Western, he would probably run away from the place. Even so, considering where they were, he decided not to be critical. When he arrived at the restaurant, everyone was already there, with the exception of Hana, who said she did not like raw fish. That seemed strange to Guillaume, since she was from Busan, where eating raw fish was common. Even so, when he entered the restaurant, Guillaume felt as if he were at home. At that moment, Chloe suddenly stopped, visibly nervous. Upon realizing that Knox was there, Guillaume immediately found it strange and wondered why he would be in that place. Knox explained that he was working, which left Guillaume even more confused. To him, that made little sense, since Knox came from a rich family. If he was working there in disguise, it could only mean that he had received some kind of mission. Before they could think further about it, the restaurant owner began shouting at Knox, calling him a rookie and telling him to stop wasting time and get on with the work. Knox quickly apologized to the boss. Saki asked them to stop causing trouble and move on. Later, she commented that she had loved the menu, while Chloe remained a little tense. Ma told Chloe that Knox must have his own reasons and that, since they were there, it was better to try to enjoy the moment. He commented that relationships between siblings were truly complicated. Next, Saki approached and said that people claimed the house special of that Korean sushi place was very good. She also said that the price seemed reasonable. Ma was puzzled when he learned that the set cost 400,000 won and asked whether that could really be considered reasonable. Saki replied that it was a celebration and that they did not need to think so much about the price. Ma even suggested going somewhere else, but ended up giving up and let everyone order whatever they wanted, since it would not be them paying. When Saki called the waiter, Ma realized that she was on another level. He still could not fully get used to that difference in social class. When the set arrived at the table, it was clear that the presentation was beautiful. As expected, Saki took a photo right away. Ma commented that it felt a bit strange to make that kind of criticism while being in the position of someone who was being treated. As he analyzed the dish, Ma realized that the ingredients were good, but the knife skill left something to be desired. The fish was too moist. Knox immediately realized that Ma had said exactly the kind of thing the boss hated hearing the most. Shortly after, the boss approached the table and asked what he had just said. Ma repeated himself, explaining that the technique was not bad, but it was not enough to justify that price. The boss replied that if Ma spoke with such certainty, then he must understand a great deal about the subject. He provoked him, saying that Ma would not be challenging the greatest swordsman of all time, and drew the attention of everyone in the dining hall. Ma realized that despite the boss's poor Korean, his hearing was excellent. Faced with that, he stood up. The boss asked whether that academy student truly trusted his own skills. He claimed to have 12 years of experience and said that if Ma were better than him, he would make the meal free. Ma accepted the challenge, but made it clear that the boss could not take back his word. To the boss, it seemed like nothing more than a boy trying to act tough in front of his friends, someone who needed to be taught a good lesson. The boss said that the fish being used would be sole, but Ma asked for the red snapper that was on the cutting board. The boss found it strange, and Knox told him to just observe for a moment. The boss complained that letting a stranger into the kitchen would be a big problem and also emphasized the value of that snapper. Even so, Knox insisted that it was worth trusting that boy. Ma stepped forward, took off the uniform, and realized that it had been a long time since the last time he had done that. He picked up the sashimi knife, and his blessing from the sword god was activated automatically. In a short time, he prepared a perfect set with flawless cuts. The boss was completely defeated. Unable to believe what he had seen, the boss apologized and begged to be accepted as a disciple. Ma told him to stand up and said that it was an exaggeration. The boss insisted, saying that he had been rude and that he wanted, at the very least, for Ma to be his master. Ma refused the idea of taking disciples, but said that he could give some advice. The boss immediately took out a small notebook to write things down. Ma explained that his skill was not bad, but that his use of the knife was disappointing. He suggested using a sashimi knife made for left-handed use. The boss was surprised, but Ma explained that, from the cross-section of the cut, it was possible to see that there was excessive force in the right arm, which ended up crushing the flesh. Simply changing the knife would already improve things a great deal. The boss wrote everything down attentively. Ma commented that the rest would come with a few more years of experience in cooking and decided to spare further words. The boss declared that Ma was a true master. Then Ma remembered the bet and said that since he had given advice, he should receive something in return. The boss accepted immediately. Later, Ma was holding a sashimi knife that he had asked the boss for. In addition to that, he was authorized to serve the customers in the boss's place that day, for free. Everyone was impressed as they watched him cut the fish. Chloe noticed that Ma looked genuinely happy, completely focused on what he was doing. Speed Weapon encouraged Ma to keep going, saying that the boss was too excited for everyone to stand around. The atmosphere in the dining hall grew lighter. Before Chloe could stand up to help, Knox approached and said that he could teach her. Chloe thanked him. Later, Ma gazed at the night sky, thinking that all of this should have been just a celebration. Even so, he could not avoid reflecting. 50 seconds of protection had been enough to deal with more than 3 fish. After so much time slicing unpleasant things like beasts, magic, and people, cutting fish had been refreshing. While he wondered whether he should open a restaurant someday, Knox approached to talk to him. Knox commented that all the food had run out thanks to Ma. The restaurant owner explained that he himself would take care of closing and that the remaining service would be left to his partner. Knox explained that he had only come there because Chloe had asked him to go talk to Ma. Ma asked what kind of work Knox had been doing lately. Knox replied by reminding him that it had been Ma himself who told him to get a real job. Ma confirmed that he remembered and said that he admired his initiative. Knox commented that he had only gained from it, since he had come to understand the value of money earned through his own sweat. After that, Knox asked how Ma dealt with troublesome customers, especially drunk ones. Ma explained calmly and the two ended up talking for quite some time. At one point, Knox remarked that it was surprising that Jeoma was the same age as him, and asked whether he was not lying about that. Jeoma replied that maybe it was just a lot of accumulated social experience. Soon after, Knox changed the tone of the conversation and began to talk about something more serious. He explained that normally, leaking family matters to the outside was considered a serious crime. He had tried to warn about it through Chloe, but she had not answered the phone. The investigation into Kang Geon-ma, conducted by the additor, had finally been concluded, and fortunately no suspicious circumstances had been found. The request from the Council of Elders was cancelled and ended up turning against them instead. Now the clan leader was investigating the council itself. Knox explained that the additor existed to maintain order, not to act as anyone's hunting dogs. An investigation team would probably be assembled, and the process would be extremely careful. He had also decided to take part in it, and only wanted to inform Geon-ma about the situation. Geon-ma understood that this meant the additor no longer had any reason to pursue him. If their blade was now pointed at the Council of Elders, something big would certainly happen. Even so, that should not have a direct connection to him. Geon-ma sincerely thanked Knox and extended his hand, saying that it could not have been easy to bring that information. Knox shook his hand and said that he had not done anything special. On the contrary, Geon-ma had been the starting point of everything. Geon-ma felt satisfied when he realized that, from all indications, the relationship between Knox and Chloe had improved a little. He then asked whether he knew a girl called San Hana, who had joined his club since they were in the same class. Knox confirmed that he knew her. He said that she was the type who was always reading books and barely spoke to anyone. She did not seem like anything special at first glance, but she had a curious trait. She always stayed exactly in the middle of the class ranking, never below and never above. That applied to both theory and practice. Always exactly in the middle, something that almost seemed difficult to do on purpose. Knox commented that he found it strange that Geon-ma cared about someone else like that, and asked the reason. Geon-ma replied by asking what kind of image Knox had of him. Before the conversation could go further, the boss appeared, saying that Knox had not finished his work yet and asked whether the master was there. The boss explained that Geon-ma had taught him a lot that day and asked him to accept a gift. He handed over an extremely beautiful knife. Geon-ma commented that, for a swordsman who used a knife, the blade was the same as his own life, and questioned whether the boss was really giving it away so easily. The boss explained that the knife was no longer useful to him. Before, he trusted only the tool, but now he understood that, for a true expert, skill came before the blade. Faced with that, Geon-ma accepted the gift and thanked him. When he looked more closely, he realized that the knife was very rare and of extremely high quality. It did not look like just a sashimi knife, but almost like a combat weapon. That made Geon-ma remember his first master, who was obsessed with knives and always said that a true expert did not blame the equipment. To him, a good knife was like family, something that could even be given a name and carry a determination engraved into it. Geon-ma always named his own knives. When the boss asked whether he had not liked the gift, Geon-ma replied that it was not that. He was simply thinking about what name to give the blade. Remembering his own family, he chose a strong name. He called it Frost of 10,000 Years. Meanwhile, extremely suspicious people were gathering near the academy. A hooded man responsible for summoning everyone there thanked them for coming, saying that he knew how busy they all were. One of the instructors asked whether he was really the professor who had called them. The man confirmed it, but gave no explanation, which began to irritate the group. One of them questioned whether this was just a waste of time. The professor merely laughed, which made the others even more uncomfortable. He commented that they all seemed full of energy, perhaps because they had just signed a contract, and found it almost adorable. One instructor advanced toward him, already completely irritated. When the power was released, the professor revealed that he was a subordinate of Lord Permersh, commander of the 4th Legion. Earth attribute magic truly was not common. The instructor transformed into a giant covered in earth armor, declaring that he would finish off that hooded man. The others grew worried, fearing a major disturbance in that place. Hana, however, showed no concern at all. To her, none of that mattered. The professor asked why anyone would worry about that. Then, with a simple slap, he destroyed the poor fool who had advanced against him. That demonstration made clear to everyone the value of what he had created. After that, he suggested that they end the introductions right there and move straight to the main subject. Everyone agreed immediately. No one dared to question it. Then he called Hana, commenting that after so long, he had gotten used to calling her cadet. He said that she would explain the details. Hana was direct and stated that she would get straight to the point. Contrary to the rumors, her professor had not been killed by the Sword Emperor. The rune had died at the hands of one of the Academy's own cadets, Leon von Reinhardt, the one considered to be the next hero. As the Legion took notes about the Sword God, the Administrator, and many other things they still did not know, it became clear that whatever came next would be extremely extremely important. At the time, the Council of Elders decided that the Additor would handle the investigation on their own. Among the nobles, the peak of elitist ideology had always been the Council of Elders of the Academy. They probably saw the clan of the Order, the Additor, as mere servants. Sending that group on a mission that involved assassinating cadets without justification was basically treating them like strays. However, thanks to the Council's massive blunder, the Additor ended up becoming allies. Guillaume Ma remembered that this was exactly why the faction that controlled Leon in the game disappeared after the midpoint of the progress. The Council had been plotting something in secret, but ended up becoming the target of the investigation. In practice, Guillaume Ma was going through something similar. The Additor spilling human blood was the kind of care the game company had shown toward Leon. That made Guillaume Ma wonder who, in the end, was taking care of him. Had he not already suffered enough in that world? In any case, now that the Additor were involved, the mind behind all of this would soon be revealed. Guillaume Ma also wanted to find out who that mysterious instructor was. Another thing that crossed his mind was that after so much flirting, she had ended up fulfilling everything that was written in the contract. Even in the game, a villain could change their appearance as much as they wanted. So for now, it was better to simply keep that in mind. He only knew that she had purple hair. Even so, certain details could not be altered by a demon, such as eye color or sex. Maybe it would be possible to find her someday. There was a limit to evaluating an opponent based solely on the sensitivity of the sword god's blessing. The big problem was that Guillaume Ma had very little knowledge of magic. He wondered whether he should just wait or actually start studying it seriously. Suddenly, he realized that he had written something on the paper without even noticing, as if it were Morse code. He wondered, since when he had started fiddling with the pencil like that, maybe it was time to gather some courage, whether to prepare a surprise attack or to defend himself from one. He also intended to visit Professor Damien soon. That was when his entire club showed up at once, making noise and causing a real commotion. Guillaume Ma asked what exactly had happened. Saki tried to explain, but Speed Weapon pushed her aside and warned the boss that July 7th was approaching. It was the date when Joachim had sealed Lycan. Even so, she asked why Guillaume Ma seemed so unmotivated. He replied that it was nothing serious. Saki commented that his slow manner had always bothered her. Speed Weapon stepped in, saying that it would not be an ordinary day. He explained that Alter Additor, the strongest assassin known as the Old One of the Mountain, the next leader of the Iron King family, Mao Lan of the Iron Leg, as well as the Pride of America and a strong candidate for the next 7-star hero, All Mute, would be gathered at Joachim Academy. Speed Weapon said that they should take the opportunity to build the club's history and, of course, honor the Academy director. Saki replied that he did not need to make excuses, since he just wanted to have fun. To Guillaume Ma, all of that sounded like a big mess. Chloe asked whether he already had plans for the festival. He replied that actually he had none. Then Chloe suggested that maybe they could go together. Before the conversation could move on, Speed Weapon announced that it was already decided and that they would set up a stall. Chloe stood up with clearly murderous intent. Guillaume Ma found that worrying and commented that he preferred to keep Speed Weapon alive. Then he said that, thinking about it, it was actually a great idea. He even felt emotional that his small boss had saved his own life. Saki asked whether Guillaume Ma was also interested in that kind of nonsense. According to her, he just wanted to enjoy the festival to spread his name among the extras. Guillaume Ma, however, thought that Ryojo was the one who fit that role best within the academy. Guillaume Ma said no, that it had nothing to do with that. During the holidays, they would only meet in dungeons since they would not have free time to enjoy things together. Precisely because of that, he thought it made sense to enjoy the festival while they still could. Time was short, and it was a rare opportunity. Saki found the way he spoke strange and asked what he meant by there was not much time left. Realizing what he had said, Guillaume Ma understood that he had let himself go too much. He was too comfortable with the club and with those people. Saki then asked whether, by any chance, he knew something they did not, remembering that the last time it had been like that as well. Now, both she and Chloe were pressing him. Feeling cornered, Guillaume Ma tried to change the subject and complained about Speed Weapon. Taking advantage of the opening, Speed Weapon tried to distract the two of them, saying that since the boss had agreed, he would make a promotional poster for the club. No one really understood the logic behind it, not even Guillaume Ma, who had not asked for help. Hana agreed, saying that she had only joined the club after seeing a poster, and Speed Weapon felt that he had repaid his debt to the boss. Saki approached him and made it clear that he only made ridiculous posters. That was not something she had just thought of. To her, there were too many people trying to give orders in the club, and that only created confusion. It was necessary to establish a clear hierarchy within the travel club to put an end to the mess. Later, at Saki's training center, Speed Weapon said that this was exactly what he wanted. Even so, he asked her not to regret it later and not to break his nose. Saki replied that if she won, she would never bother him again and would start following all of his stupid ideas. Guillaume Ma, who was there with the rest of the group, wondered how that situation had come up so suddenly and why he was even there. It felt like being thrown from one scene into another without warning. The two of them were already ready in the dojo. Saki was taking it seriously enough to be wearing a kimono, while Speed Weapon was determined to prove that he was the best in the eyes of the boss. During the confrontation, it became clear that Saki was completely focused. She used a longbow, which required time to prepare each shot. Speed Weapon thought about getting closer and applying some debuffs, but he hesitated, unsure whether that would be the best choice. When the fight truly began, Saki was already moving quickly to circle around him. By the time he realized it, she was already behind him. He was surprised by the way an archer could fight like that. Even though he believed his blessing would work at that distance, Saki struck his ribs with an arrow and sent him flying out of the dojo. After that, she turned her attention to Gyeoma, asking whether he had already made his decision, while Speed Weapon outside tried to heal himself by playing the flute. There were 4 days left until the festival, and the travel club was in full swing. Watching everything, Gyeoma realized that everyone was doing much better than he had imagined. Chloe, the auditor, had taken on the role of kitchen assistant, something that seemed natural for her. Hana took care of the materials and purchases, reporting that she had ordered ham, pork, and various kinds of vegetables, in quantities enough for 3 days, with delivery scheduled for the day after tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Speed Weapon, in charge of general matters, was completely stressed. He had already rented tents, tables, chairs, and even the gas installation, without anyone knowing exactly when or how he had done all of that. Saki told him to shut up and explained that she was handling administration, public relations, and design. She admitted that she had never done anything in the kitchen before, and that now she needed to prepare a hot soup. Gyeoma replied that he had already made his decision, so the best thing was simply to try. If it were sushi, it would be easier, since they were already used to preparing meals together. Even so, there was a risk that everything would end up falling on him, especially because the festival would last a long time. It was not possible to rely on just 50 seconds of blessing. In fact, Gyeoma had never had the chance to take part in a real festival. He had worked for 17 years without a break and had never had that kind of free time, which explained why he had ended up addicted to that game. Deep down, all he wanted was to live a normal life, even if that was not as simple as it seemed. That peace, however, had an expiration date. In the second year, the demons would finally become aware of Leon's existence, and that would be the last festival Gyeoma could enjoy within the academy. Because of that, he decided he would enjoy it while he could. At that moment, Hana approached and asked why he had that sad expression. She commented that he looked like he was thinking about the fact that this would be the last festival. Gyeoma asked if she had read his mind. Hana then mentioned the day she had joined the club and asked if he remembered it. When she saw that he did not, she said it was better to leave it at that. Gyeoma agreed to drop the subject. He said he would step out for a bit and left Saki in charge, which made her find his attitude a little suspicious. Without wasting time, Gyeoma went straight to Professor Damien's research room. The professor offered him a cup of tea since he was preparing one at that moment, a tea that came directly from Russia, with a strong and pleasant aroma. Gyeoma refused, explaining that he was allergic to black tea, and then asked what the object on the table was. Professor Damien explained that it was a sample he had obtained by chance recently. On the outside, the stone looked ordinary, but inside it ran a very subtle magical energy. He said that if Gyeoma was interested, he could give him a small piece. Gyeoma replied that it was fine and refused. Damien said he was pleased with the visit and made it clear that Gyeoma could ask anything he wanted, as he would answer everything that was possible. Gyeoma said that he only wanted to return to the previous topic, about the phrase, "May the divine blessing be with you," and similar expressions. Damien commented that this also bothered him and that he had done his own research. In fact, he had gone to Russia and returned because of that book. Gyeoma asked if that had been his fault. The professor admitted that at first, yes, but that he had also been motivated by curiosity, since that was how scholars worked. Then Damien explained that the Academy divided blessings into 4 categories: Command Spirit, Guardian, Elemental, and Heroic. This classification was based on who granted the blessing. Spirits were transcendental beings, and, at the same time, inevitable. The professor asked if Gyeoma remembered the last thing he had said to him. Gyeoma replied that he did, that he had said there were no more gods in that world. The professor praised his memory and asked what he thought about becoming his assistant. Gyeoma cleared his throat and replied that he was not interested in being a scholar without meaning any offense. Damien said it was a shame, but explained that there was a flaw in that statement about the non-existence of the gods. He explained that if one went back to mythological times, in antiquity there had been countless unknown gods. That period was called the mythological era, The gods mentioned there were not transcendental beings like spirits. They did not possess emotions, reason, or bodies. They were essence itself, beings that approached the concept itself on a completely different level. Compared to them, spirits were like mere wanderers before the sun. The gods were absolute beings who had abandoned the condition of immortality. Even so, not even they managed to escape death. Despite belonging to the same race, it was a god who brought an end to that era, and that god was the sword god. Guillaume Ma was shocked by the explanation. Damien said that it was believed that the expression, "May the divine blessing be with you," began to be used by humanity shortly after the mythological era as a way to venerate the sword god and call upon him. He then asked whether that answered Guillaume Ma's question. After that, Guillaume Ma became thoughtful. He had obtained some answers, but at the same time, he felt that he had barely moved forward. Even so, the professor had gone all the way to Russia just because of something he had said. Maybe he was being a little selfish. Still, he thought that Russian black tea was something somewhat dangerous. He had been feeling a strange sense of tightness for some time now. Now he understood the reason. That was why his perception was so limited. He had not brought the sashimi knife. Without the blessing associated with it, he could not detect everything around him. Who would have thought that without the knife, he would feel that sensation of being completely stuck? It seemed that even his own personality had changed. Then the days passed. First 4 days, then 3. On the second day, the girls were wearing maid outfits, even though Saki had not liked the idea. On another day, they were using what was called the supreme recipe, until finally the day arrived, the day of the festival. For more than 20 years working with a knife in his hand, Guillaume Ma had saved many restaurants wherever he went. He always refused any material reward and only sought out establishments that were about to go bankrupt. It was not out of kindness. Just like in the days of Korean sushi, it was simply for personal satisfaction. With a single sashimi knife, he offered a sign of rebirth. He saw a certain romanticism in that and admitted it without shame. His adolescent and delusional phase had arrived late, perhaps influenced by his first master. At that moment, everyone was well dressed. Even Speed Weapon had his hairstyle in a strangely messy way. Guillaume Ma commented that there were only 10 minutes left. Serving food in exchange for money was not a bad thing. There was no reason to be nervous. They just had to do everything the way they had trained. Even so, he thought that this might be his last festival at the academy. Precisely because of that, he decided that he would enjoy it. When the festival was already completely packed, Rachel appeared in an overly exaggerated disguise, wearing flashy glasses. She commented to Abel that no one would notice them in a place like that since there were too many people. Abel was wearing a fake mustache, which made the disguise even stranger. Rachel complained about the noise, but said it was a good thing he had come. Abel thought it was good to enjoy the day once in a while. Rachel commented that, at least at festivals, there was no chance of the Sword Emperor showing up. Abel replied that, on that day, he had retired from that, and that he was not the type of person who liked that kind of event. That was when the two of them saw a promotional coupon from Guillaume Ma's stall. At the same time, on the main stage, the heroes who had once again led the defense of humanity that year were being introduced. The first two announced were imposing figures: Mahatma Sinbad, the hero and great king of adventures from India, and Vladimir Yesub, known as the one who walks through flames. The media was in a frenzy, and soon after, Allmute also appeared, the great heroine of the United States. The one who ended up disrupting the presentation was Speed Weapon, who started commenting loudly on how amazing she was and how exciting it all was. Saki appeared right after that, pulling him by the ear and reminding him that she had told him to hand out flyers. Everyone was busy, and he was there in the middle of the presentation. On the way back, the two of them ended up bumping into Rachel and Abel. Meanwhile, at the stall, everything was going very well. Orders were being delivered on time, and people seemed to like the food. Chloe was extremely focused on using the knife. Guillaume Ma thought he had taught her very little, but even so, she was already showing a lot of skill. It was not that she did not know how to use a blade before, but back then, it had been for a different kind of thing. Since he could not use the knife, he left the ingredient preparation to Chloe and took responsibility for the overall cooking. In any case, only he knew how to prepare that specific kimchi recipe. He thought customers would not stop coming anytime soon, but he noticed that 2 members of the group were missing. Just as he thought that, Saki appeared carrying Speed Weapon and threw him on the ground. Right after that, Rachel and Abel arrived as well, having already come to join Guillaume Ma. Chloe reacted instinctively, threatening to advance with the knife, while Abel, visibly awkward, greeted Guillaume Ma. Guillaume Ma received them naturally. They were not there to cause trouble. In fact, they sat down and placed orders like ordinary customers. He had imagined they would be watching the presentation, but he did not expect them to show up at the stall. They needed to be served quickly before more customers arrived. While they waited, Rachel and Abel watched Hana working. Rachel commented that she was the newcomer she had mentioned before. Abel replied neutrally, saying yes. Rachel teased him asking if he was pretending not to care. Abel answered that he really did not care. Even so, Rachel said that was fine. Since they were at a festival, it was better to do something fun. Abel recalled that the final tests were approaching, and that there was still a lot to prepare, so there was not much time for that kind of activity. Saki approached and commented about that kind of thing, while Rachel was clearly enjoying the situation. Speed Weapon returned to the stall, relaying the next orders to Guillaume, and asked if he was okay. Guillaume replied that he was. He had taken a beating, but in return, he had managed to see All Mute up close. For him, that alone had made it worth it. He commented that she was incredible, their heroine, pointed out as the next candidate for a 7-star hero. Guillaume indicated that there was ice there for him to put a compress on his face. Meanwhile, Guillaume was thinking about All Mute. Her real name was Khan Elizabeth, the American heroine often mentioned as a candidate for the position of next 7-star hero. Even in that world, the United States remained a superpower, occupying the top among nations, side by side with Korea. With all that prestige, they had established their own system within hero society. It was said that a traditional hero left their name through death, while a modern hero carried their own name in life. That was why they were so applauded in current times. Even so, neither traditional nor modern heroes came close to the ideal Guillaume had in mind. In the end, he was relieved that he had not come to that world in an American body. Otherwise, he would probably be known as the Sashimi Man, wearing a cape and embarrassing himself. Besides that, he and Khan Elizabeth, even if not officially, could end up crossing paths, since the Sword Emperor had designated him as a successor. He intended to refuse that proposal, but for safety it was better not to get involved with her. All Guillaume wanted to do was stay at the stall, working. Just that. He did not want to draw any attention at all. Meanwhile, Rachel laughed at the situation, and Abel tried to explain himself, saying it was not quite like that. He commented that she had seen what he was like before entering that sequence, when he used to sleep through classes. Even so, he made it clear that the club was not the same thing. He added that he did not think Abel was being that unfair in what he was saying, but Abel replied that the problem was not the club activities, and even asked what kind of clothes she was wearing. Rachel just laughed in her face. At that moment, someone arrived at the stall, a presence that made everyone tremble. A woman approached Guillaume and asked if he was the one who had left her brothers in that state. She was the older sister of the evil twins, Maolan, known as the Iron Kick. Maolan commented that she had imagined he would be some kind of beast, but that in reality he was actually kind of cute. That was strange, since she had never seen those twins speak well of anyone. She sat down on the bench and said she would borrow that seat for a little while. Attached to her leg was Storm Strike, a level S weapon. The fact that she was equipped made it clear that this was not a good sign. Chloe immediately drew her knife, asking what she wanted there. Guillaume made a gesture for no one to get involved. Malan explained that it was not what they were thinking. There was no reason to stir up something that had happened a month ago. Guillaume then asked why she had come. With the status she had, she should not have free time to wander around like a background character. Malan only asked that he not compare her to other heroines and ended the matter there. She explained that she had come purely out of curiosity. Her brothers were a disaster in terms of personality. They did have skill, but seeing someone panic and become traumatized just from hearing their names had been impressive. That was why she wanted to meet King Guillaume, the man who had left her brothers like that. Guillaume thought that maybe that entire family was unbearable. Even so, Maolan said she was somewhat grateful to him. Because of Shun and June, the family's reputation had sunk to the bottom. She had tried to fix them, but there had been no solution. After Guillaume dealt with them, the two stopped causing trouble. So, in the name of the family, she thanked him. He thought that she should be focused on the competition for the position of 7-star heroine. Maolan's popularity was comparable to Khan Elizabeth's, but among the candidates, she ranked near the bottom. Her ability did not reach the required level, and she still carried the stigma of being the sister of those problematic twins. In any case, that had nothing to do with him, and there was no reason to continue the conversation. Guillaume said that if she was already finished, she could leave because he needed to work. Maolan, however, added one last thing. She said she was also grateful for another reason. She commented that she felt proud seeing that they had opened a stall with the name Pao Chai. After that, she said goodbye. That was when Guillaume told her not to call his food that. Maolan asked what he meant by that. Pao Chai. He thought that this time he had tried to stay unnoticed, but there were things that could not be ignored. That needed to be cut off at the root. For those who did not understand the reason for his irritation, Maolan was calling the dish kimchi Pao Chai. There was an old dispute between China and Korea, in which China tried to claim the origin of the recipe, saying that Korea had copied the idea of fermented vegetables with chili pepper. That was why Guillaume had become so irritated. Later, everyone was talking about what had happened. Apparently, Maolan was going to duel with one of the cadets in a sub-dimensional space. Questions began to arise. How had she accepted a duel? Against whom? Then someone commented that they had heard it was that crazy guy who had fought the additor. Leon immediately immediately became alert at those words. In the arena, most people were cheering for Mao Lan. Knox was also present to watch. Rachel commented that it brought back intense memories. Abel said that he always ended up getting involved in trouble. Allmute was also watching everything, completely focused. Mao Lan commented that she felt as if she had returned to her academy days. Even so, she asked whether Guillaume Ma would be fine. Being brave was admirable, but he had faced her younger brothers. To her, he looked far too cute, and there was a risk that she might end up cracking his head. She commented that, at that rate, she would not be able to get married. She said he could marry her if he wanted, or accept her as his cucumber. Guillaume Ma asked if that had been her plan from the beginning, to provoke him, defeat him, and then force him to stay by her side, since he was the last stain on the House of the Iron King. That did not seem like something that would work. Mao Lan said that he was quite sharp. Even so, despite having noticed everything, he had still fallen for her provocation. At that moment, the subdimensional barrier expanded and was activated. Guillaume Ma drew his sashimi knife and made it clear that she would not become a 7-star heroine. Mao Lan replied by asking if anyone had ever told Guillaume Ma that he had absolutely no sense at all. Guillaume Ma admitted that yes, sometimes they had. Hearing that, Mao Lan commented that she would rethink the cucumber matter. Right after that, the first clash between the two created a huge cloud of smoke, and she immediately realized that the boy was not just a loudmouth show-off. Guillaume Ma hid himself within the smoke. When it dissipated, Mao Lan had the sensation that her head had already been cut off. At the same time, at the festival stall, Chloe remained completely focused on her work, without diverting her attention. Hana asked if anyone was worried about Guillaume Ma. Speed Weapon replied that, at that moment, the focus needed to be on the customers, since there were many of them. He commented that there was no way to know if Guillaume Ma would return anytime soon, so the best thing was for everyone to take care of their own role. Hana agreed, and the audience began to wonder why Mao Lan was still standing in the arena. She was not hesitating, nor had she been defeated. Mao Lan was holding her own neck because she had been captured by Guillaume Ma's mental domain. That surprised her deeply. She believed that such a technique could only be mastered by someone at the 7-star level, like Alter Auditorio, a true master of martial arts. Still, every rule had its exception, and even someone young and seemingly humble could approach that level. Mao Lan understood that this was a wall she would not be able to surpass. Even so, she wondered why Guillaume Ma had expanded the domain. The duel was taking place in a subdimensional space that did not affect reality. Perhaps he was trying to preserve his own dignity, showing who was more talented without causing destruction. That proved that he was far more intelligent than she had imagined. She had also heard rumors that he would join the elite. Because of that, she concluded that he was the official successor chosen by the Sword Emperor. However, instead of arrogance, Mao Lan saw only humility in Guillaume Ma. She told him not to be presumptuous, stated that she had not come there for nothing, and thanked him. That fight had opened her eyes. Next, Mao Lan charged forward with all the strength of her legs and executed the hurricane kick. After the storm of strikes, Guillaume Ma managed to dodge them all. The audience began to realize just how strong she truly was. Mao Lan then asked where he was looking and used the crushing hammer strike, a low-rising kick that destroyed part of the arena. She commented that it was not strange that her brothers had become afraid. She was not a future 7-star for nothing. Then she kicked the fragments of the arena toward Guillaume Ma. He cut them all with his sashimi knife, but Mao Lan was already upon him and landed a direct kick to his chest. Guillaume Ma blocked the blow with the knife, and even so, the impact was so strong that her own body suffered from the force. Mao Lan was surprised that he had managed to block it with such a small blade. That should have been his limit, or so she thought. Suddenly, Guillaume Ma sheathed his sword and once again assumed a combat stance. He was ready for another round. His speed increased so much that, before her eyes, he simply disappeared. Mao Lan tried to attack him from above, from below, and from the sides, but ended up losing an arm. The instant she realized that, she understood that she was losing her 7-star position to him. Even so, Guillaume Ma commented that, despite everything, her impact had not been that bad, and adjusted his stance once again. Abel immediately recognized that stance. Mao Lan did not want to lose. Not after coming so far, she decided that she would not lose. She forced her power even further. However, at the moment she thought she would never surpass her friend again, she lost her neck once more. The shock was universal. Everyone fell into absolute silence. The winner of the duel in the subdimensional space was King Guillaume Ma. He calmly sheathed his sword. Saki felt a chill run through her body and smiled, saying that it was over. She commented that she had warned them and that he would be back soon. Later, Rachel showed a bit of disappointment. Guillaume Ma had left the festival without even tasting the pork soup. She asked if Abel was alright. Abel replied that he was and said that he was satisfied. Rachel commented that she was a mischievous girl and that, deep down, she was satisfied because Guillaume Ma had fought. Meanwhile, Mao Lan was still quite shaken by the result of the duel. Her bodyguard approached and asked if she was alright. Mao Lan replied that she was. The fight had taken place in subspace, so she had not been physically injured. Even so, her international reputation reputation had been destroyed. She had lost to a 17-year-old boy. Thinking about that, she even felt bad for the Chinese citizens. Still, she asked them not to worry. Malan commented that Kang Ma was incredible and that he would surely rise much higher soon. When that moment came, his reputation would also grow. For her, it was better to be defeated now than later. The humble would go through that as well someday. She was certain of it. The bodyguard, however, asked whether that boy was really all that. He could not understand why she had spoken about him that way. Malan thought that she had already seen many people considered geniuses. When she was still a cadet, there had been Elizabeth. After she entered Hero Society, the 7-star heroes appeared. But Ma was not a hero. He was a monster. As expected, all of that spread quickly across social media. The duel between Maolan and Kang Ma, in which she had been clearly decapitated in moments by a sashimi knife, became a topic everywhere. Maolan, the star of the continent, had been defeated in a duel. Soon, people started calling him the sashimi hero. Naturally, his stall became packed. People wondered why a cadet of that level was cooking at a festival. The video of the duel had already surpassed 20 million likes. Speedweapon organized the line, because there was now a huge queue to get in. Chloe, completely overwhelmed, hurriedly chopped the ingredients and complained that that reporter was only getting in the way. She had already lost count of how many had shown up. Meanwhile, customers in the back were taking photos of Ma and posting them with the hashtag #SashimiHero. Ma thought that all of this was a pain. Since what had happened the day before, the news treated it as if it were something grandiose. It was not as if he had expected something like that to happen. Even so, one specific headline caught his attention. The Sashimi Hero. That was a title the system had sealed within the blessing of the miracle. In that world, the Sword Emperor had already retired, so that title should have disappeared. At least that was how it was supposed to work. Even so, it ended up landing on Ma. He then remembered the day before. After finishing the cleaning, Ryojo had not stopped joking around. He had simply added sashimi before the title of Sword Hero or Sword Emperor. In the end, it had turned into something like Sashimi Emperor. At least that was better than being called the new Sword Emperor. Speedweapon asked how the soup was and commented that there were many customers to serve. Ma asked how many exactly. Speedweapon replied that it was around 674. Ma thought that romanticism was for naive people. This had already gone far beyond all limits. Not even in his past life had business gone this well. At that moment, Chloe, working too fast, ended up cutting her own finger. Ma realized that if things continued at that pace, someone could get seriously hurt or collapse. Maybe it would be better to get another knife. That was when the owner of that restaurant appeared, accompanied by Knox. He commented that it was the first time he had seen a shop change its flow so much in such a short time. Ma replied that he was a bit busy, but the owner made it clear that he had not come to eat. He had come to help. He and Knox to help. Ma thought that was far too generous, but ended up accepting. The owner said he considered that the least he could do as a disciple. In fact, he wanted to thank him. Maybe now he should call him the Sashimi Hero. Ma almost begged him not to do that. When Knox saw the cut on his sister's finger, he was visibly worried. Ma realized that he truly cared about her. Saki appeared right after that, saying that they did not have time to rest and ordering everyone back to work. With the extra help, everything flowed better. The restaurant owner helped with serving, and Knox assisted his sister with cutting the ingredients. The pace became much faster. At the end of the day, Ma finally managed to rest. He was not dead, just exhausted. They could even repeat it the next day, but it had been fun. When Knox approached, he asked how the cleaning was going. Ma replied that the basics had already been taken care of. The ingredients for the next day were a bit scarce, but the owner guaranteed that he would bring more. Ma thanked him. They felt relieved by that unexpected help. Even so, Knox asked if Ma was free at that moment. The boss wanted to talk to him. Ma knew exactly who Knox was talking about. It was the head of the Shadow family, the man known as the greatest assassin of all time, the figure who operated in the darkness and upheld the order of Hero Society. Altair Additor, the old man of the mountain. He thought that it was certainly related to the Academy Council of Elders, which had ordered his death in the past. In addition, Altair had probably watched the duel. The mere fact that Ma had manipulated a mental image domain was already enough to draw his attention. Knox commented that, as far as he remembered, this was the first time the head of the family had shown direct interest in a stranger. Appearing in person was something that did not even happen for someone at the 7-star level. In practice, asking whether Ma would go was only ritual formality. He had to go. Ma reflected and concluded that it made sense. Besides that, on that day, he had benefited from Knox's help, so he also needed to repay his debt. Even so, he remained silent. Knox asked why he was not answering. Ma then said that he would not go. Surprised, Knox asked the reason. Ma replied that he was very tired that day, extremely tired. Even so, he made a point of thanking him for the help. Later, Elizabeth, known as the Humble, met with director Medea for a private conversation. Medea commented that it was the first time they had seen each other since high school. 5 years had passed. Even so, she said it was good to see her and asked whether she had enjoyed the festival. Elizabeth replied that she had. Then Medea asked whether she had come out of curiosity because of Guillaume and questioned who exactly he was. According to her, Guillaume should not be capable of manifesting a mental domain. However, Medea recalled that Elizabeth herself had been able to do that in the past, which made Guillaume's case even more absurd. Elizabeth made it clear that she had not come there for fun. Medea replied that it had been a long time since they last met, but commented that Elizabeth seemed to have become less polite. When the director released her aura, Elizabeth felt a monstrous presence. It was the absolute power of the Academy director, something that neither the Sacred Spear nor the Absolute Bow would dare to confront. After intimidating her, Medea asked whether Elizabeth intended to stay there forever. Elizabeth sat down and apologized, saying that she was a bit sensitive because of what had happened to Siegfried. In any case, Medea said that she did not know what kind of rumors Elizabeth had heard to make her so curious. Even so, because of her position, Medea made it clear that she could not provide information about cadets. As the Academy director, she needed to treat everyone equally, and there was something she had always told Elizabeth when she was still a student. If she was curious, she should find out on her own. Elizabeth stood up, thanking the director for her time. Medea asked how long she intended to stay at the academy. Elizabeth replied that she would leave the next day at noon. The director commented that there was no need to rush. After all, it was still a festival. Then Elizabeth returned to the topic of equality and asked whether that also applied to that student. Medea replied that maybe it did. To her, Guillaume was more than just a student. She had a different view of him. Before she could finish, Elizabeth slammed the door forcefully, visibly nervous, and asked who the hell that boy was. On the last day of the festival, Speed Weapon arrived late because he had overslept. Guillaume asked why. On that day, they did not just work in the morning and enjoy the afternoon off. Speed Weapon replied that he had already taken care of it. Chloe asked whether Guillaume had any plans for later. He replied that nothing special. Because of that, Chloe ended up taking over most of the work in the kitchen in his place, since Guillaume could only use the knife for 50 seconds. Thinking about it, she was the one who had worked the hardest throughout the entire festival. He had already mentioned something like that before the event, so he asked Chloe whether, if she had time, she would like to go to the festival with him. Chloe asked whether he was serious and ended up getting a little excited, gripping the knife more firmly. Guillaume knew that she had incredible potential with knives. Reaching that level of skill in just 2 days was not something common. Thanks to that, they managed to keep the stall running without any problems. Repaying at least a bit of that effort seemed like the least he could do. Guillaume noticed that Saki seemed a little uncomfortable with all of this. As soon as the expedition ended, the group dispersed in high spirits, each one going their own way. Ryojo, however, was clearly in a bad mood, and Guillaume concluded that she must have been exhausted for some reason he did not know. He tried to rest while sitting on a bench, but he could not truly relax. At that moment, an old man approached and asked for permission to sit there. Guillaume agreed without hesitation. The man commented that, with age, the heat became harder and harder to endure. That sounded strange, since he did not look like someone who had come from far away just to complain about the weather. It soon became clear who he was. It was Altair, the master of the additor family. Altair acknowledged that Guillaume had good instincts and asked how he had identified him. Guillaume explained that he had seen that dagger in another life. It was not an ordinary weapon. It was a dagger sword, a famous item worthy of the leader of an assassin family. By its appearance alone, it was impossible to mistake it. He himself had once desired a weapon like that. The old man commented that such perception was frightening for someone so young, and said that Guillaume had probably already imagined the reason for the meeting. Matters involving the family were usually resolved internally, but that was not the only reason for his presence. There was something more important than the Council of Elders. Guillaume tried to think about what it could be until he felt Altair suddenly expand his domain. Without beating around the bush, Altair asked what his relationship was with his granddaughter. He asked whether they were dating. After a brief explanation, the old man seemed to understand the situation. Guillaume found it curious, remembering that in the game, the lines of that character were always vague, reduced to simple ellipses that reinforced the feeling that Altair was definitely not an ordinary person. Satisfied, the master of the additor family stood up, saying that his curiosity had been satisfied and that he would leave. He asked Guillaume to take good care of his granddaughter as a friend, reminding him that she had a sensitive personality. That was when Guillaume asked whether he really thought Chloe should become an assassin. Altair replied that Guillaume must have already seen her other side. That was the real Chloe, his blood granddaughter, someone with a wild nature, almost like a beast. He asked whether, as her grandfather, it would be possible to leave her alone in such a cruel world. Guillaume argued that this would not be a direct result of the additor family training. The old man replied that the family was not as chaotic as the rumors claimed, and demanded that he admit it. Before anything else, they were a family. Chloe was more than just an assassin in training. For years, everyone had tried to hide her true nature, forcing rationality and control. However, when her emotions intensified, she showed her claws. Altair acknowledged that Guillaume was worried about her as a friend, but admitted that it was difficult to speak about his own granddaughter in that way. Even so, he said that she was instinctively wild, like a predator. If her true nature were revealed, she could kill anyone. Getting too close meant risking death without warning. Hearing that from her own grandfather sounded like a direct warning. If he wanted to stay alive, Guillaume should be careful around Chloe. At that moment, Guillaume stood up and interrupted the speech. Pretending concern was acceptable, but mixing lies like that was too much. If Altair wanted to deceive someone, he should have hidden it better. Realizing the presence of several assassins hidden in the shadows, Guillaume drew his sword. Immediately, Altair ordered everyone to retreat at once. Then he asked when Guillaume had noticed the ambush. Guillaume replied that Altair had a reputation far too great to go unnoticed. The old man admitted that, even so, the boy had exceeded his expectations. After Altair left, Guillaume reflected that the relationship between Chloe and Knox had been improving little by little, but that the old man had inserted lies into his words just to confuse him. He did not know what the true objective was, but he was certain that if he had not extended his perception, he would not have noticed the danger in time. To him, Altair was nothing more than a despicable old man. Shortly after, Chloe appeared innocently, apologizing for being late. Guillaume concluded that, regardless of what anyone said, she was still just a little girl. Meanwhile, Altair reflected from a distance. The boy he had observed through his assassins had shown not the slightest sign of fear in his presence and had reacted instantly to his domain. That was more than interesting. It was frightening. Calling King Guillaume merely a genius would be an insult. Then Altair entered a narrow alley and called Knox, who emerged silently from the shadows. He told his grandson that the long journey had been worth it, because it was the first time in many years that he had felt genuine fear of someone. That confession made even Knox nervous. Even so, Altair said that he would like to see that boy again in the future. After that, Guillaume began to realize just how immense the academy was. Chloe asked whether something had happened while she was late. He concluded that it would not be wise to tell her what had occurred and replied that no, everything was fine. They followed a simple and pleasant route, passing by several stalls and walking together. After some time, Guillaume ended up sitting down to rest. Even though he was in a young body, he still carried the soul of a tired old man. Chloe asked whether he was exhausted because of her and commented that she should have helped more, since she was still clumsy with the knife. Guillaume reflected that, in truth, he had barely used the knife at all. Chloe was the one who had taken on most of the work in the kitchen, while he had even gone out to the training field during working hours. Without her, the stall would not have functioned properly. Thinking about that, he ruffled her hair and said that she had done a great job. Chloe turned completely red and looked as if she were about to say something important. The atmosphere became strange, as if there were a silent exchange between the two, until suddenly Speed Weapon appeared accompanied by the rest of the club. Naturally, Chloe did not like the interruption at all. Guillaume asked whether everyone was not supposed to enjoy their time on their own. Speed Weapon replied that it had not been him who sent a message calling everyone to meet. Guillaume was confused. He had not done that. The only person capable of something like that was Saki, who had clearly hacked his phone. Later, everyone gathered to watch the main attraction of the night, which impressed practically everyone. Guillaume, however, decided to sit on a more distant bench, since he did not like crowds. He thought that next time, he would prefer to enjoy a festival in a calmer way. Even with everyone together, he felt that there was a certain distance between them. He had the impression that Chloe wanted to say something, but at that moment, she seemed too distracted and excited. Her childhood had not been easy, and she had never been able to have fun like a real child. Because of that, he thought she deserved to enjoy that moment without worries. That was when Guillaume realized that he was surrounded by couples and concluded that he had chosen the wrong place. That game had always had romance as one of its focuses. In his past life, he had never had time to think about that kind of thing, experiencing everything only through the character. At first, he used to get nervous around girls, but now he no longer really understood the meaning of all that. In just 3 months at the academy, too many things had happened, many of them capable of costing him his life. Once again, there was no room for feelings, and lately that pressure only seemed to be increasing, as if everything were at its limit. At that moment, the exhausted Saki sat down beside him, commenting that she hated crowds. Guillaume knew that Saki was one of the main heroines and had even used her character in the game, but even so, he could not understand what was really going on in her mind. Even so, he trusted her intelligence and believed that there must have been a reason for her hacking his phone and sending those messages. Noticing his gaze, Saki asked why he was staring at her like that. Guillaume also realized that she seemed nervous. Saki commented that he was very slow, and then Guillaume moved closer, grabbed her by the shoulders, and tried to understand whether something serious was going on. For her to have done all that, something must have happened. At that instant, Saki turned extremely red, too red to be ignored. Saki pushed him away and said that he was squeezing her shoulder too hard. That was a lie. Then she said that he was still completely clueless and that it was nothing like what he was thinking. Ma then asked why she had pushed him like that. Saki asked whether he had gotten angry. When she turned red again, Ma commented that if that were the case, then why she had asked why he thought she was so strange. Thinking it over, the two of them were completely alone there. Saki had not even eaten the chocolate she was holding. Because of that, Ma asked a question. He himself was surprised to say it out loud, but he asked whether she liked someone. Hearing that, Saki was completely taken aback, not knowing how to react. Ma begins to recall Saki in the game, along with some of the phrases she used as standard relationship lines, and soon returns to his previous train of thought, with her completely red and embarrassed. Then Ma asks whether she liked Leon, leaving her very confused. She quickly gets angry and says no, definitely not. She comments that she had even had a bit of hope in him, and Ma thinks that when he played, their relationship had progressed shortly before the final exams, and perhaps his memory is wrong. He then tells her that maybe Leon was just a weapon, and she smiles, despite being disappointed. A few hours later, Ma was observing his system screen and wondering how Saki could hit so hard while being an archer. Looking closely at his system screen, he notices that his equipment ranking had risen to 6, and that this might be the effect he received when he acquired that knife. Even the synchronization rate, which had increased after that dream, had risen even more after the battle with Morang. He questioned it, since he didn't know whether this synchronization was some kind of holy grail or something like that, but one thing was certain: it was associated with the god of the sword. He also noticed that the festival was coming to an end. Despite being a world of monsters and magic, it wasn't all that different from Earth. He didn't miss his past life either, since the person he had been closest to emotionally was his master. When his master realized that Ma had talent with the sword, he expelled him. At the time, Ma was young and angry without knowing why, but only after traveling across the country and becoming the best did he understand his master's intention. More important than technique was mastering the variables. He compares the academy and the old man, saying that both were obsessed with combat. Soon after, he senses a presence and wonders if there is someone there. He clearly feels demonic energy. Combining the blessing of the god of the sword with turning the earth into his medium through the blessing of transference, he transforms the space into his own and realizes that the effect is much greater than expected. In any case, he notices someone there and quickly runs toward the person. He violently strikes her in the stomach with his sashimi knife, making her spit purple blood, and he thinks he has found her. The woman screams that she's going to die and tries to explain herself, saying that she only came to talk and make a deal, and that he attacked her out of nowhere. But Ma thinks that this instructor seems to be the one they had mentioned in the Buffalo Dungeon. Shortly after, Ma asks if her name is Choi Sol Ah, and asks why she was pretending to be an instructor. She explains that it was to infiltrate the academy. He then asks how many others like her were hiding in the academy, and she explains that they constantly change identities and faces, and that even if statuses are recorded, she wouldn't be able to say. Ma finds it strange that she is revealing information he didn't even ask for just to survive. He is shocked when she tells him that some of them even know that he defeated Ager, even though the Sword Emperor sealed that information. Ma asks why they then blamed Ager's death on Leon. She says she knows nothing about that, but Ma doesn't believe her and draws his weapon. She insists she doesn't know, saying there is a guy among them called Professor, and that almost everything comes from that man's head, and that low-ranked people like her, don't know anything. She thinks Ma is crazier than she imagined, but still a gamble for her, though for the others, he would mean certain death. Ma decides to believe her, since it seems to be the truth. He then approaches her and asks if she wants to live. She begs him to spare her, and Ma says there are 2 conditions. The first is to know who this professor is, and to know everything about him. She hesitates, but Ma brings the sashimi knife close to her neck. She says he is Kwarn's subordinate, and besides that, she really doesn't know anything else. Ma thinks that Kwarn was the commander of the 2nd Legion, an unexpected name, and with Lie concealed, Kwarn is now the overall leader of the Demon King's army, and his subordinate was inside the academy. She says that not even the others know who the professor is, which is why his reputation is terrible. She tries to get up to attack, but Ma turns around, and she immediately changes her posture. He thinks that she, who once served Ager, seems to have lost her position among them after Ager's death. He can only feel faint remnants of mana, and it seems she relies almost exclusively on mana, with her physical abilities also appearing weak. He reflects that maybe she really did come to make a deal. Ma says that it was a gamble for her, but that she had already tried to take his life several times. She tries to explain, saying it was the demon's temptation, but now that he was dead, before she could finish, he says it's time for the second condition. He orders her to hand over what she was keeping, and he will let her live. She doesn't understand understand anything. Quickly, he cuts what was around her neck. It is explained that 2 stones are created when a contract is formed with a Legion-class demon, the mark of a familiar. The commander holds the transmitter and the villain the receiver. The one he had in his hand was non-functional since Agor died, but as a former player, he knew that this receiver contains the villain's life force and is the most efficient caller to control them. He says that this is enough for now. Jioma then tells her that from now on, she is his servant, and she doesn't understand anything he means. As he leaves, he reflects that Choi Seol-ah is the type of person who would do anything to survive, and that he could make good use of that information. Then his phone rings, and Saki asks where he is. He says he just went to the bathroom. Saki says they haven't finished talking yet, and asks if he can wait a little longer. He wonders if she's going to hit him again. She is about to send a message, but hesitates until fireworks begin to rise, coloring the sky. Everyone is impressed by them, and even Jioma is surprised. She asks if he saw the fireworks, and in any case, tells him to come back quickly. That is all for today. I hope you enjoyed it. Leave a like because it is very important. Even more important, subscribe to the channel and activate the notification bell. There are people who watch the channel and are not subscribed, and others who are subscribed but do not activate the bell. Activate the bell and check the channel from time to time to see if a new video has been released.